Hello, everybody, and welcome to VEX Warfield. I am VEX Warfield, your host, and we are doing a birthday stream tonight live. Yay! Crowd goes wild. Welcome, Trust. Yeah, I've made it. I'm here. I had to eat some strawberry shortcake before I started the show. And starting the show, let's see how loud this is. Yeah, that's not very loud. Yeah, well, it was a good thought. All right. Anyway, like I said, I am Vex, and I am the host, and we're just going to be hanging out tonight and doing a good book BS session and hang out, discussing whatever. And I see people are starting to funnel in. I'm going to go ahead and start dropping the link, and we're just going to get this bucket kicked. Invite everyone. All right, we'll throw this into YouTube chat for the StreamYard, and I'm going to throw it around in several other places. And Panther, if you could do me a favor and start throwing it all over Discord for me, I would appreciate it. And I will do this. This is not going to be a show like I do on Friday nights where it's all structured and, laid out ahead of time. The only thing I got structured ahead of time right now is, well, my strawberry shortcake, and I'm going to enjoy it. That's my birthday cake, if you didn't know. It's good. Oh, shit. Wrong link. Dope. All right. We're going to throw this in here. That's what I was looking for. We'll get it done yet. And give me just a few moments, and I'll say hi to everybody who's come in so far. Just give me a moment. All right. That is sent. And where should I put this? Oh, maybe I did put it in there. Yikes. I hope my audio is doing all right for you guys out there. Let me know how it sounds. 5x5, 4x5, 3x5. I don't know. Is it an index card? Sorry, I'm going to stutter here a little in the beginning here because I'm trying to figure out which place I'm supposed to put this. Screw it. And if by chance you have clicked on the StreamYard link and are backstage, thank you for the 5x5s. Thank you. If you are backstage right now, bear with me just a moment. I will get there in just a sec. Typing. Good. I spelled everything correctly. That's good too. Send. All right. Now that that's done, we'll go back over here. See what we've got going on. All right. None of y'all have come up yet. All right. I'm going to throw this in again. This is not, like I said, this is not a structured discussion night. This is just hanging out. So come on up here and hang out with me. Damn it. StreamYard link. Blammo. Well, while we're waiting, I'm going to take a bite of my strawberry shortcake because it's good. There we go. First victim. Hi, Scramshaw.
Hey, happy birthday.
Thank
Happy
you so much.
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Vex. Happy birthday to you. That's the best I could do right now. Happy birthday, man.
That's pretty perfect to me.
Hey, Mrs. Red Badger.
Hey, y'all.
Hello.
Here's the one we used to sing in the 70s. It goes like this. Oh, happy birthday. Oh, happy birthday. People dying, children crying. Happy birthday. Oh, happy birthday to you.
Oh, stop it. You're making me cry.
You know, it's only fit for the new Gaia world we're going to live in.
Happy,
People
happy
are dying.
Birthday. Happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Hey, be done with the negative news. Today is a happy day. Hello,
What negative
YouTube
news?
most
Every day
censored.
is negative news.
No
What's that?
negative today.
There's no negative. It's reality.
It's all
Ugh.
good. I got strawberries. I'm good.
I love strawberries. If they're good strawberries, they're hard to get.
I found some good ones.
Right on.
And for the first time that I know of, we have Blue Eyed Panther joining the live stream.
Cool.
Oh my God!
Happy
Blue Eyed
birthday.
Thank you.
Blue Eyed
You're welcome.
Panther. We have followed each
Hi.
other around the internet forever.
Hi,
Yes.
Panther.
Hi.
Mhm.
I promised, so I had to do it.
Yep.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah, I'm going to talk her into doing it more often.
You should. It's not that hard.
She's all,
We'll see.
I never know what to say. You know what to say when you're talking to me. Just do the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, Blue Eyed Panther, I can't imagine how many places we've been together. So it's about time you
Live.
came live.
I think
Yeah,
this is the
we've done
first
a
time
lot.
I've heard your voice. Same
Yeah,
here.
probably. Yeah.
You have a cute voice.
Oh, thank you.
Adorable.
Thank
That's
you.
what he's a cute Blue Eyed Panther.
Yep.
There you go. I told you everything would be good with it, but you were
Yep.
all scared.
Don't be scared.
Well,
I get scared to come up sometimes, but when some people don't have anybody come up, I don't like to see them alone, so I just jump on and say, oh well, here
Yeah.
I am.
Scrimshaw's got my back.
I tried it anyway.
there she
Yeah,
does.
I had some strawberries tonight too, but I didn't get the cake made, but I had Cheerios with it. Probably
Yeah.
the worst thing you can eat, but I did that.
It's not the worst.
Well, they don't bother my stomach too much. I've been having problems. But anyway, no negative news. Erase that sentence.
Rewind.
Well, celebrate good times. Come on. Dun, 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 dun.
Sing it.
Right? I don't
Yep.
know the rest of the words. Celebrate good times. Come on. Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah, you don't want to
dun,
hear
dun.
me sing.
Well,
Not
my
singing.
singing.
No.
My
There's
singing
a
is
party
terrible.
going on around here.
Bum,
A
bum, bum.
celebration to last out the year.
Thank you.
So let the good times roll.
That's awesome.
Feel like breaking out my basement. Do, 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 do,
We'll
do, do, do.
celebrate a party with you. Celebrate.
Great good times. Come on. Dun, 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 dun.
Welcome everybody
Well,
to VEX's
Where are you?
live singing stream.
break out the bass, Vex, when you finish the cake.
Okay, so we're just hanging out. Is
Yeah, it's just a hangout night.
Yep.
Mhm.
Break
With-
out the bass. Boom, boom, boom. Break out the bass. Break out your bass.
Vex, what did you do for your birthday today?
What did I get?
What did you do for your
Oh,
birthday besides, eat strawberries?
what? That's not enough?
Oh, it could be. Tell us.
Yeah, actually, I didn't do anything too crazy today. It was basically like another day, except for one thing. I actually went on a panel before I went to work. I usually don't, but
Oh, cool.
K Red Lotus was running a stream, and I jumped up on there just to, BS with them and hang out.
Nice.
Spread it around that I was having a live stream tonight, and of course promoted it.
Oh, cool.
So hopefully we'll have some more people joining us. And I wanted to also let everybody know, those of you who don't know already, I'm planning to use Monday nights as a basically talk about most anything but politics night. So I'm going to turn it into, you could talk about flying saucers, ghosts. You could talk about the stars and planets and the galaxies, science in general. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. But I'm going to take it away from politics for one night.
I don't
Cool.
blame you. We still
I
didn't
like
get
that.
Aussie up there, though.
What's that?
Drag him. We didn't get Aussie to come out.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm working on
We'll
it.
drag him in sometime.
Is Aussie around?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I haven't seen him for ages.
He's been hanging out on like Twitch, messing with the people there.
Oh, cool. I'm glad he's okay.
Yeah, as far as I know, still a shit disturber.
I invited God's Night. He may. I don't
Yeah.
know if he got it or not, but I invited him. I woke up only about an hour ago, and I need coffee, man. But anyway, I saw he left me a message, so I sent him a message. So hopefully, hey, Trust.
Hey, Epstein, good to see you. I forgot to do the
Crazy
shout outs.
program.
Epstein.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's see.
Epstein's ghost.
We already know we have Miss Red Badger in the house. We have Trust. We have Scrolling, Miss Grimshaw, of course. Blue Eyed Panther. And I thought I saw one more name in here. Where are you? Oh,
YouTube.
Epstein. Epstein, and YouTube
Hi,
was
Alex.
censored.
Hi, Alex.
Hello, Alex.
How you
Welcome.
doing?
Thank you very much. Yeah, tonight's a hangout night. Once again, I'll throw in the StreamYard. We got room for 6 because I'm not paying for this yet. So there we go. I just got a message. Hold just a well. Talk some most yourself, please.
Okay.
Talk, talk.
Talk, talk.
Talk, talk.
Talking amongst ourselves about birthdays and strawberries and aliens.
Shortcut.
And science.
We could talk or ask for that.
What did he say?
I have no clue. You want robot.
Yeah.
Look up.
Mm-hmm.
Damn internet.
Okay, got coffee. I can wake
Yep.
up now. Yay!
Yay.
Alex Bleepin Jones.
Mrs. Red Badger's got coffee. Isn't it wonderful coffee?
It is. It's good dark roast Italian from New York.
Awesome.
In New York.
Yeah, New York's the best. We know that. It's okay.
Yeah, they say. That's some of my favorite people there, sadly enough.
Oh,
In Rochester,
Hey, now.
mostly.
Yeah.
Quite Frank from there. Frank.
I hope it's cool in Rochester for
Luckily, I'm
him.
on the island.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. She doesn't even own a
Yeah.
boat.
Very cool.
I knew it. I knew he was
She's
gonna
on
say
a
that.
deserted island.
What
Yeah, I'm just surrounded by water with a boat. It's okay.
What?
She's surrounded by water without a boat. But maybe she's got a raft. Who knows? Did you get a blow-up one?
Yeah, there's plenty of boats around here. I ain't so worried
Cool.
about it.
I used to work in New York on it was called Silver Springs up in the mountains, and it was really cool.
Nice.
It was it was awesome. It was like a horse ranch, and we took people from New York City overnight camping and day riding through the mountains.
Cool.
And we had literal bunkhouses, and right across from this ranch was like a bar. It was probably the worst thing ever, but there was a bar right across the road, and it was called
God's night. Welcome.
Aha! He
Hi,
saw
God's
my
night.
message.
Hi, God's
Hey,
night.
God's night. Glad you got the message.
Yeah. For everybody coming in new, this is going to be a freeform night, hanging out, BS, whatever, just having fun. Let's keep it light and just go with it. I'm going to be putting the StreamYard link out. I only have room for 6 people because I'm not paying for StreamYard, so we'll do some switching in and out.
Sure.
But other than that, I'll be throwing up some. Hey, Brandy, welcome.
Oh, there's my girl. Hey, Brandy.
I'll be throwing the StreamYard link so we can keep this rolling.
Brandy. Well, I'll get off so someone can come on.
Well, right now we're good to go.
All right. Well, people come up, man. Say happy birthday in live audible voice. Why did I say audible? Man, I think I need a nap. Hey, Blue.
And thank you for all the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. I've been having a pretty decent day, so
Awesome.
I'm sure it helped that you guys were wishing me goodness.
I'm glad you had a good day.
I put it everywhere I could.
I think it's awesome you had a good day.
Yeah, I'll take them wherever I can get them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, he's strumming.
Oh, good. Alex's bird is doing better. That's great.
Oh, good.
Good news, Alex. Glad your bird's
yeah.
better. What were you
Man.
playing? It sounded like that song, My Captain. Whatever it is. I'm getting closer to my home. Whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, getting closer to my home. Yeah, it's got the same. It's got the same chords,
I'm
but
your captain.
I don't know how to play it.
That's all right. I was like, wow.
That's Grand Funk
Yes,
Railroad.
Brandy. Yes, Brandy,
Yeah.
I did name it that. Talking about how I name my stream.
that's
These
funny.
freaking unicorns, it's crazy.
We only put nice ones up, though. Only nice.
Ooh, Alex is getting a new bird.
No kidding.
Oh
You
yeah.
can teach them all to sing, you know. I've seen a bunch of videos of those kind of birds singing. They're amazing.
Mhm.
Some of them can even sing opera.
Oh yeah, good tone control.
Yeah. Play some more chords, Vex.
Hi, Callie.
Hi,
Callie.
Callie.
My new
Callie.
co-host. Welcome, Callie. Throw this up again, because I'm just gonna keep throwing it up, and not in the bad way.
Yeah, Randy did pick out special unicorns for you.
Yeah, I noticed.
Awesome.
I would have kept playing, but it goes into distortion at that point.
That's
Welcome,
all right.
Callie.
Hello, hello. Happiest birthday to you, Vex. Happiest birthday
Thank
to
you.
you. Did you have an
Thank-
amazing day?
Yes, I had a good day.
That's good. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it.
At night, I don't know very many songs, so we're gonna have to go through a lot of requests before I can get one I can play.
I know the tune.
You can just tell us.
Hey there.
Custom Star, y'all blue-eyed
Hi,
Panthers.
Callie.
I hope y'all had a wonderful day.
I slept all day. I don't know about you.
Oh, yeah, I did not sleep all day.
I was working on my eyelids.
I need to practice that, so.
I slept a little today,
Carrying the
too.
roof.
Yeah, you click on the link and then you come into the chat. And when you go in, you can either put your camera on or off, and the sound on or off. And then you probably want to mute out front in the YouTube part so that you don't get an echo. So just try it.
Yes, earbuds or headphones.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory once you get in there.
I'm back.
It's
Welcome
user-friendly. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
It's even Vex friendly.
It's even
Yeah.
Vex-friendly, that's right.
Come on in, Brandy.
It's even Vex-friendly.
If I can do it, you can do it.
Cha-cha-cha.
Whoops. God, I love that sound.
We gotta start a band. We gotta start a band.
What do you mean Vex is the band?
He's gonna
I know.
bust out in some hardcore Metallica or something.
I can't sing very well, though. I can't be a band.
I can yell.
Yeah, I used to know a few people that said that.
No, seriously. Well, yeah, you can ask Panther. She's heard me sing.
Well, I
No,
mean,
seriously.
people said Janis Joplin couldn't sing either.
Exactly. Stevie Ray wouldn't sing. He thought he couldn't sing. And we all went, "You're a nut. You can sing. They'll love it."
Yeah.
And he could sing. He actually could sing.
Okay, let me put it to you this way. I've tried singing and thought I might be able to get away with it. And lots of people went, yeah, no, dude.
Maybe you just don't know how to pull it off.
That's true. That might be true. I would
I
love
don't
to
know
go
about
one on.
tonight.
What do you got?
I'm sorry. I don't know if Oz got an invitation.
I told him about it when I talked to him. Hopefully he might remember and show up.
Yeah, he
Oh,
was.
that's right.
He was told about it.
That's right. I forgot about that.
I'm pretty sure he's playing a game because I don't know. Well, I went through. I saw an email or something. What is it called? Twitch?
Twitch.
Oh yeah, Twitch.
A Twitch notice. Yeah, Twitch notice.
Twitchers.
But that was.
We got Twitchers, we got Twatters, we got fake books. I mean, like,
We got steamers.
it's a mess.
You're like such a twit.
Twat.
That's funny.
Twatters.
That's funny. Well, I'm glad y'all had a good day.
What, do you have a
Today
bad
I
one?
found out. Well, today I found out that my computer is like, I don't know, the repair is indefinitely on hold for right now. I'm like, I
Holy
don't even
shit.
know
Yeah.
because
What'd
of
you do?
parts.
Gee, that sounds
Dude,
like a
it's just a
conversation
case.
I had with somebody when they went completely bonkers. But yeah, the parts are not coming in like they should.
But you know what's fucking funny is that they can make new ones,
Of course they could.
but they can't repair the ones that are under warranty.
Crazy.
Yeah.
You know, that's pretty fucked. And then I got they locked me out of my USPS account online.
Oh no.
Really?
Yeah, I don't even
Oh.
understand why, but I'm completely locked out, so I gotta wait till tomorrow to call them and see what the fuck.
Did you have a VPN on?
No.
Mm.
No, I know
Welcome
better.
to God's night. Welcome to
Oh,
God's night.
hello.
Right.
Hello, God's
Hi,
night. Oh,
God's
goodbye,
night.
God's night.
Hi, God's night.
He's got really shitty reception, so
Right.
we're just get used to him being the ping pong ball. On one side of the fence, on the other side of the fence, on the other side of the fence, on one side of the fence.
Yeah, as far as computers go, we're gonna have to start pirating old stuff to make new stuff work. All right, try this again.
Sorry about that. I'm on mobile, so bear with
No
me.
problem. No problem. We get you. We understand. Hell, I'm running.
Hi,
this thing.
YouTube Most Censored. Welcome.
Yes.
Hello,
most
YouTube
welcome.
Most Centers. Kelly Unknown doesn't know nothing.
Oh, Trust, you shut your fat lip mouth.
Oh, jeez.
I call it a fat lip mouth because I'm about to deck it.
She's gonna get all swole on you.
Oh, no.
Parameters, please. Parameters, please.
Don't make
Crazy.
me go all litho on your ass.
Parameters, please.
I do love you, Trust. That's funny. YouTube Most Censored. That Wi-Fi is like crack. It kills.
No violence. Just toss the brick wall.
Keep playing. I love it.
I just need Oz to
Oh.
jump on his didgeridoo.
What?
Okay, we got.
The didgeridoo.
Yeah,
Yeah, we just need Oz in here to play the didgeridoo.
they'll do the didgeridoo.
All right, guys. We got Brandy wants to come up and join us. Anybody want to jump off real quick?
I'll pop off. I'll pop off.
Oh, somebody fell off.
Somebody fell off.
All right, let's do. They're dropping like flies. Welcome, Brandy.
Welcome, hello.
Welcome, Brandy.
There's my girl.
It took me a minute to figure it out. I actually had to like figure some things out with like settings and stuff. And that was like,
But it wasn't that difficult, was it?
no, I got it figured out.
Thank you, Scrimshaw. I appreciate it. Wow, somebody is beating the crap out of their phone or something.
It's Brandy.
We got a bunch of feedback coming from your mic, Brandy. Is it rubbing on your shirt or something, or?
It was. Is it better now?
No, it's still doing it. It's like it's got a short in the speaker or something. Or the mic, actually. It's doing a bzzz. Bzzz. That's good.
That's better.
Okay. And now am I going to
Right
get
on.
feedback?
That's better.
There you go.
Well done.
Yay!
Welcome to the party.
Figured something out. And how was your birthday, Vex?
So far, so good. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. A cop followed me home for a little while, but I just kept on driving. He didn't pull me over.
Oh, that's always fun.
Right on.
Well, I wasn't
Well, as
doing
long as
anything
He
it
wrong.
probably
follows you
ran
and
your
then leave
plate
you
and
alone,
it
that's
said,
good.
he probably ran your plate and it said, don't even try RE registration.
That's probably it, for real. Yeah, I had cops behind me a couple of different times in the past couple of weeks, and they just follow me for a little while and then peel off. I'm enjoying it. Don't mess with him. He knows what he's talking about. I love it when they do pull me over, because then I get to school the cops on stuff they should know.
Right. I had two flip around behind me the other night and then followed me for a while. I was like, oh great, there's two of them. I'm like, no. And then they just turned. I was like, okay, bye guys.
Oh man.
And it was through a construction zone, and it was all so much fun.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I drive a little truck, so it's easy for you to see inside the back of the cab and everything, right? So one time this guy was behind me, or this cop behind me, and he was following me for like a quarter mile. And I'm just like, are you going to pull me over or what, dude? I was kind of irritated that night, so I was just like, come on. And I basically leaned over in the middle and put both arms up like, what the fuck? Are you pulling me over or what? And I started pulling over to the side, put on my turn signal and stuff like that. And he slowed down a little bit, but then went around me. And I was like, son of a bitch.
All that for nothing.
Yeah, I was like, man, I'm driving the speed limit and everything, and you're not even going to pull me over? Bastard.
Damn bastards. I can't drive the speed limit. I don't know. It's just my foot is too heavy or something. But I've only had I've only had one speeding ticket ever. All of the rest I've been able to talk myself out of, even though I was totally speeding. 60 and a 25. Right. And I was able to talk myself out of that one. I was able to talk myself out of that one, but I was not able to talk myself out of a 45 and a 35.
Yeah, I wasn't able to talk my way out of either my 90 and a 65 or my, it was 35 and a 25. Either one of them, I was like, damn it.
Yeah. I tried one time. Didn't work.
I talked
that one in the 25 zone. Go ahead, Panther. A seatbelt ticket instead.
I got a seatbelt.
Hey, James, welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking
Hey,
bastard.
James, welcome. We're just hanging out and bullshitting. Join us.
Yeah, when I was...
I don't think cops are going to pull me over anymore.
Well, I hope not.
I hope not either, but still. It's fun to talk to them sometimes. Hey, by the way, did you know you pulled me over for no damn reason whatsoever? Yeah, I had a reason. Oh, really? What was that? Oh, well, you were doing this. Well, that's unconstitutional, and that's no reason to pull me over. So, did you have another reason?
Yeah, normally when cops pull me over, they got a reason to be pulling me over.
You
I
give them a reason.
have to admit, usually when I've been pulled over, there's actually
There's
a reason.
a blatant reason, yeah. Like the cop, when she pulled me over, I was speeding in that 25 zone. She literally, when she walked up to my car, she was like, go, speed racer. Because it was in these windy ass roads, right? And I was just hauling ass, you know. I mean, I drove these roads every day, multiple times a day. And so I'm just hauling ass. And I was like, hey, that person, because it was so dark, right? I couldn't see that it was a cop behind me, even. But all of a sudden there's, you know, headlights behind me. And I'm like, hey, that person's a good driver just like me. And then I get lit up, and then she's like, go, speed racer. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And I mean, like, I'm high as fuck, right? Like, I had just come from a party, but I wasn't drinking. And I was just like, oh my gosh, you know, I'm so sorry. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, all I want to do is get home. You know, like my friends called me, their designated driver wasn't so designated anymore. And so I had to go rescue them and da 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 da. And she was like, okay. I was like, I literally live like 3 blocks from here, right? Like 3 blocks. That's it, just 3 blocks. She's like, okay, I'll just get home safe. You know, thanks for helping keep your friends safe, but watch your speed.
What's your speed?
That was the best shit ever. I'm sorry. Yeah. Go, speed racer.
My favorite pullover was in Austin, and I was in a little VW Bug, and I was starting to peak on mushrooms. And they pulled me over, and I'm trying, you know, I've got this grin on my face, and you know, when you're high like that, you can't stop. Like
it's perma smile.
Like the perma smile, and I'm like, ear to ear to do it, and I'm like, I know, and you know, your mind is talking to you, like, oh, get that smile off your face. He's gonna see it. And then I started peeking, and it was like, finally he went, well, I just pulled you over because you have a tail light out, and I'm like, oh, I promised to get it, and I started laughing. I couldn't help it. But he never. He just said, "Go on about your business and let me go." But I was, man, peeking on some good shrooms.
Hells yeah!
Yeah, I'm gonna say this to YouTube's most censored. Yeah, you got that ticket. There's an easy way to get out of it. 18 U.S. codes, bud. Man, just go to those and read them on motor vehicle operations. You will find that only commercial vehicles have to register and insure and all that good stuff. As a person just driving from one place to another, actually I say it, traveling from one place to another, you don't have to be registered for shit. It's a bluff. So you getting that ticket, you could have fought it easily. Just start quoting US 18 U.S. codes to the judge. Judge will understand exactly what you're saying, and he'll dismiss it. And if he doesn't, then you got an something actionable. I'm fumbling over my words. Somebody save me. Hey, Four Corners.
It's
Thank you.
Hard. Words are very, very hard.
I do English good. But yeah, there are ways to get out of what everybody deals with on a daily basis. And quite frankly, the police and judges and all them are bluffing you. All fucking bluff.
I'm completely not guilty, so.
I need to work on my poker face.
What you do is.
You can't do it if you're on mushrooms.
Every time you get pulled over, when they walk up to the car and look you in the eye, Just make sure your eyes are crossed.
I don't know about that one.
What? I just got these glasses today, officer. I'm sorry. I really do like fucking with the cops when I can, just because all my life I've been afraid of them bastards, and now I'm not.
I have a mixed review. Some of them were bad, some of them were good.
Well, let me say this. When I talk to them in person, like not involved in a situation where they were pulling me over, yeah, I get along with them fine. But when they're pulling me over for stupid shit, like, you know, being like going 56 and a 50, fuck you, dude. Don't you got something better to do?
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Like most of the ones won't even around here won't even
got
flinch
quotas
at you
to
unless you're going 10 over.
Right?
Yeah. That some cops are
If
just
they do,
dicks.
they're a dick.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link again. We got a spot up here to fill. Oh, hey, that was fast. Sasha, welcome.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good, pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, just hanging.
Yeah, I was getting tired of just typing in chat. I figured I'd hop on.
Yeah, talking's a lot easier than typing.
Yes, it is.
Except when you're me and you're twisting all your words up.
Typing sucks.
This
That's
is my first time
overrated.
actually talking.
Well, it's your
I'm
birthday.
always
We
just
can excuse
typing.
you.
Oh, James, that's good.
Do we
See,
have to,
I'm all
though?
for driving safe. I'm all for following the safety rules and stuff like that. Like when I'm driving around, I'm not weaving all over the road or speeding usually. I'm paying attention to other drivers. I'm very alert and all that stuff. Driving safely, I'm all good with. But stuff like, you know, getting pulled over for not having proper registration, yeah, that's bullshit. You don't even need a driver's license.
I had an incident when I lived in Moberly. Got pulled over again for expired plates. It must be the thing I do. The officer asked me, "So how late? How long has it been?" I told him 8 months. He looks at me and says, "How about you say 2?" And then he just gave me a warning.
Cool.
I got lucky because that officer was my friend's brother from high school, so he knew me.
Did you say Wimberley?
Yeah, good old Moberly, Missouri.
Oh,
Moberly.
Missouri. Okay.
hmm That was during my college days, and then I'm in Columbia now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he's about a half hour away from me.
Yep, I learned I got another Missourian today.
Yeah, Miss Red Badger's in Missouri also.
I'm over on the other side going west.
Oh, okay, right on.
I'm in the middle.
Crimshaw, hey, how's it going?
And if I move to Missouri, I'm going to the southwest quadrant.
There you go.
Indeed.
So southwest, that sounds like Springfield, Joplin area.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been convincing a lot of people that Missouri's better than where they're at.
Hey.
What? What?
I kind of like to not spread that around.
Well,
you
Missouri
gotta
needs a
invite
lot
the
of help
good
right
ones.
now.
Missouri
Missouri-
sucks, y'all.
Missouri needs a lot of help right now.
sucks.
Missouri has a lot of potential, but
No, Missouri
they're
is
being taken
awful. You
over.
don't want to come here. It's terrible. You should definitely go to any other state around here.
I mean,
Especially if you're a Democrat, don't come.
Just go to Florida. Go to Florida.
Definitely go to Oklahoma or Arkansas. Some
Texas,
go
Texas is
That's
better,
it. Go
dudes. Yeah, Texas is better, dudes.
Yeah, don't. Dog agrees.
Whoop.
Woof, woof.
Did somebody?
No, it's nice, and I feel lucky, as I'm sure Vex does too, to be in a state that's so gun friendly.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. Yeah,
But
Sasha,
we
let's
keep
talk about
Let's talk about
getting
quiet,
you
you
on
guys.
the Missouri Assembly.
You have to keep it quiet. Shh.
Yes, keep it quiet where you get overrun like Colorado.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, it's hard for me to lie.
Colorado is so overrun it doesn't even make sense anymore.
It so sucks because of that, but like I gotta love my home state, but like it's so overran, it's ridiculous.
I feel sorry for
I'm
you
so
all.
sick of them all. They can all go back to wherever the fuck they came from.
Yeah, wasn't it
Yep.
Vex? You were in the previous live stream where CP showed the video of the people just holding up and walking with the communist sign in Texas. I was like, what the heck is that all about?
Yeah,
Oh,
go figure.
oh my God, Austin. Oh
Yeah, it
my
seems
God.
like all the major cities have been taken over by communism.
Yep. Texas is technically purple now.
Well, I don't know about that because I used to live in South Texas. South Texas was all Democrat, and I mean hardcore Democrat. South Texas, especially Zapata County, went 80-something% for Trump.
Yep.
So that means, I mean, all that area that was once hardcore blue, and I mean blue as blue can get, royal blue, is now Trump country. So it's red. So that makes me, and if anybody was paying attention, which we're not supposed to be talking about politics tonight, but there was an event where the critical race theory was being pushed in South Lake, which is a huge it's a huge school area district, and they brought in all kinds of outside money to push critical race theory, and the people from South Lake went F you, and they came out in droves, and they won every seat. Matter of fact, it went from school board all the way to mayors, and none of the Democrats won. It was solid red, hard red at like
that's
a
awesome.
90, I think it was like 90-something% of the
Hey, Kay.
turnout.
Wow.
So that's good. So they kept it out, and now they're going to try to take it into the legislature again, that any part of it, like CCAP or any of that, does not come in. None of it comes in. The gender part of the Marxism or the race part of the Marxism into the school system. So that was good news.
Let's go to the map.
Let's go to
Where's the map?
Hi, Kay.
Oh, there's the map.
Yeah, look at all that red. And they're telling me that Biden won?
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
when it boils down to everything, there's, I think they say like 6 different precincts where essentially there's enough population there they can overtake the rest of the country.
Well,
So they're trying to, control those 6 spots.
Oh, absolutely.
And fuck the rest of the country. The rest of the country doesn't even fucking matter. It's being in those 6 spots that matters right now.
Lubbock today too did a thing for, because it was always traditionally very conservative out at Tech, and they made a big step back towards their origins today out in Lubbock. That's good news.
Hell yeah.
We need all the help we can get.
And I also like to point out this map. It's an old one, so you know it's even redder than before.
Yeah, because I was gonna say Zapata County is showing blue, and they went red.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, Boone County's still blue. That sucks.
Yeah, well, you have to expect that. That's where they're gonna that, and Columbia as a whole is gonna turn completely libtard blue.
Yeah. Why do you think I live outside? Yeah, I live outside the city limits.
Yeah, it's tough in Columbia. I mean, and of course, look what's there at the university.
Go figure.
Like Austin, that's why it's so blue and communist.
Yeah.
Houston's another issue. But whatever.
Houston's a major issue. I got family that live there. They are major fucking leftists. And what's funny is that they're born and bred in fucking Houston.
Yeah, it's sad.
But they're major fucking leftists.
All the universities have literally become communist HQ centers.
Oh yeah, with the Confucius Institute involved.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. And the 1619 project and the Common Core curriculum. And did you know that the whole entire University of Michigan is essentially under UN control, including any satellite campus?
Well,
found that to be interesting. Moose Man showed me that one night. Under some kind of like conservation bullshit.
Oh yeah.
Like the wetlands, any kind of like wetlands or reservation, like nature reserves and shit.
Yep. Well, they were supposed to have stopped that, but apparently they don't listen.
Oh yeah, they totally
don't play
listen.
by the same rules anyway.
I don't even think they've got rules anymore.
They don't have rules.
It's just I wake up today and the wind blew that way instead of this way. So this is what it is today.
Uh-oh, I hear tunage.
It's guitar time.
I was hitting it real light.
I heard it.
We need some Hendrix. We need some Hendrix.
All right, let me go find my CD.
What breed is your guitar?
Hey, Vex, don't forget you've got a week for my request.
Oh, man.
What breed is your guitar? Because it has a very nice tone.
It's an Ibanez Blazer, an old one.
Wow. The tone is really sweet.
Yeah, that's the exact reason why I got it. I played it, and it sounded like an acoustic guitar without it being plugged up. I was like, yep, this is my guitar.
That's it, hon. Hi, Nate. Good to see you.
He's looking for 45 grain M183.
Whoops. Ugh. I'm such trash.
No, you're not, Vex. Shut up.
There were
all
way
that
more.
strawberries you're eating.
Yeah, it's throwing me off. I'm not used to the strawberries.
AZ in the house.
Nate,
hey, welcome,
why did you? Hi, AZ. But I want to know, why did Nate drive 60 miles for an In-N-Out cheeseburger? What?
It must have been that good.
I mean, like, I know that he said the one that was like closest to his house was crappy, but an hour for a cheeseburger, like, for real?
Oh, he wasn't going 60 miles an hour. He was going 100.
Nate can't drive 55.
He can't drive.
There's an active shooter situation at San Francisco Airport Hyatt Hotel. That's just lovely.
He said that's the closest to me. 60 miles away. That's the closest one to him.
Oh, that's wow.
I thought there was one closer.
Thank you, Kay. You're awesome.
Got a bunch of people coming in. I'm gonna step out. I'm gonna be in chat. Give someone else a chance to get in here.
Right on. I appreciate you coming up.
Yep.
Take it easy, Sasha.
All right, guys. Yeah, good talking to you.
That was cool.
Son of a crack whore.
Drop somebody else.
That's what they say.
When one person drops, man, they drop like flies. Hang on, people. It's going to be a rough one.
I have definitely, over the last week, learned to navigate StreamYard via mobile.
There you go.
I'm like a
One
pro
never
now.
quits learning.
I know, right?
One never quits learning. Proof.
Everyone is always the student, no matter how much learning you have.
That's right.
Some shit like that.
I used to tell people that when I was just a little kid. Like, I'll always be in school. Life is a school. You never stop learning, you know? And they just call me, like, nerd and dork and stuff. And...
Hey, Kay.
Hi.
Look at that shirt. It's got a lot of words going on.
Kay. Hi, Kay.
How do I put that up on full?
I don't know. I can't read it. I'm on my phone. It's too small.
I'm trying to figure out how to put you on the big screen.
Click on the picture.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of my freedom.
Hell yeah!
America.
Great.
I'm gonna
t-shirt.
fix this shirt. It's not gonna be so masculine. But I just wanted to show you and tell you happy birthday again.
Thank you very much. Again.
Be in the chat though, because
Right on.
I got a lot going on. So.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yep. God bless you. Happy birthday and have a wonderful night. I might pop in later. Who knows? But I'll be in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know how long I'm going on this, so I'm just winging it all.
Yeah, that's a great t-shirt.
Nobody knows.
Exactly.
Right. All right. Well, hopefully those links got out to everybody. I know Zach's getting ready to go share them all too. So we will see who we can bring in. You might actually even get the owner of your spot coming in.
Oh.
So
Well, if he wants to jump up here and talk about a spot, then or your spot, then that'd be cool too.
yeah. So I'm gonna go and see if he's still planning on coming on different lives and stuff. But
Cool.
I will be in the chat.
Excellent. Thank you.
Happy birthday. Bye.
Bye. It's like getting like greeting cards online. Or birthday cards online. That's what I meant to say.
There you go. Always
It's like,
work.
here, mine's musical. And Scripps all starts singing.
Drop your PayPal link. You might get some gifts.
I'd have to go get one.
Never mind then.
I'd never set anything up for like PayPal or anything like that. That's the last thing I really want to deal with as far as my YouTube channel, just because I don't want people to think I'm doing this, because I'm trying to make money at it. I do this because I fucking love it.
Well, of course, but I mean, PayPal's for more than getting money. It's for fucking spending a shit ton of money too.
I got a debit card for that. Oh, that was horrible.
Yeah, I don't like to put my debit card information out there. So I'll use PayPal, and if they don't take PayPal, I'm like, fine, fuck you. I'll use my PayPal key, and I'll still use PayPal to pay you.
I'll walk around it. Welcome back, guys. Night.
Yeah, it seems safe to jump back on now.
Is your signal
Hello,
stabilizing?
Well, I mean, I don't know most people here, so I just let them do what they wanted to do before I actually hang out.
You might not think you don't know anybody or know many people here, but they're just like the people we hang out with.
Okay,
Well,
I know.
So you
That's what it
know,
seems like.
you
But
know
that's
a
what I've
bunch of
been
the people here.
that's what I'm
No.
saying. You know a
I
bunch of the
don't.
people here.
I
You
don't.
know me. You know Callie.
Yeah,
you know
you
Black
guys. You guys.
Panther.
You know me.
You guys don't count because it's already automatic.
Oh shit, we don't count because it's automatic. Oh, thanks.
You guys are already
Oh,
automatically like.
We don't
You just
count.
told the birthday boy
Why,
he doesn't
thank
count
you.
because he's automatic.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I want to say, hey, welcome Your Spot official. Thank you
Hi,
for the
Your
birthday
Spot
greetings. I
official.
appreciate it.
Hello.
Thank,
Your
Hi,
spot.
Your
thank you.
Yeah, happy birthday, by the way, Vex. I don't know if I told you in chat. I don't remember if I did or not.
It's okay, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Did you eat your strawberry shortcake yet?
What's up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know Panther too. I just never got to hear her voice until just now.
Nobody has.
Yes.
Except
Oh,
me.
and there's Alex. Hi, Alex. Welcome to
Brandy.
the show.
Hi, Alex.
Alex.
Yeah, so there's just Panther, Vex, Eric the Red, Base Prism, that guy, Callie, Hank,
He said Eric the Red.
AZ.
So apparently,
Where's that
you know
guy?
a lot of people.
Happy birthday, Vex.
Thank you very much, buddy.
You guys are really the main group I know.
Well, we're the best. We're the best.
Yeah, we are
Who
the
is?
best.
Truthfully, you know a lot of people in here.
Yeah,
No one
and
really
if I-
knows me though, except you guys,
Yeah.
because I dropped out. I kind of went MIA for a while.
This is where the cool kids hang out.
For a
Yeah.
couple months,
At
doesn't
Vex.
count.
Last
Yeah.
night was on a secret CIA mission.
He was.
Welcome
Dude,
to
don't
Warfield.
associate me with the CIA.
Oh shit.
Don't associate me with those pussies.
Can I?
Oh my gosh, did you see their new video they put out?
Oh my god!
I saw
Kelly,
that
tell Ethan.
3 weeks
Oh
ago.
my god.
3 weeks
Oh
ago,
my
I saw that shit.
Oh, I missed it 3 weeks
There's,
ago, but I seen it today.
I don't know what you
There's,
guys are talking about.
Dude,
more-
it is so woke.
there's
You
more
have
of
to
them.
go and look at it. Oh,
Yeah,
hi,
there's
Zach.
There's more of them.
How are
How's
you?
it
What's up,
going?
Zach? How's it going, Zach?
Good to see you, buddy.
Hi.
See, he's another one that I don't know.
This is Zach.
There's so
He's
many of
the
them.
best ever.
What's up, dude?
Well, that's typical for the YouTube verse, man.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, since I've been gone for a while too. Shit, I didn't even know Vex had a channel.
Vex had a channel
Had the
before
channel
you
for a
left.
while.
Yeah,
he's
you
the
knew he had a
for while.
channel.
Did he? I did. I never subscribed to it. I don't know.
Say what?
I just know I always hung out. Well, not always, but quite a few times I hung out with him at Rick's.
Vex had a channel before I had a channel.
Yeah.
See, I didn't know that.
True that. True.
See, like I said, this is where the cool kids hang out. It's like the secret hidden garden.
Okay.
Kind of nice that way, though.
Yeah, I was going to ask you in chat, but you disappeared. Like, hey, you're going to jump on with Base Prism instead of your alt? Well, you already did anyways, I think. I don't know.
Yeah. Here I am.
And he's rocking like a hurricane.
Yeah, I've been sitting here trying to teach a bird how to talk. Very time consuming.
But your bird is okay?
Yeah, he seems like he's doing better. I think part of the thing was he was just really hungry. And the second thing of all is he seems to have just become bizarrely tame.
Aw.
Yeah.
Who fell
I was
off?
about to say, where's the host? Yeah, Panther dropped out.
Oh.
Panther.
I mean, I can drop back out. No problem with me.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can only have 6 up at a time. That's why I saw Zach in backstage, and I was like, I gotta put Zach up. Hey, Joe,
Alright, so
welcome, brother.
I'll drop out and let Panther on.
You can dump me anytime. Seriously. If someone
Hey.
pops up, just pop me off. Because I may not.
Yeah, here too.
All right,
Zach's got something to say.
I just wanted to wish Vex a happy birthday.
Thanks, you brother. That's awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming by and hanging with us. Yeah, these are let me, so I don't butcher the name of the channel because I have so many of them, or that I have on my page. I want to make sure and put the right one out. Patriot Brothers. I'm gonna go ahead and throw his link out. I'm gonna throw his link out. I want you guys to check him out because they have a good panel show, and they talk. Well, they're a family talking to each other, basically. So yeah, I think you guys
it's a
can
great
relate.
spot.
Cool.
I haven't seen Duke around though. The last few times I've been around, I don't know where Duke has been. I hope everything is okay.
Perhaps he's with his Duchess.
Duke and Duchess.
He's been working a lot.
Oh, that explains it. Yeah, it's planting season, right, on the farm and everything, and he's probably got his hands full.
Yeah, I'm planting a big garden this year myself. Well, big for me anyway.
Yeah, you ought to do some. You ought to do some videos on it. Zach, what you got?
I thought about that.
He owns a pest control company.
Oh, so he's busy.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have a farm too where he's growing vegetables and stuff or whatever? I thought that was him. No. I'm mistaking him then. I'm sorry. But you should, Alex. You should do gardening videos and shit or whatever.
Yeah, I thought about it, man. You know, I gotta see. I don't really know. You know, this is my first stab at this, man. I've been disabled before I had that surgery for a while, so I decided this year, since I can actually walk again and do whatever I want to, I'm gonna grow all those things I've been wanting to grow. So
that's awesome, Alex.
Yeah, I'm planting a bunch of medicinal herbs too. I got a ton of beds. I've got to try to find either the seeds or the herbs themselves.
Well,
Might be cheaper to get the seeds.
Yeah, well, make a video with it and just, whatever you're doing with it. I mean, today I'm just gonna go and, till up some dirt. Watch me till up some dirt, guys.
Yeah, watch this crooked fence I built around my garden.
There you go.
That's okay. Gotta learn and start somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, when I move, I'm planning to do the same type of thing. I plan to start planting stuff. I'm definitely going to plant tomatoes because that's relatively easy to grow, and I can't go too wrong with them. I want to do some potatoes.
Those are pretty easy. Tomatoes, I think, is probably one of the easier things to grow.
Yeah, and I plan to go ahead and just video
definitely. It. Tomatoes are super easy. And if you get like an organic or an heirloom tomato, you can literally just take the seeds out of that and keep planting that variety year after year, You don't even have to buy plants or anything.
And tomatoes are such a giving plant. Like,
hey, if you gentlemen want some intense training, strength training, you might as well till your dirt with the metal sport.
Hell yeah.
Oh, man. I had enough fun. Like, I bought, tillers are expensive, and I didn't want to buy, a really expensive one, so I bought, this really tiny one. It's supposed to be more of a cultivator. And, man, I spent 2 days trying to till that garden with that little thing.
Or pickaxe.
What I'll do is if it's new soil, if it hasn't been tilled before, I'll break it with the shovel first. Try to break it with the shovel and then get the cultivator in there.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to
use a fork that you can pop down into the ground and kind of loosen the soil, and then you can come back with that cultivator. And if it's kind of not full of weeds, the cultivator generally will go through it, and as many passes as you make over it. But you know,
I want to say hello and welcome to Do Stuff with Nikki. Welcome.
Hi, Nikki. Good to see you. Nikki's like a botanist. She's really good with plants and shooting iguanas. I'm just saying.
That's the kind of people you need around. Scientists, doctors, like that. People with experience with plants and animals.
yeah.
If you're gonna want to build communities, you need people with technical skills.
Thank you, Nikki.
Not people that work at Walmart or Lowe's and shit like that.
Yeah, I plan to actually, whenever I start doing my gardening and move and everything, then I plan to actually do a video and get input from everybody else on, what I should try to plant. So I want to make it like a step-by-step thing where basically I have everybody help me with it.
Yeah, you got to plant by season, dude. Like there's winter vegetables, summer vegetables, spring vegetables. You got to plant.
And that's going to be a lot of stuff that I'm going to have to learn too.
And
Start with a salad garden.
There's a lot of plants that complement each other.
Like, lettuce, tomato, cucumber, carrots, potatoes maybe.
Watermelon.
I really do. I really do want to make potatoes and tomatoes. Those are my two things that I want to do. Anything more would just be gravy, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple.
Yeah, I bought like 3 varieties of watermelon. I'm gonna try to, because I love watermelon. I'm gonna try to plant several varieties.
Yeah, so do I, man.
I've got I've got probably like 35, 40 watermelon plants going right now.
Kay says a salsa garden.
Yeah.
Dude, do you have a bean garden too? Kidney beans, pinto beans. What are the others? The little yellowish Cuban beans. I don't know what they're called.
I also plan to get some small animals, like start with some chickens and maybe get I don't know, maybe even a cow to roam around my land.
Get you some guinea fowl. They're pretty
goat
useful.
Yeah, goats too.
Guinea fowls eat a lot of pests, dude.
Really? That's good to know.
But you have to be able to live with guineas.
Yeah, if you're not used to the noises they make and shit, yeah.
I can't. They're great alarms, but I can't live with them. Them and peacocks. It's like, yeah, no.
Yeah,
the guinea fowl are double though. I mean, they're good at pest control, and then if you get hungry, you can cook them up.
See, that's the way I'm thinking. I want animals that I plan to, basically, oh shit, hard winter, got to cut somebody's head off.
But yeah, you just got to deal with their noise, though, dude. But I don't know. I mean, I'm an animal person. I can deal with a lot of
chickens do just as good, in my opinion, and I don't have to put up with the noise.
And they don't require a whole lot of attention, and you get eggs.
I love my chickens. I dearly enjoyed them.
They're pretty cool animals.
And they live a long time. At least mine did. They lived a long time. And they all had names.
Yeah, you can't eat the ones you name. Unless you're desperate.
See, even that bird agrees. You can't eat your birds.
You can't eat your birds.
Can't
eat. Walking.
It was offended by your conversation.
Yeah, you got triggered.
It's like, lay off the fowl, people. Eat more cow.
Sasha says we need tons of potatoes so we can have lots of vodka.
Yes, we're gonna need lots and lots of vodka.
My potatoes here in Mo were never as good as I wish they were, and it's strange because my best potatoes that I ever grew, I grew in South Texas, And everybody was like, "What? You're growing potatoes?" And I said, "Why not?" So I grew them, and I had tons of potatoes. And I had literally no clue. It was the first time I ever grew them. So when I had all this knowledge of potatoes and planted, like, oh, listen to all the experts, I had half the yield that I got in South Texas. I never figured that out.
Yes, Ricky, they were talking about vodka.
It's probably the soil. I don't know, because in California, potatoes grow like crazy here.
Really? I didn't think
But-
they'd grow.
I mean, most things grow like crazy here.
Yeah, because California's soil is heavily with alkali, and it's good for most, practically any vegetation, depending on
Huh.
if it's climatized or not.
Well, I never expected it to be so good in South Texas, and it was great. Could have been the soil, the sandy
Yeah, it's probably the
loam.
soil. Has to do with the soil mostly.
Hey Zach, did you change your camera? Because it's looks like it's glitching for me.
Zach's on an icon for me.
Okay. Yeah, you see, I didn't even have the icon. It was just like a square.
Weird.
Oh, weird.
Right on.
Streaming
I just
has
wanted-
been tripping though.
Yeah, we
Well,
might
you
have
to
to.
YouTube. I don't know.
I'm going to be investigating freeconferencecall.com and checking that out for use also.
Yeah, make sure you do a good dive on it, man, because you never know.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
we
it's
have
been-
Discord.
That's true.
Discord
but
is worse.
not
That's like
everybody
free
wants to be on
conference call.
Discord. Yeah, well, free conference again with the words. The free conference call thing was suggested to me through the assembly, so I'm inclined to check it out.
Yeah, just dive on it, dude. Make sure there's no fuckery. I mean, we can't avoid that, anyways, but you gotta keep things as safe as
They're not
Be
going
as
to
safe
get
as
anything from us that we haven't already said.
That's right.
I agree with that.
Hi, Lake Fairy. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, I didn't see that name. Where? Oh, that's Nikki.
No, Lake Fairy Prepper.
Oh,
Oh, I didn't see that name either because she has me blocked. But anyway.
Oh, there you are. Hi, Lake Fairy Pepper. Welcome.
YouTube is not a dating site.
Oh God.
That bird is
I don't
going
mind.
off.
I don't mind the bird.
I don't
like
either.
You got,
I love the bird.
Zach's got something to say.
yeah, what you got, Zach?
I'm probably going to delete Discord because of the freaking censorship.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Or are they back at it again, Zach?
Oh, man.
Welcome to China, Zach.
Yeah. Welcome to the rise of the Fourth Reich.
We gotta go
Welcome
through
to the-
China
Venezuela.
style.
We gotta go through the Venezuela stage first, where people use the money for toilet paper, and they went and stocked up on it.
Like most of the poorer nations in Africa.
Yeah. Gates land.
Well, I suggest any of you Californians try to apply. Well, just go in and say you can't speak of the English because you're going to get $22,000 if you can.
I mean, I've thought about that. I've thought about like denouncing my citizenship and like walking across the border again just to get the money and free services. You know what I'm saying?
Why not?
Because at that
22,000.
point, I would be an illegal alien. I mean, I'm fucking paying for it anyway. Is it really stealing if it's my own money?
Zach, what you got?
They took case Discord grew totally down.
Oh wow.
That's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm saying.
noticed.
Zach knows. Discord is bad. Discord's like Reddit.
I don't like the layout of it, man. Like I don't know, and then you start following a bunch of people's discords, and it's just like a mess
I agree,
of confusion.
Alex. It is very confusing.
Yeah, and I get like 1 million notifications, like for nothing.
So you gotta turn the notifications off. You gotta turn the notifications off. I did. I turned my notifications off, and now they won't let me turn them back on, like on my phone. I can't get notifications even for like specific things because you can go in and program all of that, so that way you get certain notifications, and not others.
Speaking of that,
And I agree, like it was like kind of walking into a different world when I first joined Discord, but I mean, I don't think they're censoring any more than anywhere else, really.
I mean, they couldn't have designed it to be more pleasant. Like, you know what I mean? It's just,
Yeah, I can agree with that. The layout is kind
yeah, the
of.
layout's terrible.
Man, that's true. I also want to throw this in real quick. You guys got to think about maybe putting less on your phones and get yourself a laptop. Something. Hell, you can get a laptop at a pawn shop that's in decent condition and get it set up. But I suggest you start taking more stuff off your phones and get them on a separate device, because it's going to get to the point where if you don't support the regime, then you're not going to be able to use your phone.
Yeah, and put your information on devices that are not connected to the internet.
If they want to take cell phones away, right on.
Yeah, I'll put all my information on a rotary phone. I'll get on that later.
I'll go back to writing letters.
Oh yeah, I still write letters. I still have
Postcards. Postcards.
What you got, Zach?
After I finish this huge project done, hopefully between December and April of next year, I might build us Patriots a community ad.
Right on.
That sounds badass, Zach.
That'd
Nice.
be cool.
I'd definitely join.
Yeah.
I'll definitely support it too if you got any kind of
if I'm still kicking
links to like PayPal or something. I'll definitely fork over some money for that.
Hey, drive safe, Nate.
Yeah.
Let us know when you get home safe.
Nate,
on the road.
You are wild.
Peace, Nate.
60 minutes for a damned burger.
I hope it's good.
60 minutes out and 60 minutes back. That's not round trip.
I hope that burger is the best burger.
I mean, In-N-Out is pretty damn good, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
It is to Nate.
Yeah.
It is, Nate.
It's
Nate's
really
like
good.
a cheeseburger addict.
Yeah, and it
Empty
makes him feel like home too, right?
It's his drug.
The only time you can get in and out really is when you're in California, except now they're in Colorado. I'm sure they've expanded other places, or are planning to expand other places. It's just too popular not to.
The good part about Discord, it's a good place to drop stuff. Like if you want to drop it into you want something to remember, or if you're just talking amongst a few people. The bad part is the layout and the fact that I don't know. I'll go in there and it'll say pending, and I'll go and there'll be. I'm sure I might know these people, but they've changed their name because it's Discord, and there's all these people that I literally don't know. And I'm not going to go, yeah, come on, let's be friends. I have no clue, absolutely zero clue who you are. And that's the part that is irritating to me about Discord.
Yeah, that's understandable.
I mean, I'll go. I don't even know like who they are. So why are they befriending me? And then there's like a whole list of them, and it's like, who are these people? Like, where did they come from?
It used to be like we had too many. Like we were bitching because we didn't have any alternatives. Now there's too many alternatives, and everything's getting really diluted. Like people are becoming spread thin across like. You got Mike Lindell, you got Your Spot, you got Phoenix Social Network, you got Gab, you got
Trovo, you got.
Well, that's the game plan. That's the game plan.
Yeah, decentralization
See, and
is
there's
really
a difference.
Yep.
I'm not really on social media like that. I'm on streaming platforms. I'm
Right.
not on, well, I mean, like, I have a Gab account, I have a Spreely account, but I don't use them, like,
I don't even know what
ever.
Spreely is. I've never even heard of that.
It's free speech social media site set up kind of like Facebook.
See, I mean, that's another one. Like, there's just
Yeah.
all kinds now.
Yeah, that's
Tons.
many.
I guess
Then they
Spreely's going to
become
be
echo
getting live
chambers
streamed
too.
soon.
And that's
And
the
it
bad
makes
thing
it
about it.
hard to, like, network, like, if you're trying to use it to market, like, your channel or market anything or get a group together to advocate for anything or take any kind of action. Now,
Right.
instead of just just getting on one or two sites, you got to try to manage like 7 or 8 sites.
I think
Like,
there's. I think somebody was talking about. Maybe I've got this wrong, but it was like some. Well, it might have been an app, so screw that. But it would like you post something up to one of them, and it shoots it out to all of them, so you don't have to keep doing it individually again. But still, I get what you're saying, because it does dilute it, and that was what they wanted. They wanted to break us up, basically.
Yep.
And
Go ahead, Zach.
yeah,
I'll be building and getting into politics after this huge project because I want to fight for you guys. I'm fed up with this crap that this administration is doing, and I really want to help this country. I have this passion because I want a voice for this family.
Right
Right
on,
on,
Zach.
brother.
that's awesome,
Just be
Zach.
careful.
That's
Just
awesome,
be
man.
careful with politics, man. It's treacherous water.
But you know what, man? That's what we got to do. We got to, even if run for your school board or whatever.
Yes, state level.
I'm even considering it. It's like the last thing on
That's
earth
what
I
I've been
want to
doing.
do.
I've been talking to Hank and Callie and Oz, whoever joins us. That I've been considering it, dude, because that's where we need to hit everything. If we don't hit everything in our states, local, community, everything, then we'll never
There's no
change the government.
choice. Yeah, there's no
We'll never
chance if
change
we
it.
don't
Hold on a minute,
if we
guys.
don't hit it on a local level.
I say,
Hi,
I say
Chariot
maybe.
Rain.
I haven't seen
I say
Chariot Rain
maybe.
in forever.
Hi, Chariot Rain.
In about
Yeah,
5
it's been a long
months, because
time.
he took a
Chariot Rain.
hiatus.
Yeah, I remember him saying that he was gonna
I
go
see
go
that.
out for a while.
It's good to see you, Chariot Rain.
Long time, man.
Yeah, man.
But you're right, God's Knight. I mean, we need to take our country back at a local level.
Because there's too like we're talking about, we're too spread thin. There's too many of us focusing on the government, and that's a bad thing to focus on. You can't change the government by trying to attack it. You got to go at the lower level first. You got to start from the bottom.
Yeah, especially the federal. There's no saving the federal at this point.
No,
It's like
gotta-
Ron DeSantis. It's like if you could even on
Well-
your state level, Ron DeSantis comes out and says, "I'm not going to allow social media censorship." You know what I mean? It's that kind of thing. From county,
Right on.
to state. And
Yeah,
Well,
in your little
your
town.
state
nullification.
government.
We need states to nullify laws.
Yep.
Yeah, and your state government makes up the federal government, at least in part. So you taking back your state government, right, ultimately helps to clean up the federal government as well.
is this when I start talking about the assembly?
Yep. Yeah, it all has to be done at your local state level, or else nothing's gonna change.
And which brings me back to Newsom having a temper tantrum.
Oh yeah, he's scared.
Oh yeah. He's really scared. He's really scared. He had his mommy and daddy, Potatoes and Vice Potatoes come out and totally back him and throw the full weight of the administration behind him. Yep.
That he's not going anywhere. They claimed he's not going anywhere. Just like
I
Cuomo.
think we've
I'm
got
not
another
resigning.
thing coming.
Even Cuomo said he's not going to resign.
Oh, you mean the
No,
mass
they don't
murder?
care anymore, man. It's just
They don't care.
What is it that
They don't
Nate
care.
says?
blatant and out in the open now for
The nursing
everybody to
home
see,
kids?
man. If you don't see it, you're blind.
Rules
I need
for
more
thee,
cannabis now. Sheesh.
Well,
We
I
are
like to
the
just-
serfs.
I'd just like to remind everybody that there was a phrase that was being batted around a long time ago. I don't know. Maybe you guys have heard about it. It's no taxation without representation.
Yep.
Are we being represented?
No.
Fuck no.
Hell no. Absolutely not.
All right.
So it's theft. It's
So,
not taxation. It's theft.
Yeah, exactly. At the point of a gun.
Hey, Stray Dog. Good to see you.
What's
Yo,
up, Stray?
Stray, man.
That's
I don't
Stray.
think you know
Stray
anything.
dog. Keep
Yeah, I'm
up the
back,
good
Stray.
work, Stray dog.
This is like the old family.
It's good to
Yeah.
see you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you for coming by and hanging out with us, man. Appreciate it. But
The OG folk.
taxation without representation is, well, essentially the reason why we went to war. It wasn't exactly the tax, the T. It was
Exactly.
taxation.
That makes me want to break out into another song. Whoa. What is it good for?
Not for us. It's good for the ones in control, but not for us.
Well, and that's why I want to try and stress that we can totally bypass these assholes.
Yeah, we could. You're right.
I mean, I understand where Zach is coming from and wanting to fight for us and all that stuff. I mean, that's awesome, and we'll need you, definitely.
How old are you, Zach? How old is Zach? Like in his 20s, mid 20s, early
Well, let's
20s.
see.
25.
I think 28.
Panther just sent me a
Looks like
note.
it
So
said
much for
25.
politics.
Hold on.
I can't remember. Age is
Hold on,
just
go
a
ahead, Zach.
number. I don't pay attention to that shit.
What's up, Zach?
I don't either. But the
Hold on,
thing
Zach.
is, it does matter
Zach wants to say
at
something.
sometimes.
Hold up.
28.
28. Nice. All right.
28.
So he's still young. He's still young. He's still got a way to go.
That's what I thought.
I'm glad he's getting into politics. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
I
never
think
said
he's got
not
the
to. I just
perfect
said
voice for
be
it.
careful. It's treacherous. It's very treacherous.
She
Any
said
one
the
of us
perfect
can betray
voice.
each other, you know, and that's just how it is. That's how you got to treat politics. Is any one of us can be an enemy. It doesn't matter what you say, what you do. Everyone and anyone is an enemy.
I was
That's how you
going
got
to
to treat it.
tell Callie, and I might as well tell you guys that there is a series. It's only 3, and I can understand why there's only 3 episodes. I really understand that. It's called Secret State, and it's over on Amazon Prime.
Oh,
And
yeah, I'm going to have to look that up.
I kind of tripped over it, and then I watched it, and I went, "Oh my god!" And then I went, "No wonder there's only 3 episodes."
Because the government came in and shut it the fuck down.
The subject matter would not have been copacetic for any government. That's all
I
I'll tell you
definitely
about
have to watch that.
It's worth watching.
It's called
3
Secret
episodes.
State.
They don't want.
Secret
They don't want
State.
people.
Yeah.
Secret
They don't
State.
want no one
I'll have to check
opposing.
it out.
They don't want people understanding that what they're doing is wrong, and that most people are still bought into, and they believe that government loves them and wants to take care of them, and they don't understand that it's the opposite.
Yeah, and that's because they've got people not even remembering one day from the next. People literally can't fucking pay attention. They literally have no idea from one day to the next, like, what the fuck their government has done to them or continues to do to them or try to do to them. It's kind of infuriating, if you ask me. That's what they want, you know. God forbid anybody remember what happened last year.
Well, God forbid
Yeah.
that people who want to do the right thing get shut down.
Thank you, Panther.
And they
putting the link
label you
in.
as a dissident. Well, someone else wants to hop on, I can hop on.
She put a link in the chat
Oh.
for me. Yeah, we're good. Nobody is trying to come up yet.
Well,
I
if
was
they
watching.
pop me off.
I was watching Jesse Lee Peterson earlier today, and he played a clip of these two university professors, and I guess I don't know exactly what they were doing, but they were on a hot mic, and the whole auditorium could hear them, and they were basically talking about how social justice has been injected into absolutely every subject. And I think that one guy was teaching like a science, and his students were asking him, how is this even relevant to science? You know, and that's what they're doing, man. It's just indoctrination. You send your kids to school, and then that's where they pick up all this shit.
It's corrupt. Yeah, it's all
That's
corrupted.
what
Dude.
Common
It's all
Core. That's what Common Core does.
Yep.
Common Core links everything your children learn. Let's say they want to teach your children about gender or transgender. Well, somehow they link it to math, and they link it to English, and so they can bring up it's such a game. I mean, when I heard that, my skin I got so angry, because I thought, that's how they get away with, they name it something cute like Common Core, which is so typical for the government, like CCAP, and then they can drag it across through every classroom, and all these teachers get a pass because they're teaching the Common Core. No, forget that. We need to drag this stuff right out of the schools.
Well, I talked a little bit about this on the show the other day, and I can't remember the name of it. I got it on my phone. Let me look it up. It's something to do with a Civics Act or something like that. And I still need to look it up because I heard it on another program. But apparently, they're trying to pass an act where common or critical race theory is going to be taught everywhere.
Yeah,
I heard that.
Yeah, I've been hearing that for a few months. Already, companies.
Zach had something.
I'm just fed up with the fuckery. I'm tired of people getting away with anything without any consequences. I want voter reform, stop the trafficking, get phonics and cursive back in schools, and much more.
Amen, Zach.
Yeah, I agree, Zach.
Absolutely, brother.
That's a strong start, huh? That's a strong start.
Because I've been considering working on my handwriting again, my cursive writing, because I haven't done it in so long. That's kind of funny to me that Zach brings that up.
Yeah, kids don't even know how to do that now.
No, they don't.
Right.
I still do, but it's kind of sloppy, It's like
this critical race theory, man. It's like a cancer, man. We've got to shut that shit down.
Oh, it's a cancer, and it's totally against the Constitution, and it's totally against anything that happened in the 60s and the 50s towards people rights, civil rights. It's totally against it. So it should not be accepted in any federal, any level of the
anything
I don't even
weaponized to cause
anywhere
this chaos or segregation or the elusive racism, that is illegal.
It's absolutely illegal, and that's why Texas kicked it right out of South Lake, and it affected all the votes over in South Texas on May 2nd. It showed up that the people do not want anything to do with it. It went through the school board. None of the people that were supporting it got in, and that goes from school board members all the way to mayors. It was like wildfire. People said, we don't want this crap. DeSantis doesn't want it. Iowa doesn't want it. Idaho doesn't want it. A lot of the red states are speaking up because the truth is, all it is Marxism. And you can remove the word gender and replace it with color, and you can remove the word color and you can replace it with gay, and you can remove gay. See, it fits everything. It's the communists are literally paying, the Chinese are paying to poison our young people with. And that's why I've been against the Confucius Institute for the last 10 years. Like, why people were going, yay, Confucius Institute. I'm like, what is wrong with people? Why are universities doing this? And now we know why.
And it's not just the universities anymore. It's the fucking large companies too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The corporations in America were the biggest purveyors of that critical race theory book, right? They bought it by the thousands because they're going to give everybody a copy, and it's going to be like required training, like diversity, sensitivity training type of shit within like every big corporation.
Not in Florida, not in Texas.
Education, it was in the military first. And I've seen this myself.
Oh, I believe you. I definitely believe that.
So before it even goes through, to through civilians or their institutions, it has to go to the military first. Then law enforcement. So this has been going on for a very long time.
Well, we reject it as an intelligent people. They can push it all they want. Just like Coke came out with their manifesto. Apparently, it didn't do them well because they're hurting bad. Yep. They've kind of
Anyone who goes
on their manifesto now.
Yeah, that saying that they say, you go woke, you go broke, and we see a lot of companies crashing because of this.
Go woke, get broke.
But
that's
it's their
for
fault.
damn sure. They do deserve it.
But
that's my opinion.
They're going to get that good old government bailout, so they don't care.
Get woke, go broke. I like that. There's another rhyme in there.
Zach's got something to say.
Also, I really want to help homeless veterans and people who need help get what they need. I'm tired of seeing good people on the streets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Especially with the veterans. No veteran should ever be fucking homeless,
That's the problem.
And I guess, there's a show, PTP Podcast, and all of his donations go to buying items. Him and his wife build these, like bags. What do they call them? I can't remember what they call them, but these care bags packages. Of items, like care package for the homeless, and they go and hand them out, and they're like, this isn't a handout, it's a hand up. And they went to go out and distribute some of these bags the other day, and they got fucked with by the cops. Apparently, you're not allowed to give the bums anything anymore because the cops are saying it makes them too comfortable being homeless.
Isn't that funny that the liberal areas have most of the homeless, and they're supposed to be the bleeding heart? We care, we love, we want to help everybody.
It's a spiritual thing. That's why they do that.
Such a crock of shit.
It is a crock of shit.
Yeah.
If you want to help the veterans and stuff like that are basically out of service and stuff like that, get rid of the VA. Let them use normal medicine just like everybody else.
They need to have.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, no VA, because it's just stealing money.
It's just another branch for them to suck money. Yeah.
Yeah, and I never really understood why they separated veteran healthcare from, normal healthcare. It just never really made sense to me because it's all fucking healthcare.
Well, because
it's like the government subsidizes, the Medicare, Medicaid, and all of that bullshit in the, public, private sector insurances anyways. So what's the difference of, sending that subsidy for the veterans?
I'll tell you the difference. The difference is that a lot of the soldiers are being tested on while they're in the service, and they don't want regular doctors in the private sector getting a hold of that information, so they keep it in-house.
That's why they don't allow most. Well, I mean, me, I stopped going to the VA. I just go to the VA for specific things now, but I have my own doctor.
Right.
Yeah, everybody should have their own doctor. Period. It shouldn't be up to the damn government.
Because the VA bleeds money, or let's say leeches money, and it euthanizes veterans.
Thank you, Chariot Rain.
There's a reason the government wants to control healthcare. Oh, well, you want your wellness exam? Well, have you taken the jab? Oh, well, you have to take this medication. You have to in order for us to treat your broken leg. Stuff like that. Just absolute control and domination of people.
We're all science experiments. I mean, they brought it from the military to mainstream. And I don't mean mainstream as a medium, I mean as the population.
Yep.
We're all science experiments. Just they're being continued from fucking Hitler.
And they're going to keep pushing that. That's going to ramp up in the coming year.
Dude, ever since what, the Dark Ages into the Renaissance, the human experimentation is like an age-old practice.
It's as old as time.
Well, if you pay attention, and if people, particularly in the last 30 years, like the CDC, it used to be that you never, I mean, even in medicine, all of medicine, we were always taught that you don't, women, and everything you looked at would have on the label, not prescribed to pregnant women. Do not, there were very few drugs that we ever gave to a pregnant woman, ever. Or to a child, not fit for a child under the age of whatever. And they wouldn't even give you a calculation, like if you wanted to do a milligrams to kilogram conversion, it wouldn't give you one because it was never meant. Now, as time has moved up till today, especially last year, they started going, oh, well, you know, you can give this shot to pregnant women. And I'm like, what? Like, a literally unverified injection to a pregnant woman. And now they're saying, well, you know, we want to give it to children. Maybe you want to give your kids over to us so we can test the vax on them. I'm like,
yeah, and people are giving their kids up, and
it's shocking.
kids have already died. Kids have already fucking died.
It's freaking shocking.
I know. Zach's got something.
I'm sorry, but I'm not going to comply if they want me to take it. I won't because I don't want to mess up my unique ability.
Right, exactly, Zach. You seen what's going on. You seen the shit that's been going on in California. It's mainstream. Law enforcement, well, our sheriffs are running around inoculating people with disabilities, and the families are okay with that. So who knows how many have died already? I guarantee you, if they're at 100%, like let's say 100 people, let's say it's 100%, I guarantee you maybe 40% of them already died or in the hospital already.
It's ghoulish. It's freaking ghoulish.
It's mass depopulation.
And I mean, I have a family member, and I know a lot of people that are similar to Zach. They're smart, they're bright, and I think that's another reason why they want to euthanize these people, because eventually they're going to be another part of the people that are going to say, "Hey, we don't want this. We don't want this either."
They want to euthanize everyone that's willing to take the shot.
And even if it
they
doesn't,
prefer we're willing to be docile enough to take it.
I'm not docile. I'm not docile enough. I'll never be docile
stuff like
enough.
that. You don't even know what the long term. Let's say it doesn't even get you in the short term.
Exactly.
You have no idea what the long term. 10 years later, you get cancer and you drop dead.
Or how about a generation, right? Or two.
100%, Callie.
Yeah, you could spread that altered DNA, and then the next generation becomes sterile.
That's exactly right. That's a lot of that is going to happen. We're going to see, you know, infertility shoot way up higher than it is even now.
Mutations and deformities,
stillbirth. Really bad stuff. You know, like there's going to be an increase in like spontaneous miscarriage and shit like that, and yeah, it's going to be really, really bad. Like the birth rate in America is essentially going to be less than 1% in 10 years. You know, maybe even less. You know, maybe even less. It's pretty fucked up.
Well, I'll tell y'all a story, you know, because I mean, like, there's one thing I listen to every single day, and that's Jesse Lee Peterson. I love that guy. But he had a caller call in the other day, and the kid's like 15 years old, right? And he didn't want to take it. And his mom and his aunt were talking so much shit to him and like telling him he couldn't even go over to visit other family members. And
That's a good
like,
parent right there, huh?
yeah, and it's sick. Like it's absolutely horrifying.
Ridiculous,
and then his aunt was saying, "You're not going to come over here and kill us all." And it's just a little window into what's going on in some of these homes. Like people actually think this way, and they've just done nothing but like try to guilt and manipulate this kid into taking it.
Wow.
The psychological repercussions on a
"Holy
young
shit."
mind. Damn.
But he was a smart kid. He knew what was up. But I mean, I'm not really surprised. But I mean, it's just, man, and that's
It's sad.
that's not the only house that's happening in. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah, it's not.
It's a drag. It's a drag.
Go, Zach.
I know why. They want us to be like Venezuela and see, in that country, people like me don't exist.
Yeah, they what do they call it? Eugenics.
Mm-hmm.
They euthanize people like that. And even in I believe it was Denmark or Switzerland that were doing this way before.
Oh
They were
yeah, they've been
euthanizing their
doing
disabled.
elderly and disabled. Yeah.
Yeah.
End of life and all that stuff. It's kind of very creepy.
I just learned a long time ago, if God didn't want you here, you wouldn't have been here.
Exactly.
Bingo.
That's right. We were all born for this shit. Literally, we were born to be here in this time for this purpose, to try and not just save our fucking country, but humanity.
Yes, ma'am. Zach.
I was born dead for 27 minutes.
Sheesh.
Yeah, but I guarantee you that wasn't God's will.
No. Well, God's will has him here right now.
Yep.
Exactly.
Touched by an angel.
Amen.
Yeah, when I had my only encounter with death, it was maybe 3 minutes almost. So I mean, imagine 27.
Yeah, that's a long time.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking, I was working in the garden, I was thinking about like near death and things like that, and I was thinking I need to look into some more of these reports of near death, because shouldn't people all really have the same near death experience if it's a real thing?
Not necessarily, because everybody's perception or purview and experience, what they know to be real and false in their heads,
Yeah, but
essentially
if they're
dictates what you see in your subconscious at that time.
But if they're actually going to heaven or wherever you go when you die, that should look the same for everyone.
No, just like when the aliens come. When the aliens come, some of them will look like demonic creatures, and some of them will look like angelic beings.
I have to say this. Chariot Rain says we're those Scooby-Doo kids. Those meddling Scooby-Doo kids.
Yeah,
we are. That's for sure.
I've gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids.
I have no problem living as an outcast or on my own if I have to. I have no problem with that. I'm able to, if I have to, I can live in the community with no problem. If I have to wander around, I have no problem with that. The real problem is, like we talked about before, is the vetting process of people. Do you really trust that person, or these people you're going to try to hook up with and communize with? Or, I mean, there's a difference between surviving.
That's the risk you take. That's what life's about.
That's where the leap of faith. That's where the leap of faith comes in.
Yeah.
That's why I'll probably be more like one of those wanderers eventually, probably.
What you got, Zach?
I really believe that in the 27 minutes, I believe that God replaced my ability to walk and talk with a powerful brain and heart to help others to get through anything.
Right on.
I think
I
that's a
believe
great
that.
way to look at it.
I actually
Yep.
believe that.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
that. Yeah, totally. Abso-fucking-lutely.
All I know is that on what you were saying about everybody's near-life experience being similar, I don't think that would be true just for one simple thing. Each soul is precious and different.
Yep.
That's
I
all.
agree because mine was different. I told a lot of people I never saw a bright light. I never saw Jesus. I never saw angels. I was just in this great ancient battle, and I was leading an army. That's all. That's what mine was.
But see, if everybody's having different experiences, that actually makes me think it's something to do with the brain and not the soul going to another place.
Me personally, I believe it was a past life that I had before.
Oh, that's yeah. I mean, I mean, people really have those past life experiences, man. I mean,
I actually
I
believe
have
that
lived
we
many
carry.
lives.
I actually believe we do carry. There's that side, and I also believe that we carry what I call DNA memories.
Yep.
They are a part of our DNA that we remember, and I also believe that. I mean, I don't think that's the only memories, but I think a large portion. I don't know if any of you have ever experienced it,
Yeah,
where
it's crazy,
you
Cherry.
just knew how to do something. Nobody needed to show
Yeah,
you how to do
right.
it. You knew it.
Yep.
I
That's
had
Yeah,
right.
two things happen
that's
to me
pretty
in
much how
my
my
life.
life has been. I
That's how
never
my
really
life has been.
My
learned anything from anybody. It was
my
just pretty much natural to me.
I remember when I was really young, I wanted a fiddle. I would tell my mom and dad, I want a fiddle, I want a fiddle. And they were like, why? Why do you want a fiddle? And I remember getting the fiddle. When I finally got the fiddle, I knew how to play it. No one had ever shown me. I'd never been shown how to play a fiddle. And most people, when they get on a fiddle for the first time, they scratch and that bow pulls across and it scratches. I never did that. I already knew where the notes were, and I never had no one, not my mother, not my father, showed me how to play a fiddle, but I knew how to play it. The other thing was tanning a deer hide. No one ever showed me that, and I always knew how to do it.
Yeah, it's a
That
simple
came
way to
from
die, Cherry.
somewhere. And it's sort of like with the plants. Like when I deal with plant knowledge, it's the same thing. No one's shown me. It's like the plant, and people can laugh at this, but plants in their own way talk to me.
Oh, I believe that. Well, because everything is frequency.
It is
So, I mean, like, yes, absolutely.
well, there was some
If
kind
you
of
can tune
scientific.
into the vibration, you can pick up on the plants, and the earth and everything
And
speaks
other
to
people,
you.
yeah. We're
And I
all
guess,
energy. We're just in a meat bag.
I mean, I used to go
That's right, Cosnight.
picking plants with my grandmother, and I remember this, but she never really said anything about specific plants, but she said, you'll know, you'll know.
Yeah.
And I never understood what she meant by you'll know, you'll know. And but the one thing she said, there was certain things I had to do if I were going to pick a plant. She said, don't ever, if there's 100 plants, pick 5. Don't pick 100. Pick 5. And
Yeah, and
I
that's
said, why,
biblical right
why
there,
grandma?
Cherry.
She said, because if that plant, and it's funny now, that goes back into the conservation side of things, because you don't want to destroy what you have. So you only use a few of the plants that you need. And she would always ask them. But the one thing I remember, which was funny, we'd be picking plants, and she'd see a plant, and I'd watch her, and she'd spit. She'd spit on the plant, and she'd say, leave me alone. And she'd walk, and I'd be like, what the hell? Yeah, leave my grandma alone. And I'd walk off with her. I never knew what she was doing, but she was like, certain plants that were bad
Or
in
talking shit.
her mind, they were bad plants, whether it was poison ivy or poison oak, and she'd tell it, leave me alone. She always left something too. If she went in picking mushrooms, she left something. Tobacco, a cigarette, she left something. She never She never just picked up and walked out. She never.
That's pretty cool.
I miss those times. I miss walking through the woods and picking plants.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I miss from my young days, like my young days before my mom passed away. I miss that stuff. Sometimes I'd like to go back to it.
I'd love to go back to the 70s or 80s.
But I know I can't. Yeah, I would like to go back to the 80s, man, like 83. I wouldn't mind starting over at 83.
I'd give up the internet and everything to go back.
I miss the 80s.
That's one thing about Missouri, Vex. You could almost live on the plants in the wild here.
Yeah, it's the same way for California's wilderness.
Probably, yeah. Most
pretty-
Yeah, you can definitely live off of the land here if you need to.
Well,
no
even
stores
Nevada.
needed.
Even Nevada, people will say, "Oh, it's so desolate and ugly." That's not true. That is so not true. If you know the plants out in the high desert, you can live well. I remember going out there and picking some of the most beautiful red and purple currants, even green currant. And then a little higher elevation, we'd go get the choke cherry, which I used to make. Oh, I miss it so bad. I might make some this year, but we called it wojapi, and it's like it's really a pudding. It's a fruit pudding, and it's so easy to make. But people would go, "Oh, those. Why would you eat something named choke cherry?" And it's like, "Oh, I'd let them think that it was a bad plant because I didn't want them going up and picking it, you know." But I love choke cherry and the antioxidants off of choke cherry, and even like you'll see pictures of the desert where it looks like a tumbleweed. It was called a Mormon tea. Well, the first person who told me about it said it was Mormon tea, and then my girlfriend, who was Navajo, said no, that's called Indian tea. I never argued with the two, but because I didn't want to get into it. But the truth is, when they finally did, people would drink it for their lungs. And when they finally did an analysis on the plant, it had epinephrine in it. So it had natural epinephrine. So the old people knew their plants. And here was a natural medicine and a lovely tea. And that's how, as far as I'm concerned, people will look at a landscape and go, "Oh, we can't live here. It's too harsh." No,
you
not
can live off the cactus, too.
I remember some cactus that were so delicious that, particularly in New Mexico, now prickly pear has the fruit, but we would pick, it was a barrel cactus, and we would look, it would have little red, I can't remember the common name for the cactus, but it would have these little red, they look like the shape of what's the Tic Tac? But they were red, and they tasted like watermelon. They were delicious. And then there was another barrel cactus that would fruit out, and the fruit on top tasted like a kiwi.
Yeah, that's how barrel cactus tastes like cucumber, but it's a little gritty, but it's good for you. I mean, you could live off of it. It's like it's like eating cucumber with salt or sand. Like, it's just kind of gritty.
I never ate the cactus itself, but I ate the fruit that came off of it.
Yeah, I learned a little bit of stuff from my grandfather and uncle and stuff when we went out to the desert.
Other than what's the cactus that it's like people eat it. It looks like prickly pear, but it's not as vicious as prickly pear. It's more of the green parts of the cactus without the thorns.
Yeah, I mean, with the thorn ones too, you just burn them off, and then you just pretty much peel the cactus and eat them in the inside.
Right.
And you're good to go.
So all those things, there's a lot of good stuff out there. And Missouri is probably one of the most giving lands, as far as I'm concerned.
I thought you weren't supposed to tell them stuff like that.
Well, if they know their plants.
Yeah, California's wilderness is pretty good. There's abundant water up in the mountain. I'm close to the mountains. I mean, I know some parts pretty well. There's a lot of fresh water there, running all the time. Vegetation is really lush. A lot of wildlife.
You ever see a Bigfoot out there?
No, not lucky enough to shoot one yet.
I've never seen a Bigfoot. I've seen a big ass bear.
Wolfman saw a Bigfoot.
Shit,
Yeah,
I'm
no, I remember his story. Him and his friend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of
I
black
mean, that's
bears.
where they are in the Pacific Northwest. That's where the main spots they get sighted.
A lot of brown. There's the black bear population is greater than the brown bear here in California. Even though the brown bears are state animal.
I don't know why, but I'm more afraid of them fucking mountain lions and coyote packs than I am any damn bear.
You'll get religion. You'll get religion if you're up in Montana and you watch a grizzly bear.
Oh yeah.
You watch a grizzly bear chase down an elk, you will get yourself some religion right there. That was the end of my hippie tripping through the forest of Montana the day I saw that.
That's a rude fucking awakening, huh?
Oh, we were up Great
You're just
Divide.
all la 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 la. You're all in tune with the earth and nature, and you're just loving it. And all of a sudden, you're like, "Holy fuck!"
Scout and I were up in the Great Divide, and we had pulled over. It was like look down on this valley, and we're like, "Oh, it's so beautiful." Oh, look at those elk. They're so beautiful. What a beautiful elk. Oh, look, they're so happy. The sun, and it was the most beautiful scene, the sun shining down in this valley, bouncing off the elk. All of a sudden, the elk look up, and they all start running, and out of the tree line comes a freaking grizzly bear, and I go, "What's that?" And he goes, "Oh, shit, that's a bear." "Oh, shit." And that bear grabbed that elk like a piece of, I mean, it looked like a rag doll. It grabbed that elk, and in one paw move, that elk was down on the ground, and that bear was on top of it, and the whole other herd ran away. And I was like, yeah, it's over. Never going trippy-dippy through the forest again. Fuck this. And then I said, "Scout, do you have a bigger gun?" And he goes, "Yeah."
No more skipping through the meadows and flowers and singing tra la la.
I said, "And from now on, always give me the keys. Because I got to get out of here. Shit. Fuck this. Fuck
Yeah,
bears."
you need like a howitzer for a grizzly bear. Smith & Wesson 500 is going to help you, or
oh, and Scout's like, "Don't worry about the
a
bear."
bear.
Yeah, you
I'm
need
like,
You need like a howitzer.
he'd be like, "Let's go hiking. You don't have to worry about the bear." I'm like, "Fuck you. I'm not going hiking. Let's watch a movie because it's safer than being eaten by a freaking grizzly bear." I'd rather see Sasquatch, I'm pretty sure.
Well, let's go with who would win in a fight, Sasquatch or a grizzly bear? Like, you know, an actual full-grown alpha male grizzly bear.
You know the bear's gonna win.
Yeah, I think so too.
Dalek, if that's how you pronounce the name. This is my channel. I'm VEX Warfield, and basically we're kind of just combining, different people who stream and putting them on one show.
Except me, I don't stream. I don't
stream.
Consult and commentate.
Yeah,
quit messing up my explanation.
I'm just a peanut gallery. Don't listen to me. I'm just a housewife. I don't know anything.
I'm just a hired help, but I'm not paid.
I'm just a hired help, and I don't get paid.
And I don't get paid.
Delix says, "I thought this was Patriot Brothers."
Yeah, the Patriot Brothers is Zachary's channel. You can see Zachary's mouse right there down at the bottom in the middle
Zach's
there.
here with us.
Zach's here with us.
There he is.
There he is, the one and only.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah, but welcome, Dalek.
Hello.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just hanging out tonight because it's a birthday stream. It's my
Vex's birthday.
Yep.
Happy birthday. It's
So
your
we're all hanging
birthday.
out and
Happy
just-
birthday. It's your birthday.
It's your
Thank you.
birthday.
Yeah, I actually had a tall boy to commemorate this.
Oh yeah, shit!
birthday
I've got pineapple
with you,
juice. I'm gonna go
Vex.
get a vodka.
I had me a Bud Light
just-
tall boy.
I don't have any
Pineapple juice and vodka tonight. Pineapple juice and vodka.
I'm having chocolate cookie crumble ice cream.
Oh yum!
What are you
I
depressed?
haven't even. I made some giant chocolate chip cookies, like in honor of Vex.
He
Well,
said, "Are
they-
you depressed?"
Are you depressed? You eating ice cream?
No, I'm eating ice cream because that's what you have on your birthday.
Are you watching
Yeah.
a drama TV series or something? You're eating ice cream?
Live
Well, I
Fan
guess you could say so. Yeah, I'm on stream with you guys.
Party.
Yeah, then I would be depressed eating ice cream too.
No, the last time I had ice cream was like months ago, so it's a treat.
Yeah, I rarely have ice cream too. The only thing I actually eat are the fruit popsicles. So popsicles made out of fruit juice and it has the pulp. You know, the
Yeah.
big ones.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love those.
Oh, those organic I think they're called Outshine bars. Those are good. They're
I
a
ate the
little on the
Mexican
sweet
ones,
side
those are better.
still for me, but I still like them. But I especially love it when my friend makes me ice cream and brings me like fresh homemade ice cream. That's the best shit ever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Panther. He's watching a chick flick eating ice cream, a tub of ice cream.
Yeah, I am not crying.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
You're crying.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
Why are we crying? Why?
Because what Panther wrote.
Vex is watching those chick flicks and eating ice cream, crying into his tissues.
With a blanket. Or what is it, those Snuggies? He's covered in the
A
Snuggie.
snuggie.
All right, we
Snuggie.
got somebody new one to come up. I don't know the name off the top of my head, so
I'll jump off.
I'm gonna drop
Well,
off real quick.
I'll go because I've got to go tend to my flock anyway.
All right, well, somebody dropped
Well,
off.
hopefully you can come back, Alex.
Come
I
back.
might. We'll see.
Hey,
Thanks for
Thomas,
hanging
welcome.
out. I'm so
I'll be
glad
hanging.
you came.
Oh, can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Who's me?
Tom F. Joyce. Chariot Rain.
Oh, hi,
that's-
Chariot Rain.
That's right.
I
I remember now.
Oh, thank you. Just one humble American heartbeat. Don't know why my old icon's not displaying, and it's been so long since I've done this. I'm looking at the main screen right now that is like the StreamYard screen. Is it okay if I just focus on that? I muted the other channel so there's not an echo. Is that the right way to do it?
Yeah,
That's correct.
usually when you come in on like YouTube or something like that, it'll be playing the sound on that side, and if you mute it, then it's much easier. Yes.
Okay, great. So, God's Night, Vex, happy birthday. We saw Base Prism, and I've heard other friendly voices. Callie, but maybe you're going by a different name. And
I'm
CO
still Callie Unknown. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
like
I don't know. I'm Dandy Lioness and StreamYard for the moment, you know.
Okay, I like that. Okay, great. And non-Sujit, I remember your voice. Anybody else in chat? Thanks for the hellos or the greetings.
That's Mrs. Red Badger.
Oh, is it? Okay,
That's my cover name.
I'll try to catch up. Anyway, just wanted to join. You know, I love the plant thing, and you know, I grew up in. May I take a moment? Is that okay?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Okay. I would just wanted to charge the headphones and the mic up so it doesn't go out as soon as I got on. So that's why I was waiting. But I got out my Paramahansa Yogananda autobiography of Yogi. Some of you may be familiar with it. The CD version was read by Sir Ben Kingsley, who I think actually might have deserved a knighthood. The guy was so humble. But there's a wonderful chapter I'm just trying to give you like pinpoint the information. Chapter 8 is on India's great scientist J.C. Bose. Now, I only have the cliff notes here in the manual. You'd have to listen to it or read it in the actual book. But this guy was so amazing, like 100 years ago. He developed something called like the seismograph that's close to it. And it could measure, like compared to the time, it could measure like 1,000 times in minutia the information to be gleaned from plant life. So, I mean, he was like at the molecular level, and he could absolutely discern what they were thinking, what they were feeling. It was clear they were conscious. And he had great hopes in India. And of course, Paramahansa Yogananda, which some of you may know, is, he was placed on a stamp of India, which meant all different denominations had respect for this fella. And I know something of his teachers and his masters, like Sri Yukteswar. And they were really lions of men, Danny Linus. I think you would have liked their faces. You sometimes, like Bobby McFerrin in his older age, he just looks more and more like a lion, and that's a life well lived. But the thing is that Paramahansa visited his scientific laboratories. Now, the guy won like the Nobel Prize and was knighted in 1917. I mean, this guy was respected. He wasn't nobody in scientific journals around the world. And it was absolutely amazing. What is unfortunate is that nothing was ever done with it in the West. I mean, they had the technology, they had the information. The Russian video I mentioned is on YouTube, and it shows some Russian scientists going into a lab. There's several plants. One of the Russians cuts a plant. It hurts the plant. It's measured. There's an excitation in the vibrations that are being monitored by the scientific equipment, which is our poor, paltry attempt to capture truth with our limited understanding of how reality actually works. And yet often it is honorable. And so the scientists leave the room, right? And this is on YouTube. You can watch it. And it was documented back then. And it's like maybe 1940s, 50s, probably more like 50s, early 60s, but it's black and white video. And the scientists come back in, right? And everything's fine. But when there's one scientist that cut the plant comes back in the room, all the little fucking monitors go berserk because the planets know that guy's back. So I'm just saying, yes, it's all very special.
It morphed. It did go further. It morphed. What you're speaking of did morph into a book called The Secret Life of Plants.
Okay. I've heard of that. Yes. Terence McKenna, of course, spoke a lot about that, and many of you probably have maybe communed with trees or nature at one point in life. And, this is our divine right as American citizens. Not everything is temporal. Without God and faith and the blessing of the Native Americans, we don't make it that first winter. And unfortunately, as many of you have been talking about, with the media controlled by who it's controlled by in print and radio and television, sound waves, broadcasting, basically, which our government was very concerned about in the early days. My family was personally involved, so I know a little bit about it. It was my grandfather convinced the United States congressman to turn over the rights of the air to Lucifer. Okay, you might say Lucifer. Well, God of the sky. What does it mean? I'm speaking emphatically and trying to, raise your cackles a little bit. Like, what's this guy talking about? Because I got a point to make, and it goes like this. The sky was supposed to be the crowning achievement of the kingdom of God, because the rain comes down from above, but also from underneath and within. These are concepts and labels we give truth and grace. But after we convinced the congressman, we made them an offer they couldn't refuse, to turn over the rights to the sky. There were great concerns because the power of media and broadcasting on the hypnosis and mind level was well understood at the time. This is long before the Nazis, etc., long before 1939, when my grandfather, Thomas F. Joyce, introduced television, a sacred and holy thing, to the world at the 1939 New York World's Fair. The point of this is, I'm just a poor, humble American heart, right? And I'm living on SSI. I'm crippled as hell for 40 years. My father used to tear the United Nations apart in the 70s. And I know a lot of shit. He was trained by full-blooded Apache, as I was raised by Lenny Lenape amongst the trees. Invisible though they were, I was always aware of them in eastern Pennsylvania. This great tribe of the 6 Iroquois nations, the original confederacy that gave our nation, and men like Jefferson, etc., Hamilton, and all the rest, and inspired also men like Lafayette to form a living example of what Athens had intended, and yet had failed for thousands of years. The reason they attack America is because we have the right heart, because we stand against tyranny, because we will not give in to this idea that we should be unkind to our brothers and sisters, whether we follow this path of Buddhism or Christianity, one denomination or another. They've all screwed me, it's fine. But the point is, we shall survive. And I want you to know there are souls here that are unseen, but they're listening, they're paying attention. The pride shall return. The pride is of the lions, Dandy Lioness. They are real. They do exist. And the enemy knows they're coming. But the problem is they're still hoping. They're still hoping that we'll buy into the delusion, that we won't be able to dispel the purity of our intentions and our hearts, whatever they say of us, black or white, red or brown or yellow, that we are not one family, one tribe, Americans. May not one of us ever have to speak the words, I am the last of the Americans. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank
Well,
you.
that was informative, just like the last time you were on. You're going to have to come up more often.
It was beautiful.
Just my heart crying out for your hearts.
Well, we're in unison there.
Thank you.
Well,
that's for sure.
The one thing about what you spoke about is Bose did go on. I mean, he did affect people, and though his research was maybe not
embraced. But thank you for saying that. Truly,
it wasn't embraced, but it is truth. And
correct.
And plants, like Callie said earlier, or Lioness said earlier, that things move off of vibration, and it's a fact. We are vibration, plants are vibration, soil is vibration. But they went on into, I can't remember who it was, but from that work, from Bo's work, Sir Bose, and I can't remember his Indian name because it's rather long, but I know his last name was Bose. And then they did write the book called The Secret Life to Plants. And it's very relevant. I mean, I don't know anybody who has not grown a plant and notice how our behavior around the plant, or our lack of behavior, or our emotions, you can be around plants and they can uplift you. Or when you just see the beauty of something growing, I think I used to talk about, I felt bad that children now, a lot of children, don't get to play outside like we did. We were the kind of kids that we lived outside. It was almost like, you woke up in the morning when summer came and you were outside from dawn till dusk. It sounds like a vampire movie, but we just literally.
That's how it was, though.
It's true. And we were allowed to be children and find things. We were allowed to have those moments, and we grew things. I don't know how children today, I know kids right now, and it breaks my heart because I know if I gave them a seed, they would not, yes, they would know it goes in soil and you have to water it, and that's where it would end. They would not know how to bring it to fruition, per se.
Well, Hank, if you remember, we saw this in Chaz, but the Let's gardeners.
Yeah, that was
the cardboard gardeners.
Yeah, it was like I don't know.
Throw some dirt on a cardboard with some seeds, and
however,
it'll grow.
There's hope, because anyone who really wants to learn to garden can do it. I mean, if they so choose. But I do believe that plants definitely have a vibration. I believe that. People may say that's weird. I do believe that we communicate with them. They communicate with us. Our attitudes around them affect them. And I believe that. I believe if you sat there and gave one plant knowingly with a bad attitude, gave them bad water, that plant will not grow well. If you take another plant just like that plant and you give it good water with a good attitude, that plant will grow well. They can sit on the same shelf.
Can I jump in Red Badger?
That is vibrational response, in my opinion.
Go ahead.
There was a wonderful story many of you may have read. You know, I'm a big believer in stories. I think the storyteller is a sacred thing, and this has also often been recognized in cultures in past centuries. I mean, if you tell it with a degree of understanding, wisdom, and a genuine heart, truth, transmissions, angelic and divine, can be transmitted as from a plant, as from a heart, as from a soul. Plants often are portals and doorways if we would allow them to be, as can be the rocks and the grass and the trees and the clouds. There was a story when I was young called Frog and Toad. I don't know if any of you may have had that read to you, but Frog believed
Yeah,
that
I have.
if he played the violin at night, that the plants would grow better in his garden. And I was just a little boy in the 70s, but I loved the stories. My mother would read it to me. Toad was a little more pessimistic. I did my first science report based on this, on plants. I was maybe in middle school. And I put two plants, like Red Badger said, on a shelf in the dark. But one I loved and played music to on my parents' Radio Corporation of America stereos. And I could tell you, the plant I loved grew much better in centimeters. I presented it before the class. Some people laughed, but I had known the truth. That's all. Thank you.
I totally understand what you're saying. I also believe rocks do the same thing. People may think, and I don't sit on YouTube and ever really talk about stuff. I just don't, because there's a lot of people I just personally don't want to share with.
Of course.
But I believe those things. And it's just, I'll take it down to the fact that I remember being told very young that I had two trains of thought. I had my grandfather, who meant so much to me, and then I had the Catholic Church. And I remember one time I had lost a pet, my first pet, and the nun asked me why I was crying. And I said, well, I lost my friend. And she said, oh, well, we'll pray for your friend and it'll be okay. And I said, well, my friend went to heaven. And she said, oh, no, your friend can't go to heaven. And I looked at her and I remember just feeling so much anger. And I said, my cat went to heaven. And she said, no, child, your cat did not go to heaven. Animals don't have souls. And we teach you that only people, and I lost it at that point. And I
Good for you.
I said, my cat has a soul and it went to heaven. And I had to go to the Father and explain my behavior. And to wit, they gave me penance of 500 Our Fathers. I'll never forget this.
500?
500 Our Fathers and 500 Hail Marys.
One tops. And that's just, you know, like as a, okay, you did good, but we got to do this anyway. 500?
Yeah, they did 500 Our Fathers and 500 Hail Marys.
Mind you, he was a small child.
I know, right? You know
And
how
I
that
had to
affects a
kneel.
child's consciousness?
I had to kneel, and it was not comfortable because I had to kneel and do my penance, but it never changed my mind. As a matter of fact, when I got up from kneeling, I was so pissed. I was like, I went back to my mother and I said, hey, this happened. And she went, well, you're right. Your cat has a soul.
Oh, that's
and
so
I
nice.
believe, and I there's no way that God created something in such perfection in some animals that they do not have souls. I refuse to live on this planet believing that animals do not have feelings. Animals cannot show love. They show all those things. So therefore they must have souls. And I believe that even a rock speaks to you. It speaks of ancient times. If you pick that rock up, and I'm telling you, I've picked rocks up and heard stories.
Beautiful.
And that's, people could go, that's crazy. And, I've run into the other people that go, oh, well, you're messing with Satanism. And I'm like, no, I'm not. There's nothing satanic about it. I go out into nature and it speaks. And
Yeah, you're
this
right
is
though,
our
Hank, because
gift.
they've done scientific research on this, that stones or minerals retain energy, and the energy has like residual energy, and
Oh
they
yeah.
could get information off these things.
I
Yep,
remember
and that's
being
how come when you're walking along, you pick up that rock over that rock.
Right.
Yeah,
absolutely,
exactly. And I've done that a lot too.
absolutely, that
Trust your
is
intuition.
true.
I have a rock garden too. It drives my husband crazy. He's like, "Why do you need so many rocks?" I'm like, "I don't know. They talk to me. It just
They
spoke to me.
just
Now,
speak to
Bring me
you.
home or
They
whatever." Right?
and
now,
whether it's part of our genetic DNA or not, it speaks to us, and we are. They want us to believe that we are just these things that pop out for 100 years and go
Yes.
away. It's not true. We are so much more spiritual than that. They want us to keep us away from our father and from our grandfathers. They want that separation. They don't want us to realize who and the potential we are. And in this world, when we stay, and I talk about this, I have talked about this before. I believe we stay in this world. This world is like here on YouTube. This world is
Great point.
not the spiritual world. When we go away from here, we find the spiritual world. That is in our moment that we wake up in the morning and we open the door and something speaks to us and says, "Oh my God, look at that sunrise." That is a spiritual encounter. Or when you walk out the back door and that butterfly flies by you, and nobody else around you will notice that butterfly, but you noticed it, you heard it, you saw it. We get trapped in this physical world here where we scrap and scream, and our humanistic animal side comes out. If we're left to what we're really purposed for, which is not the government imposing their damage upon us, then
and now,
we actually can find the spiritual side, and it's not being forced to kneel in front of a statue for a nun.
Not forced.
And
Not
it's not being,
forced. No way.
yeah, not being forced. I don't think any child should be told what church they attend, other than there's a God, and at some point in your life you'll seek that, because I think they should know there's something spiritual out there. Now, see, if I say this in certain groups, immediately I get, well, that's satanic. She's talking satanic. And I got over that a long time ago, because I knew that there are certain topics I could not talk about or even divulge about myself on the internet without people going into like nonsense. And I just don't want to drag it in there. But I believe that the unseen world is as powerful as the seen world. It's just that the divide as we get older is more cluttered.
Yeah, it's more powerful.
Cluttered. That's why children have such great perception. And that's why the real Satanists of the world want our children, because
Yeah.
they know they have the divine light in them. And that's
Yeah,
a fact.
Yep.
when you're mentally and spiritually free, you're limitless. But once you start getting caught up in the worldly way of living, you make yourself limited. But that's on you. You can't blame anybody.
Yeah,
No, but also as soldiers of the light, it is our obligation to enter into the darkness and the world in the material realm,
yeah, it
to do what
is.
we can for those who are lost in it. The risk we run, though, is getting lost ourselves, which is why people like Vex and Callie and Red Badger Boy, you're a badger, and I love you for it, and God's Night and all the rest of you, and dear Zachary, etc., doing all you can. You know, we appreciate each other, right?
Yeah, I mean, I get caught up in the worldly thing, and I'll be the first to admit to you that I love a good battle.
I believe you.
Yeah, that's
human
correct,
battle, like,
Brandy. You are right.
if someone challenges me, I'll go into straight, like, berserker mode. But that's not my spiritual self. I know that difference. It's like I will go into psycho mode. That's my earthly, worldly side, and because I feel like the battle is in front of us, and I do believe that the other side tends to send those people to you.
Oh, definitely. And nothing wrong with a mama bear, protecting her cubs.
Oh, sometimes I just go into battle. I just like
I
swing
believe
the
you.
battle axe, But
All of us here, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, ultimately, if we don't battle in this physical world, then, I mean, look at what's been happening to the spiritual world.
Right.
It's
It is
all
infecting the
but
spiritual world.
disappeared. I mean, you say God, the word God in certain circles, and you're the devil.
Well, it
I know.
depends. It depends. It depends on what God you're speaking of. What God you're manifesting.
I mean, in a
Well,
That's the
traditional
difference.
sense,
Yeah, I know what you mean,
just
but
a traditional sense.
with other people, like I've been saying, we gotta stop using their terms and taking back those terms and setting them straight again. Because when we speak God and Jesus or our Lord, the enemy does the same. Oh, well, God, the Lord, but they never say Jesus.
Mm.
It's very, very hard for them to actually speak the name Jesus. They'll say God, the Lord, the Creator,
well, see,
Father.
this is where I get myself in trouble, and I will say Jesus. I do believe him to be the Son of God. I do believe him to be a prophet and our Savior. I do
Yeah,
believe that, but I have always been trained in my mind. I always speak of when I am not with you guys, it is my grandfather.
Oh,
When I
nice.
say grandfather, and my true language, if I were speaking to Scout, he would know what I'm talking. I'd say the grandfathers, because the grandfathers are all my ancestors.
Beautiful.
They're all my ancestors. And those ancestors are the ancestors that followed God. And
Yes.
Jesus is his son. He's up there. He there's no doubt he was here. In my mind, there's no doubt because I know I've been told the old stories, even if they were different than the Bible stories or the stories from the church. I've heard other stories. So I know without a doubt he was on this earth.
right. I agree.
And
Well,
I do believe everything he brought to us was a gift. But in certain company, I will not say those words because then it goes into out of this room maybe in other company. If I said the grandfathers, I would tell you people would like bristle,
of course.
immediately bristle up on me.
Yeah,
Like,
and
what are you talking about?
I don't
What?
see offense to that because it's
Oh, they
like the
get
Catholic
offended.
religion because you're
You don't
giving
get offended.
tribute or you're giving tribute or you're speaking to people before you, like the saints and whatnot that worship God, that follow God, that did their best to be Jesus like. You're not worshiping them, you're just giving them acknowledgement that because of them following God that passed on to you. And
Right.
that's where I think a lot of people get confused though, because they get accused Catholics big time. Oh, you worship Mother Mary and the saint, this saint, that saint, and yeah, there's some people that do, but a lot of people understand that these people were at one
Is
point holy or pure and were chosen by God to do something,
yes.
as we all are. Though all of
Correct.
us are no different than them.
That's right. We all have different stations. All our
Yep.
obligations are the same.
And you can't look around this earth and not realize that there was a divine presence somewhere. Somewhere that divine presence was in everything. Everything.
The Greeks called it helios, and the idea was that the light actually came from the objects of the earth more than the sun, which is, though perhaps not taught in our schools and would sound strange to many and opposite the accepted paradigm. Certainly somewhat true for those of us who would be here and know and have had sacred experiences of intuition or love that is touching, though only a grandmother's smile at us, it is divine and a miracle, is it not? The point being, all of us have a light inside of us as objects might, as the Athenians thought, and we all have an opportunity to shine it and bring light in the dark to each other, with or without the sun, though it be sun or son. Certainly, divine presence has been here, is here, even in the historical stories many of us will be familiar with of the traditional what is called the Bible of partially Old Testament and quote unquote New Testament writings, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, whatever. Naturally, they left out Thomas, but then I would say that it's my name. Though he went to India after spending time with Christ, and there are still many churches established by him in southern India, in Kerala, with all of the historical records intact. Yet almost no one knows about this. He was murdered by Hindus who did not understand. He manifested, according to their reports later, water floating in the air as a last stand to say, listen, I really do know what I'm talking about. They killed him anyway, but most prophets died this way. And all of us are prophets if we seek to even be kind to one child. We're bringing the light, we're bringing wisdom, we're bringing love, and that is the kingdom.
Yep, it is. That's one of the main things we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be bringing and spreading God's love, not our love, God's love.
Right.
And at
we're
the
servants.
This is gonna sound crazy, but just bear with me. Well, not crazy to you guys, but if there is, everything is spiritual, and there is this omnipotent power of the spirit, then there is also the bad. And I do believe that on earth walks that bad. And
it does.
100%. You can't have light without the dark. So
yeah, and we have to be present of that. Except I think a lot of religious people tend to, I shouldn't say that in that tone, it never comes out right, but I've been around people that say they're religious, but they're very, when I speak about how I think that it's like, oh, well, you're of Satan. And I'm like, no, you're after the wrong one here. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, there's a huge difference between the relationship and religion, or being religious. Huge difference.
Very good point. Great combination of words, relationship and religion.
Zach got something.
Yeah.
Go,
And
Zach.
If I run, I really want to have schools to have Bible study stuff. I want our kids to be raised right.
Beautiful.
And you know what, Zach? That is actually easier than you would think or would believe, because all you need is the Bible, man, and your understanding of it. That's all you really need. Let yourself be led by the Spirit. That's it. It's easy.
What we have to do, though, is we have to inscribe the sacred testament of the Bible upon people's hearts. And certainly this is possible. Unfortunately, all nations before America was born dealt with these same issues through the centuries and the millennia of tyranny and betrayal and dishonesty, whether it is a dishonesty in business or the dishonesty of a spouse in the Shakespearean sense. But America was born upon the shoulders of others, that we might have a chance collectively as the melting pot. For remember, it was people from all nations that came to America believing in this idea when tyranny ruled the world in monarchies, that a shot fired around the world could be heard and send a message. There's a reason, as attacked as we are as Americans today, that almost all nations instantly within the next 20 years adopted some semblance, if they could, of the American Constitution. Don't ever forget that, my friends.
Yeah, I want to go back to Zach. Zach, dude, if that's what you want to do, dude, that's what you're being led, and if that's what's in your heart, and that's what the Spirit and God is telling you, then go for it, dude. There's nothing that can stop you. The only thing that can stop you is you. We're our own worst enemies. We can only make ourselves stop doing something.
I don't even think Zach can stop himself.
Fire Zachary.
So Zach, dude, I believe he can do it. I mean, I believe he can do it because he wants to.
He's unstoppable.
And when we want
period.
to do something, yeah, we can do it. There's nothing stopping us but ourselves. Yeah, I'm glad I joined tonight, man, because I got to meet someone like Zach has a good mind. He has a good mind, good heart, in the right place.
Yep, Zach's a good egg. I love you, Zachary.
Oh, but God's Night thinks we're chopped liver.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Zach gets all the accolades and God's Night dumps us. Wow.
Nah, no way. I would never.
How do you think I feel? It's my birthday.
Happy. Oh, can I say happy birthday to you vocally? Vex, happy birthday. I want to say
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this has been fun. I loved it.
Are you like the super predator that's for us? I'm looking at your icon right now. I'm just wondering.
Because Kelly's my California sister.
my
Hank
bear.
is the tribal mother.
Cool.
They know it. They know it.
That's my bear.
Oh, I
Okay,
know
okay.
it, God's night. And you know I love you too.
Yeah.
So-
I love you guys too.
So we're all broadcasting angels, right? My grandfather brought
Yep. Oh!
Nipper from England to be the mascot of the Radio Corporation of Angels, which is what I personally call it. And honestly, believe it or not, Princess Leia from Star Wars, her parents didn't meet on Tatooine. They met in New Jersey. It was Eddie Fisher and Debbie Reynolds. My grandfather,
Wait. You're saying that
introduced them. And all
they
I'm
didn't
saying
have a
is,
one night stand in Mos Eisley?
it's not how it happened. No,
You ruined it, man. You
they
ruined
ended
it
up
for me.
they ended up with too much money and 7 pink refrigerators, and we all know that dear Princess Leia died too early, but she was still fighting, right? We're all trying. We believe in the Force. We believe in this idea of unity. You know, the Force, it surrounds us, it penetrates us, it binds us together. And this is in semblance an expression from an Oriental mind, of which is where that wisdom was drawn from, a la Joseph Campbell, who personally, though a professor, the professor, some would say, of mythology, working at Sarah Lawrence, it was his writings, and he personally who influenced George Lucas to write this script. Of course, they have to use a couple of English guys like Alec Guinness, God bless him. But the point is to deliver the goods, you know,
Loved
because they've been
Alex
studying it
Guinness.
forever. I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
I just said I loved Alex Guinness.
Oh, me too. So
Yeah.
much, so much. Whether he was on Damn the Defiant, the English captain that chose to side with his men and disappear into the dusk of against the British Empire, or whether he was Obi-Wan, or he was incredible in Monsignor Quixote, where he plays a priest friends with a communist, played by Leo McKern, and the God blessed Leo McKern. And Leo McKern takes him to see a movie he thought his friend, the priest, Alec Guinness, would like, called A Sisterhood of Angels. Unfortunately, it's a pornography movie, and the poor Alec Guinness, he just couldn't handle it. I still cry for him. But the point is, and at any rate, you know, we have to remember, as Red Badger was saying, our divine heritage. It is proclaimed even in the Bible, which is only a portion of the revelation, and yet a great portion, and more than enough, if we simply would follow the principles of the Good Samaritan, which is to be goodly brothers and sisters where we can, regardless of the cost, under the directions of our Mother, Father, God, or Goddess, as you would proclaim it or perceive it. And when we do this, we do fulfill our obligations, and whatever price or burden or pain or suffering we endure. And I promise I've done my best in life to endure my share and more to protect those around us. And we need to know that America's heritage and inheritance is long overdue, as it is for the world. Don't ever believe, whoever is listening, please, if I may just humbly speak, without trying to in any way push or endeavor to secure you to my position or point of view, but simply offering fruit of the vine that you would judge by yourselves as being acceptable, amenable, or not. Our inheritance as a planet is long overdue. The nations of the world have endlessly, all of their cultures, all of their peoples produced heroes and heroines that have stood mightily and honorably in the face of iniquity. This has not been missed by the kingdom of God. It was spoken clearly. The kingdom of God is now. It was Jesus the Christ who spoke this himself. Understand, there have been many Christs. The term Christ comes from the Greek Christos, which is to mean the anointed one. But whether it was in ancient India 40,000 years ago, when blue people walked the earth with love, for the color of the darkness often is blue, as Kali, the goddess of darkness in India, she will tell you. Satan is not what they say. They're not actually Satanists. They want to think they are, and they have this imagery of Satan. Satan is simply a decent fellow calling balls and strikes. What they're following is evil and their own idea of themselves, and the idea that the self must come before the other. And this is a great sin. And yet ourselves each do matter, and many who have fought in this war have paid a high price, as did our revolutionary soldiers, whether they were Yankee or Confederate, returning home without limbs, no anesthesia, no medical doctors besides those called sawbones, who only knew what to do, and it was the best they could do. I'm just saying, never give up the fight.
Did anybody else get in that vibe of what would you call it? Praying? Did that just seem like a prayer to you?
Chariot. Well, Chariot Rain speaks in cursive.
Yeah, he does. He does.
He does.
That's in Old English. What are you talking about?
I gotta
That's
say
Old English.
that was beautifully said. I gotta be honest.
Yeah. Well, another thing I like to touch on when you spoke about inequities, if you haven't noticed, the enemy has been using inequity and equity quite a lot for about a couple months now.
Mm-hmm.
They don't understand the terminology when they try to manifest words, because every word is like we talked about before. When you said a word, and what do we call words when we write them out or enunciate them? It's spelling. We spell.
Spelling.
So when they try to
Spelling.
use
We're casting spells.
words
Correct.
like inequity and equity, they really don't understand what they're saying. It
Right.
just sounds good. It sounds smart, but they really don't know what they're using, and they haven't been using it properly.
Right.
And it comes back to when they say unity, they're not using that word properly.
Correct.
They don't understand what they're saying. It sounds good. So like, oh, okay, yeah, well, the inequities of the white people, or the equity of racism, like, though that word does not fit anywhere in that sentence.
I had a particular problem with the Patriot missile. I did.
Can understand that.
Well, it was meant to destroy Scud, so it's a give and take with that.
Well, yeah, but CNN, remember the reports they made?
Yeah.
With the Scud missiles in the background, but they were in a studio in New York.
Yeah.
Remember CNN? They're covering the floods in the Midwest. They're in a canoe. The water's so deep. But believe it or not, there were like 5 Jesuses. Well, 3 anyway.
Yeah, they were walking on the water. Yeah.
Exactly, because it was only an inch deep in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Come on, people. I'm telling you, I know these network people. They're lying to everybody. Spread the word.
Oh yeah, no.
I'm getting angry here personally.
We're watching a movie, people.
We are, but the problem is with the people who are unfortunately taking control. Our enemies are the principalities. They are those unseen, mostly, and then those who are confused by the dream and the lie of television, which I personally feel great guilt over. I know the story very goddamn well. I know about the cathode ray tube. I know about the goddamn networks. My grandfather was offered the first presidency of the first goddamn network in the world, and he turned it down. Why? Because he knew where these fuckers were going. And yet for years and decades we fought on. Think of Norman Lear, the Jew. My God bless him. American right through. Red Tail. Legion. Remember World War II? He was a flyer. He was a bomber over Germany. Let me continue. My God, I'll just tell you this and I'll stop. But goddamn, he's flying over Germany, right? He's a Jewish American soldier. He's fighting for the dream. Martin's dream, though Martin hadn't spoken yet, but it was Jefferson's dream, Abraham's dream, and so many from around the world. And they're dying. They're 20,000 feet over Germany. They're going down. It's horrible. His friends are falling left and right. And then the Red Tails show up. The Tuskegee Air Corpsmen. They were there. They never lost one goddamn plane. And Norman Lear, what did he do? He never forgot. He was converted right there. He was going to spend the rest of his life doing whatever he could as an American for the other. Though he was a Hebrew, and they tended to rape our cities and our urban centers clean, leaving the blacks nothing. He was going to change it. And so what happens? He goes into television. Like dolphins, we broadcast with our minds, sonar. Dolphins, it is proven, they don't just receive information, they receive images, which is what we're doing now, right? So what happens? He goes in, he produces the Jeffersons, he produces Sanford and Son, he produces Chico and the Man. It goes on and on. Why? Because as whites, though they blame us now, we were the ones behind the camera producing movies like Raisin in the Sun, because our ideal in our hearts, whatever our color, if we're true Americans, is to spread the light and the reason and the truth. And whatever they say of us, the truth is known. Upstairs. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Well,
don't forget Blazing Saddles is another good one.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I have to throw this in. When I searched the internet, I found like a really old. I was looking for music, and I came across an interview of Frank Zappa, and this was back in 1971, maybe 70. And they asked him, "Well, how do you feel about, what's going on in America?" And he said, "Well, one thing we need to teach our children to turn off the damn TV.
It's true.
If parents love their children, they would turn off the TV.
I grew up on radio.
And that's
Partially
good
TV
because I'll
for
tell
Saturday
you,
mornings, but I grew up on radio.
I actually met Frank Zappa in Austin, Texas.
Awesome.
I think it was 1970. I know it was the summer.
Yeah, you gotta hang out with us more, Tom. You can hear more of Hank's stories, dude. She's got a lot of really good stories.
He was playing at Armadillo, and of course he came in 3 days before he played, so he cut some public broadcasting, or what are those things that they they used to do it in the 70s and 80s. It would be like they would put these little shorts like, "Hey kids, wear your seatbelt," or "Hey, don't."
PSA?
Yeah, PSA. And he cut a PSA, and it was about speed. It was about speed, the drug speed.
Wow.
And he said, "Hey kiddies, don't do speed. Speed kills." And I was at the Dillo one night. He was going to play that night, and I was backstage because I usually work the back door. And I said, "Oh, you're Frank Zappa?" And he said, "Yeah." And he goes, I said, "I heard your PSA." And he looked at me, and I'll never forget this because I was very young. And he looked at me and he said, "And I'm not kidding."
Oh, that's beautiful.
And I never did. That was one thing that I avoided as a kid my entire life, because people around me, they would have things called mollies or meth. What's the other one? Methamphetamine or whatever, the crystal meth or whatever. And I wouldn't have anything to do with it. And I totally believe Frank Zappa. And when I saw that about television, I'm so glad that I stayed away from television too.
Well, the thing about television, coming from the family that introduced it, what I can tell you is the original, it is of God originally. The idea was to spread the word of God and to speak unto the people by an extremely powerful medium that affects the conscious minds of anyone who perceive it. And of course, it's a fascinating device. And yet, so much so that in the original days, say in my father's home when he was growing up, he would tell me the stories. They would just sit for hours and watch the snow. Nothing was being broadcast yet. Just the black and white that some of us may remember when television would go off the air at midnight back in the day before it was 24/7, which is wrong because the mind of the world needs to sleep. And that's why they're constantly pushing the wrong frequencies, the wrong hertz, nonstop, never rest. Stay away from nature, stay away from peace, stay away from quiet. And yet the idea was, and I know this personally from those who brought it to the world, is that we were going to bring, and I say I was there in eternity. I wasn't incarnate upon the earth. But the idea was that we were going to bring Carnegie Hall to the Midwest. Those who would never get to experience the beauty of high-end culture for a lack of means to travel. And you have to remember 100 years ago, almost nobody ever left their hometown. I'm sorry, it's a fact. And, if you listen to Red Dirt Girl or you listen to Tracy Chapman, Fast Car, you get the idea. Red Dirt Girl by Emmylou Harris. But the point is that, my grandfather broadcast the very first religious ceremony, which was the Catholic Mass. And whatever you say about Catholicism, of course, like any other entity or institution that does good, the evil is going to seek to claim it and take it and use it for its own purposes. That does not mean there have not been many true Christians. Before denominations existed within the Christianity, there was only the church, and thank God it lived, because otherwise we don't make it through the Dark Ages. It was the monks and the abbeys that kept knowledge and wisdom of ancient worlds alive, that we might have some learning from the past, so we would not have to endlessly repeat the mistakes that evil would have us repeat endlessly, so we cannot become who we are meant to be upon the earth, and therefore incarnate Eden. We also broadcast the first sporting event, football game, put Bishop Sheen on the air, etc. The idea was to bring accurate news, accurate wisdom to the people primarily of America and then the world. Unfortunately, it was usurped by evil powers and became an unbelievable vehicle for tyranny upon the mind and the heart, and most importantly, the soul, which is meant to grow and flower in God's garden. Going back to the conversation of kindergarten, and I posted a couple comments, you'll remember that kinder or kinderen is a German word for children, and therefore kindergarten is supposed to be a garden for children. And yet how has it been usurped today? We have a gosh darn transgender male freak fat Jabba the Hutt running healthcare in Pennsylvania who's pushing teachings on oral sex in kindergarten. I am getting a little upset, I got to admit.
Well,
And
you wouldn't be
rightfully
right.
so
You wouldn't
there.
Be, yeah, you wouldn't be right if you didn't, dude.
Yeah.
If you feel comfortable, then there's something wrong with you when you talk about stuff like that and think it's okay, because it's not.
Well, as the woman man is being sworn in, the two standing next to her look a little bit more like standard fellas, hair parted on the right or on the left over to the right and wearing suits. They're kind of looking at this person holding like the holy book forward, like, what the hell is happening to our nation, right? I mean, we all feel that, but yeah.
Well, like I said
Zach,
before,
you good, dude?
children.
Zach's got something to say.
Yeah, Zach's got something.
Go, Zach.
Nowadays, I wish people would stop looking at race or sex as an issue. We are all human beings and we should be here for each other no matter what. I love this family and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Agreed.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. And
I love
women.
you too, Zachary.
Yeah, I agree, dude. That's good. That's good stuff.
A women.
Screw that.
You know, it's like you talked a little bit about in that last mantra there, like, about breaking the chains, right? Do y'all think that we can break the cycle of history?
Yes, I do.
Yes, we can, because it's a cycle. Jesus is the chain breaker. We can break cycles, though.
With or without Jesus, though, we still have the same obligations, meaning we have no idea how many universes and metaverses and planets are out there, right?
Oh, hell no. Yeah, right.
Right. Often I have known that I have walked without God, so to speak, in my life. I remember being in 1986 or so saying to my guardian angels, tell me what to do. You know I will do it, whatever it is. And they said, we have no idea. You're screwed. But our obligation all the same is to go forward as soldiers. Of course, God's night.
You're always walking with God.
Well, yeah, we're the ones that step away from him. He never abandons us. We're the ones that separate ourselves. And
well,
yeah, I mean, I get that.
Even if you don't know the word, you walk with God, because we are of God. We are that stardust.
It's one of those inherent things, like those things you just know without ever being, taught. Yeah.
I'd just like to address something real quick. Everyone using amen. That comes from worshiping Ra. Amen Ra.
True.
Right. Is there something wrong there?
Yes. We shouldn't be using it because
Ra
it's from
why
different.
would that be wrong when the king and queen of Egypt of Upper Egypt worshipped Ra? They only knew that they were the only king and queen of Egypt that said that we will not be worshiping multiple gods. That was the first time in Egyptian history, and believe me, they made plenty of enemies because they worshipped Ra, which was the sun disk, which was one god, the god that came up every morning in the east.
Yeah, I understand that. I just disagree with it coming from Egyptian bases.
Well, it's just, you have to understand that at that time, later on in history, became the first Christian church, which I believe Anunnaki is from. Those were the first of an organized religion came out of that area, and the word amen was just a word that was transferred through linguistics. It's a word that was linguistically trailed down to the next generations. It's nothing of an offense against God. Amen, Amen, Ra, it was like the sun god, the one singular God. And it, because of what the king and queen did, they were destroyed, and they almost destroyed everything that they removed. The Egyptians were so angry that whether they died naturally or not, which I don't believe they died naturally, I'm sure they were taken out because they did not enjoy that the king and queen decided to take from a multi-god religion into a one god religion, and it pissed them off. And actually, I think they did that. There's a whole, it would take another hour to discuss, which I'm not going to do, but there's a whole reason why they went to the one God, because they had heard the word through the lands about a one God. One God.
Unfortunately,
Think
while
of
there
the
are many
word Son
aspects,
of God. Son of God. Think about that word. The whole phrase, Son of God. God.
unfortunately, I think Vex is, and both of you have beautiful, beautiful points and well expressed,
There's two
Red Badger. But I think the thing is that certainly we need to be a little suspect, only to be responsible. That doesn't mean we are rude or ungracious to mortals, commoners, or gods and
Well, we
goddesses.
fear what we don't know. And although, if you think of it just on a level of Egyptian religion, it might spook someone that they're
Right.
praying to an Egyptian god. But remember, we we all came we all came from that. Most likely, all of us genetically came out of those deserts at some
True.
point in our life. And so, linguistically and for other reasons, we're going to have relationships. It's not saying that you have to go worship Ra, but it's saying that to the Egyptians of that time, it was also a huge step for an Egyptian king to go from multiple gods to a one god,
It's
which
the
was
difference
huge.
between 13 colonies and one nation. And that's what it came down to. If you look at the history of gods and goddesses throughout cultures and ages around the world, and I always
Well,
go back to India, they have so many. But the thing is that if we are going to get the job done, even Krishna could not unify the different tribes of India. But the point is, if we unify, if we claim one pursuit, one path as the preeminent, and what I would add to what Red Badgers is so beautifully speaking about, without any way taking away from the caution that is extraordinarily important for Americans today, as we are the vanguard and the forefront, as we're meant to be, as what America's destiny was to be the footstool of the kingdom of God, and therefore the opening and the portal that it might manifest in the awareness and consciousness of man and womankind. Though it already be present, there are still choices for all souls to make. We have to remember that many of the Colorado mountains are named after Egyptian temples and principalities and localities. There's no question that blacks were here before they ever came from Africa. Many Egyptian items of 5,000 years, you know, record have been found in that area. Why is this not discussed? Why are all the skeletons of giants hidden by the Smithsonian, et cetera, et cetera? But the point I would make, being once Persian, little white warrior is what I was named. I left Athens because the gods and goddesses were too goddamn sexual. I couldn't take it, to be quite honest. And Persia was different. They didn't understand what I was doing there 5,000 years ago. But the point is, they were like welcoming. I was like, listen, I can do shit. I can make it rain. I can bring the crops, what have you. They're like, okay, let's meet the king. King loved me. Anyway, personally, just to put this out there, right now, I'm looking for the Shah. I really miss him, the Shah of Iran. He was our friend. He was a father and a true lion unto the nations, and he brought all nations together. Of course, he had to die of cancer, and the Muslims took over. But whatever, we'll deal with that later. The point is that I'm trying to get to, a la Red Badger's statements, is that personally, you have to remember, Ra had the head of an eagle, which was the standard of Rome, which is the Great Seal of the United States of America, drawn by Charles Thompson of Harrington House, a poor pauper boy growing up in Philadelphia who once met a rich woman, who said, "What do you want to do with your life, young urchin?" He said, "I want to learn and give back to our country." She said, "Come live with me." And she raised him in a place along the main line, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia, East Coast, Pennsylvania, just south of New York, to give you perspective. And he learned and he studied all he could. And when our country was being founded, it is very possible, had we chosen a slightly different form of government, he would have been chosen the first president, not George Washington. So respected was he. Growing up 2 miles from my house where I lived, not 10 miles from the Liberty Bell, of course, born in the house of infancy before the statue sent by France as a gift, not a copy, but a signature statue of St. Joan of Arc. The point being, he drew at the request of the Congress at that time, before we had a Congress. Good night, Panther.
Panther.
The Great Seal of the
Good
United
night,
States of
Panther.
America.
God bless you.
God bless you, blue-eyed. The Great Seal of the United States of America, with arrows in one hand and holly in the other. Holly being what most people and most Americans do not understand, an ancient, sacred, magical symbol, but also representing, as all of our hearts, that are Christian in principle, though we be Buddhist or of another denomination or worldwide path up the mountain unto godhood within ourselves discovered, and yet not necessarily God, but part of the eternal unity, a magical thing born of the idea of peace offered, but do not forget we have the arrows and the power in our hand. Not just one arrow, but many. For one arrow can be broken, but together many bound are unbreakable. And this power is ours. And this is not of the ancient heraldry of Ireland and Britannia and Ultima Thule, the legendary magical land of these lands, and also Rome. And we must remember this, for the truth of Rome was the greatness of the truth of Athens. And all of these nations and all of these cultures that are mentioned have striven, they have tried, and we honor all of them who, as warriors and women, for the price of the sacred died, whatever their perspective on it. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm drinking Bloody Marys. But I mean what I say I do. And I know it
Don't
well.
apologize, man.
Well, we just
You don't
kind of
have to
went through
apologize.
the whole history there, but yeah, that was cool. I'm just saying, don't be afraid of it, because Akhenaten and Nefertiti, after they were probably murdered, the Egyptian pharaohs went right back to multiple gods, and right after that, the Egyptian empire ended. It was never great again.
They fell.
They did
And
fall.
and yet we had the gift of Anwar Sadat, who was a beautiful man and did try and paid the price. Like Muammar al-Gaddafi. We came, we saw, he died. You will pay a price, which you will.
Zach, did you have something?
Hey fam, I'm going to go to bed. Thank you for having me on and I hope you have a great night. I love you all. Never ever forget that.
Love
Good
you
night,
too.
Zach. Love you too,
Love you,
man.
Zach.
It's good. It's good
Sweet
meeting you, Zach.
dreams.
Right
Go,
on.
I hope to
I'm
have more
so glad you
conversations
stopped
with you,
by,
Zach.
Zach. I'm
Go
so glad
Sweet
you
Broncos.
stopped
dreams.
by. Don't be a
Sweet dreams.
stranger.
Rest well, man.
Go Broncos, Zach. Go Broncos.
Good night, love.
I don't know. I have different thoughts, but I just think people fear the unknown, and there's so much we don't know, and so much is still hidden from us. But
Oh, yeah.
linguistically, I don't think we need to fear the word amen. Although I'd like to hear your what you suggest would be a good honoring word, Vex.
Yeah, and don't say all woman.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too
I
right now,
hate
man.
that.
But we're on the same
I don't
wavelength.
like a woman.
I don't like
Yeah.
all women either.
Amen and
I
all
like the
woman.
I like the idea of herstory, not history.
Amen is the proper way, I guess. Amen. That sounds too weird to me. But
Here's the thing. Vex's point is very well made in this sense. Philology, which is the study of words and linguistics and their origins, has been taken out of like all nations and universities, which is disgusting. When you look at the greatest Christian writers, whether they're modern times or olden times, you look at an Augustine, you look at a C.S. Lewis, they all study philology. The Lord of the Rings was written by a master of philology. And it is important, as Vex is pointing out, to understand exactly where these things are coming from. Because as we know, the enemy will manipulate anything they can, anywhere they can. That's why the rainbow. Okay, that's why the rainbow is now a symbol of boy sex and transgenderism, et cetera, when it was to be a promise of God to the hope of the human heart, that there could be righteousness and love and dignity for all, especially in the relationship between man and woman, husband and wife, who are to be the protectors of the future generations, which are to bring the kingdom of God. And this has been I mean, we got Planned Parenthood. They're not planning Parenthood. We all know that, right? Who are here in this audience.
Yeah.
So Vex, what's a better word?
What, then amen?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
A consecration word.
Well, to me, it's something just be simple. I mean, the relationship between you and God, me and God, is simple.
Well, I know.
God, beer, and ammo.
I guess I'm not being clear enough. What word would
Well,
you use to end up?
Well,
Is there a? I guess I'm trying to get at what word do you use?
okay. When I speak to my grandfather or my grandmother before they died,
Right.
when I was done talking to him, I'd say, "I love you."
Oh, beautiful.
That works.
That's beautiful, Vex. God
That's
bless you.
just as beautiful.
You know what I really like about Vex? Can I have a second to tell everybody?
Okay.
Guys like God's Night and Vex. Sometimes many people, as Red Badger has said, these are not words I would speak to any audience. And many of us understand this. And yet we also have an obligation to speak. And yet many of us have been wounded in the long battle. But guys like Vex, however far out on a Shirley MacLaine limb I went, and I will tell you, I read that book as a young child. It was in my parents' library, Out on a Limb. Very good book. I went out on that limb and it broke. Okay, and that sucked. But I was committed. And however far out on a limb I go, guys like Vex, they've only been patient and gracious and offered me an ear and a voice. And I think they've tried to trust that whether I've spoken some things like Red Badger would say that are out there and would have us called names or labeled things like Satanist or Uncle Tom or what have you. The point is the courtesy, the dignity of the other, the principle of this, the brother, the sister. Remember, there's an old story. There was a guy named Abraham. Maybe it's true or not. The principle is the same and stands. He entertained some visitors to his tent. He didn't know it was Yahweh and two angels, but he and his wife were gracious. Many have entertained angels, therefore unawares. And this is what we're even doing tonight. And so I thank people like all of us who are speaking and listening, and especially Vex on his birthday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right on. Okay, so I had to go look at what other people would use in the actual translation of amen. It's to verify, and you could use the word verify. Truly, it is true. Let it be so. So I guess you could say all those things too.
I'm the simple type, and when it comes to stuff like that,
I think it all just comes down to the individual.
In religion, in modern day religion as it stands today, if you walk into a church and you say "so be it," they might burn you at the stake.
So might
all the more reason to do it.
Be or so
yeah,
be
so
it.
mote
All
it
the more
be,
reason to do
right?
it.
We all know so mote it be.
Amen, Ivan. I'm looking at the literal.
Listen, there's nothing like a wise woman of the woods to me. You know what I mean? We had so many great American women. I had a classmate who actually went to the Wise Woman Institute, if any of you might have ever heard of that. But the point is, these were young women who were not trying to be witches, but they believed in nature. They believed in the heart and the soul. And many of our great young American patriots who were men and of renown, you will understand, had mothers and grandmothers who knew every plant in the forest. They knew what cured poison ivy and took the pain away. This is not a sinful thing. But you understand what happened in Salem. Vice and greed and envy. Oh, she cursed my cow and that's why it died. She has to die. Well, that's McCarthyism times 10, right? And so I'll just say.
This is kind of interesting reading I'm doing here. Here it is. Truly I say unto you, Amun, Aman. Wow, that's crazy. It's got a whole.
I wonder what's wrong with using "thank you" at the end of a prayer.
Nothing.
I say thank you too, or
why can't you say thank you or I love you or
thank you is a little presumptive of God, in my opinion.
not really.
It's like when somebody says please and thank you, it implies an expectation that whatever it is be done.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're still thankful for what the Lord does. It doesn't. That's the thing. It doesn't matter how we come. It matters how we come to Him, but it doesn't matter what we end a prayer with. It doesn't matter. The whole
True.
premise of coming to God for repentance or to give that sacrifice to Him, that's what He's looking at. He's looking for that sweet smell that pleases Him.
Yes.
He's not
Oh,
looking for our words of thank you or amen or whatever. That's semantics.
the divine
Yeah,
will
bottom
understand.
line, never stop fucking praying. Okay.
Basically, yeah, and yes, which
Never
is the
stop fucking
exhortation. Pray
Right.
always. If you read the what was it the Pilgrim's Journey, is that the famous book? What it's called? The Pilgrim's Progress. It's like 400 years old or something. It's pray. The exhortation, as in the Bible, is pray always. But I remember being a
Right.
young man thinking, how the hell do you do that? There's so much stuff going on. I'd love to, but come on, stop! I'm being hit in the head. I'm being slandered. I'm being libeled. I got to protect these kids who are littler than me. Pray. I would pray, but if I was a rich man, right? Fiddler on the
Right.
roof.
Well, you train your subconscious essentially,
Yes, you do
It's a
eventually.
subconscious thing. It's definitely a learned practice,
Yeah, correct. And also a
'cause
gift of
I'm
grace.
constantly praying in the back of my mind 24/7, especially since I don't sleep. And then even in my sleep, it's like I'm praying too, you
Well,
know,
I
from the
remember.
dreams that I have and shit.
Yes, of course. I remember there was an actual what it was called. It was called the Jesus Prayer in this famous book, The Pilgrim's Progress. I'm starting to remember it now. This is many decades ago, but the point is, I was praying it constantly, and the exhortation, pray always. So I'm trying, and the idea is you live your life. Remember, even in India, they're very clear. The yogi of the mountains has it very easy, compared to the yogi man or woman that is a homeowner and a wife or husband. But that's more difficult to live in the
Yep.
world and also be of God.
Exactly.
Right. Now, we all have our own paths. So it doesn't mean we shun the one or the other, but God bless all who try wherever they are. So the idea was pray always. And I was praying this prayer, and I was praying this prayer, which is written down in the book. It's like 4 verses or one verse, 4 or 5 lines. And all of a sudden, I found around 1986 or so, I was maybe 17, 16. I heard the prayer being said in my own mind without me saying it. And so the idea is we begin these things in the world, these generations of emanations of our hearts and intentions. And what we forget is they take on a life of their own. So therefore, let us make the best decisions we can for the glory of the story, of the safety and welfare of those who are not aware of what we are while we do what we do for the benefit of all. That is what makes us God's children and Americans faithful unto the God, whether he's here or present, male or female. It is the idea of love of a child unto a parent. And if we say thank you, yes, you might say there's some expectation. I only say thank you.
Yeah. When I pray, I never have expectation. Or when not even for myself. When I pray I really just pray for others other than myself. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's all individual. For me, I'd rather people have more help or receive something other than me because I know I'm a sinner. I know I make mistakes. I know sometimes I do something that I'm not supposed to. So I would rather have someone else have a provision over my necessity, considering that maybe they need it more than I do, or because I made that mistake that I really don't deserve something right now. That's just kind of how I practice mine.
You're a true friend to the kingdom of God, God's night. You are.
But I try though. I try though. I'm not saying I'm perfect and that I do everything right. No, I'm far from that.
The striving is what matters, and this is what America is famous for. The striving.
But yeah, that walk is difficult, man, and I agree. I mean, the people who live in the quote unquote holy places or out of the world in seclusion have it easier than the ones always having to keep battling every day within their households
And yet they
or in the
also have
world.
different tests, which we respect.
Right.
And yet
Exactly.
it's a whole different world. It really
Yep.
is. My screen just went dark. I hope I'm not losing you.
You're still clear.
No. Yeah, you're still
You're
good.
5 by 5.
It's our walk, man. Everybody's walk is unique and different.
Has
So
anyone
what?
heard the Kanye West song from, I think he calls it I want to call it Christ is King, but I think he calls the album Jesus is King, and his father introduces it, and he says, when my children were little, they were a little afraid of their first snow, and they didn't know how to go outside. So I said unto them, I will go first, and you walk in my footsteps, and this is akin to the walk with the Lord. When I was 6 years old or so, I did my first book report on a baseball player, an American called Henry Aaron. And I was drawn to him as a child. I thought, this is a soul I want to follow. Not to be a baseball player. I just liked the way he was approaching life, and I could sense this then. I didn't know what was going to happen, and this hadn't happened to me before in life, though I was born fully conscious, which is to say, the moment I was born, I looked at the physician and said, oh, not you again, and turned the other cheek. I turned it to the left side, and I remember ministering to the other babies in the incubators, as I also was in the incubator within the first 24 hours. There was one baby, maybe Pakistani or Hindu. He was particularly puckered and shriveled. Birth had been difficult on him. I remember praying for him and speaking to my angels about it and those gathered around me. But otherwise, the whisperings of the divine had been whisperings, as I believe they are all meant to be, to our consciousnesses, for loving parents in eternity will minister gently and lovingly unto their children as they realize we have not yet perhaps completely opened our eyes onto the eternal realm. And this is meant to be for a reason. But suddenly a voice spoke to me in my backyard, which was named Ballycine, outside Philadelphia, which is an ancient castle in Ireland, which was once called Wolfland, where it is said the lords had the power to skinwalk, and many of the families would ride into battle, wolves and man upon horse together, for the cause that is sacred. Even after the truth of Oisin and St. Patrick had been revealed, St. Patrick the Irishman, who was actually Italian and Roman, a slave of the Irish, who returned once freed to minister to the people. At any rate, the point is, let me take a break and a breath. This is too much.
That's cool. I want to
Holy
circle
moly.
back to Brandy real quick. Yeah, like we were talking about the thankful thing. She said that she prays and she's grateful for things, and that's good, because when you thank God for the things that He's put you through or what He's provided you with, you're thankful. I mean, I'm thankful for the hardships that I've gone through, or else I never would have learned.
Yeah, but right now the hardships are too much on humanity. It's a problem, I mean, into every life a little rain must fall. But what we're dealing with right now is the final test of all. The opening of the seventh seal is clear and near,
Right?
and
Yeah, I've talked
every
about
soul is
that
being
too.
given a choice. But I got to be honest, it wasn't meant to be like this, guys, and that's why we're riled up. We know fair is fair. We believe in fair play. What is right, wrong is wrong. It comes from Wales and Persia before that. But the point is, yeah, we have a right to have our heckles up. What would Dirty Harry say? Go ahead, make my day.
Well, dude, right now we deserve the 40 years in the desert. Look what we've allowed to happen.
Well, but was that you
we
and me?
deserve that. It doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter as a whole. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that
go ahead.
as a whole, as a people, man, as a people, as a nation, as children of God, we've angered them. So even if it wasn't direct, we still got to pay for it, because then we got to take up the mantle, or take the reins and say, hey, like Moses and
Jesus
Aaron.
did no less, right? He paid first.
Right. So Moses and Aaron, dude, they took the reins and tried to correct the people.
Well, poor Aaron. God,
yeah, no, exactly.
Can you imagine how Aaron felt down there by himself?
He got a raw deal, man. Yeah.
Poor Aaron's just like, stop it, damn it.
That's just what I'm saying. As a whole, we're being punished, and I know not all of us here are guilty of it, but as a whole, man, it's just like in the military, man. We're one whole.
Right.
So if one recruit or one Marine fucks up, everybody pays for it.
Yes,
because we're supposed to.
Every individual has an obligation not to be the weakest link, right? To the best of our ability. And yet at the same time, I got to be honest, my perspective, I hear what you're saying. And of course, God's night, I have dear love and brotherhood for you. Never having met you or probably never even seeing you ever in life. Like souls that pass, maybe one day we'll meet on the dark side of the moon. Though we pass now only in the dark of night, we speak unto each other. But the point is, I got to be honest, I don't think it's like that. You know what I think is going on? I think it's a sting operation. I think high up angels, etc., principalities and forces that are for what is right and fair and just and good, those souls must be tested. And the hardship that comes into our life often is a gift. because we can find a way to chisel ourselves like an ancient sculpture of beautiful Rome or Italia back in the day of Michelangelo would gently and beautifully carve into marble to express the divinity that is possible within us all. We can do this for ourselves, and in doing so, we make ourselves ever finer in the furnace of life. And yet, I also say, this is a sting operation that's been going on for decades, because what has happened is powers in eternity have usurped all fair play. Remember, even God in the Bible said unto the devil who was seeking to test Job, there are certain things you can do, and there are certain things you can't do. Okay.
Right.
The problem is, in my opinion, they've gone too far. They've usurped all that is fair. They've usurped fair will of too many souls. And though, yes, the whole is responsible, certain cultures, certain creeds, they will be judged as an entire. And yet, at the same time, God would not be fair if every single individual, many angels being born into Islam and Judaism and whatever we as America may see as enemies. My own landlord, a Japanese American, son of the 442 famed Purple Heart Legion of World War II, missing one hand for his battles in Vietnam, speaks of the Buddhist denomination that believes, and you will think of Buddhism and you will think of peace and love, but there are Buddhists who believe all others must die and only they are to live. This is a problem. Whenever you have a religion that says one day all are to be our slaves and we win everything, this is against the ideas of brotherhood, sisterhood, family, and the ideals of America, which is to be the forerunner of the kingdom of God.
So you're telling me that it's wrong to make Nancy Pelosi my slave?
Not if you want to do that, go for it with my full blessing. And
Just
any
kidding.
power.
I'm
just gotta purchase.
Just
But why
kidding.
would you let her live?
You have to purchase her for the right amount.
Well,
to
you
have
know,
her slave.
sometimes living can be worse than death. I'm
I
just
don't know.
saying.
I might, if I was in charge, I'd probably have like bring back the gladiators, and I'd make Mitt Romney fight AOC or somebody like that. Like it would be like
Nancy
a couple of
Pelosi's father
I would
designed
have
a dam in California that is built to fail. Remember the old Q sayings like watch, and I listen to Q, but like I know the Kennedy family, whatever. The point is, watch the water. Nancy Pelosi's father made a fortune building a dam meant to fail. Understand that.
Oh,
So
I'm
you
sure.
do what with her whatever you want. I swear.
Well,
But
I
what
was just saying that if I were in charge of the earth or in the world, if I were queen, I would bring back the gladiators and I would put like all the Democrats. I would pick them out for like weekend, a weekend whatever rumble, and I'd put like I'd bring in certain. Could you imagine like bringing in Mitt Romney or
versus Jesse Ventura?
No,
Versus a
I
grizzly
would
bear.
just use all Democrats and rhinos, and I would pit like Marco Rubio against
Beto O'Rourke.
Oh no, that wouldn't be fair. I would have Marco
Dandy
Rubio
Lioness.
fight,
Jones would
like
tear him up.
Dandy
Yeah.
Lioness. Dandy Lioness.
Talib and oh god, what's the other one with the turban? I'd have her like two on
Ilhan
one.
Omar, the harpy.
Yeah, Ilhan
Have you ever looked at her
Omar.
hands and her claws? I mean, if you look at her nails and her hands and her fingers.
You know I'm kidding, folks. I really
I'm not
wouldn't
kidding.
do that.
This woman is a
In
harpy.
my head, it sounds pretty fun.
Look at her. Look at her talons. I mean, her hands. I mean, her fingers. I mean, her nails. But
See,
then But Dandy Lioness, what was the last point you made? It was really, really good. Like 2 minutes ago.
Never stop fucking praying.
I think it was the one after that. Oh, it was so good. I wanted to follow up on it. But thank you for your gifts.
Fuck, I know. Gonna have to rewind for that one. I don't remember really saying anything after that.
Oh, you said something short and sweet, and I was like, oh, that's a bullseye. I'm going to go with that. I got the whole treatise on that. Here's a wonderful.
I really wouldn't bring back Roman gladiators, but in my head it would be fun. And I've often thought, like, who would I pit so and so against? Yeah, and it'd be to the death because we'd have to have that for it to be fair.
The movie El Cid, which translates in Spanish as the Lord or in Islam, with Charlton Heston and Sophia Loren playing Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, the great truly saint, though he's never been sainted of Spain. He saved all of Spain from Africa and the Moors, and all of Europe, really, taking them on single-handedly, never falling in battle, being wounded greatly many times like Joan of Arc. He was very clear, along with his wife. It's a beautiful movie, and he was, of course, fair and friends with many who sought the light and the truth, including Muslims of Spain who did not side with the Saladins of the world. And yet they also had a mission. I must admit, as a Christian American, I'm very pro the Ayatollah Khomeini. I respected him as a man, as a warrior, as a champion. Many enemies have often stated through the centuries, I have respect for my enemy if he's a man of honor.
Oh,
And he
I
was
know.
doing the best he could, though my understanding is he and the Shah of Iran have made peace. The thing is that in the ancient annals of Spain, there was this idea that man could rise above such situations, and God bless the women that stood by them, many in convents for their safety's sake, many never seeing their men, many being separated like the wives of our soldiers in America today who don't understand what's happening to their country. I thank all of you for caring about such things.
I just checked, and earlier I think Kelly said something about Beto O'Rourke. Was that it?
No, I'm sorry. That's too far back. I didn't even hear that one.
Okay.
But it was really
I did
good.
say something about Beto O'Rourke.
Callie, leave it to Callie. She said something great. We'll leave it at that. But I wish I could have followed up on it. I was like, oh my God, that's beautiful.
Well, you started saying her name repeatedly after she said it.
Oh, okay, cool. I think I was
wonder
just
if it was
excited to hear
before
the
that.
Callie.
Before that, I said never stop fucking praying.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
It's cool.
What was
We were
it,
talking about
margaritas
a
or Bloody
gladiator
Marys?
fight between Marco Rubio, and then I threw in Beto O'Rourke.
Okay, so that's how I got on Del Cid. If you've seen the movie, it's beautiful. It's like 3 hours long. There's a point where Rodrigo goes before the king, and let's see, Leora, Aston, and Astoria, and I think that's right. And forgive me, I'm a little drunk. But the point is, he says, "Let me take up the gauntlet, Lord." See, they've lost their champion. You're talking about gladiators. In the old days, there could be armies that would go against each other. We all know this, or they might say, "Our champion against yours." Brad Pitt made a movie about this, right? Achilles or something like this, and he goes up. It's one-on-one, right, and that decides the battle. So he says unto the king, because their champion has been killed by Rodrigo, which is a true story, and he was Jimena Sophia's Loren's father and the champion of these nations at the time. And he says, "Listen, we're being attacked now because they know we don't have a champion, and they're throwing down the gauntlet, saying this city belongs to us." I believe it was Astoria in Spain, still exists. You'll give it to us now. And they said, "We know full well why you're approaching us now. We don't have a champion." So Rodrigo says, "I will take up the gauntlet. Allow me. I've been accused of murdering your champion. I've not yet stood judgment at your king's hands." His father, also a previous champion of this area. And the king says, with the consultation of his daughter, who was later proven to have killed her brother, though she never admitted it in life, she admitted it at her death, who would have been the rightful king of Spain at the time. And this is all important because these were conquistadors of the soul and the spirit, and they were Christians once upon a time, though they were in Armenia or Russia or Spain or France, and what eventually would be their descendants, Americans. We must remember that even Russell Wilson, the quarterback of the Seahawks of Seattle, is descended from Bishop Arnulf, born 800 AD, who once said unto God, born amongst France before it was France, but amongst the Franks and the nobility, "Lord, I have taken the priesthood, but I have failed you. And so I throw my ring, my bishop's ring, into the sea. I know if you wish me to continue to be your servant, you will return it unto me." And weeks later, he was sitting in a tavern, so good the legend goes. There are different stories of it. But there are stained glass windows that display this thing. He was eating a fish, and when he cut it open, there was his ring. And this is Russell Wilson's descendant. Do not think white or black or any color. Those who are true unto the harmony of the essence of the soul, China will one day be a scented nation, but not our enemy. For they have brought paper cities, and they have brought fireworks, and they have brought the Tao and the way that coincides perfectly with the emanations of paganism and the worship of the tree, which is unto Christians a sacred thing, for it was introduced into Germany. And they adopted this tree, and it became our Christmas tree. And yet, who can deny it is not of the faith of the Druids? And yet, these things were woven together, as early popes often wrote stories of a magical demeanor, because they had to appeal to all peoples around the world to bring them into the fold, and did not utterly want to destroy their cultures, as ancient Rome was wise to do. Not destroying the cultures, but saying, be part of us, but also be celebrated and honored as you are. If we could do this more as Americans now, celebrating and honoring those who have for too long not had a voice, whether it be our Spanish, our Poles, our Vietnamese, our Japanese, Chinese, our Russians, and our dear beloved blacks, who have from the beginning stood true, knowing that though they were offered by England utter freedom, that was a different sort of tyranny, which is why they turned down the British, who said unto them at Monticello in Virginia, tell us where Jefferson is, and we will free you, with muskets pointed at their heads. Slaves of Jefferson, blacks, they answered unto the British, go ahead, shoot away. Because they understood, as Sally Hemings did, though Monticello has been turned into a goddamn effigy of the sin of America and tyranny and slavery, his slaves would argue differently, as Sally Hemings, who he took to France, his friend, his slave, his black sister, so she could be free. No, she said, I return with thee to be a slave, that one day we might all be free in the soul and the spirit. This is our heritage, and we have earned it well. And though there are those who would say, yes, we should suffer, there are those of us who know. All of you who have had true hearts have always stayed true, and therefore have earned Eden, which is to be manifest upon the earth some time ago and is coming. Just saying. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've not always stayed true.
Would you be true now, with all of it against the line, in every soul and humanity and the eternal sign, the brotherhood of the truth of Philadelphia, and what is known as the covenant of the warm tower of Philadelphia, which exists between child and man, soul beyond color, but eternal, in flame and vision, ethereal and black as black can be, with electricity, and neon flashing in the minds and hearts of us all, for this is more what we are. We all know they have stated endlessly the scientists were supposed to believe. We only see 3% of the visible spectrum, and therefore, what do we truly see of you and me? And though you may feel you have never, or perhaps at times, not been true, remember what the dear cute kid Struggle Jennings is saying these days. I'm 51, I can say this. I may have been a bad guy, but I always had a good heart.
You must have one hell of a diary.
I do.
Oh, I imagine, dude.
All right.
The sad thing is, it's the exact same thing I was writing in 1982. It's never changed. I never could get forward, but I've always tried. I've always strived. I promise. Brothers and sisters, I promise. I remember looking into the eyes of Joe Frazier, the great Philadelphia American boxer. It was a sad story, Joe Frazier and I. You have to understand, my white father was trained by full-blooded Apache who owned appliance stores in Philadelphia. There weren't many full-blooded Apache living in Philadelphia in the 1940s and 50s, but he was there for my father. It's interesting. Myself, I received the divine transmissions from birth to age 6, our nation's bicentennial, from Barry Shore, the daughter of Toots Shores. Toots Shore, you may have heard of him. He owned a saloon in New York City. It was the most famous saloon in the world. Every goddamn person that was anybody was there. Why? Toots Shore, he was the prettiest Jew that ever lived. In truth, he was St. Bernard, the Catholic. He married a Catholic girl, she was a Ziegfeld girl. And if you know what Ziegfeld girls were, these were beauties among beauties. And his daughter was Barry Shore, and she held me and dandled me at birth for a reason, outside the statue of Joan of Arc. What I can tell you is Joe DiMaggio, Frank Sinatra, Frank Costello, it doesn't matter whether they were ball players or mobsters or early personalities, they were there. And they all looked at Toots, who was the doorkeeper. He was born in South Philadelphia. And all the kids would fight him and he'd say, why are you fighting me? I'm with you. And they're like, no, you're different. He's like, yeah, I'm right. You're right. I'm St. Bernard. So he moves to New York. He becomes a doorman. He serves all the big families. They come to trust him. You know what I'm saying? The families. Like, you're a good guy, you're not. If you got to go, you got to go. This is Luca. Say goodbye. Get in the car. Ava Goda's going to tell you you're going to leave. It's like that. And yet this is also the old Roman way. And that's what we have to remember. The standard of Rome still flies. The standard of Rome is America. It's an ideal. We strive for it still, century to century, millennia to millennia. And we have an obligation to men like Cicero and Marcus Aurelius and Lucretius and Epictetus, the Egyptian, or no, I'm sorry, Athenian, freaking Greek slave, crippled, who stood and spoke on Speaker Square in England in his way, which is now forbidden. If you speak on Speaker Square in England, the pinnacle of free speech before America was born, and quote Winston Churchill, you will be arrested. It is not missed by angels and spirits unseen, though they are alive or dead. They're here. Don't forget, we have loved ones, we have ancestors, we have parents and grandparents and great grandparents, whether they're of our culture or another, or Native American, or simply the spiritual striving, that believe in us, who are in the flesh upon the stage at which we walk. Like Shakespeare spoke, all the world is but a stage. And yet, what does it matter? Well, in the kingdom of God, who's the dear friend, the white boy Orlando Bloom, says unto Saladin of the Holy Land and war, what does it matter? Jerusalem. And the Muslim great general, who is a historical figure, said, nothing. Everything. And so we fight for what is everything, the sanctity and peace and innocence of our children, who should be allowed to grow up as boys and girls without having to contemplate what is adult in nature for at least a time, that the innocence might flower in them, and by God's divine design, manifest the kingdom of God, which was all our charge. I remember before I was born, entering my mother's womb, already I forswore against the physicians involved. When I return, I will deal with you. There is great corruption in our eternal society. Unfortunately, it has gone too far. These are the principalities against which we fight, which would have us focus upon the temporal, not the eternal, that we might be confused and lost from the light, which they use against us, because, yes, some might say, light cannot and good cannot exist without dark or evil. But I would say, well, both are the same if there is divinity and honor involved. It is not true. I never needed to know about pain to know I should treat people kind. I promise you. And I was praying for the world while I was in the womb, and the moment I was born, and in the incubators amongst the other children born on that day with me back in 1969. Forgive me for taking so much time.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
You're
It
welcome.
matters not, dude. You just,
One part.
what
Did
you
you
say is
write
good.
that, or are you saying you wrote that? Because there was one part in there that I swear to God I've heard before.
I'm sorry. I don't believe I was intentioning to mention that I had written anything.
Oh, okay. I thought you were reading from something you'd written.
I'm just quoting from my heart.
Oh, okay. Because there was one part in there that
I will often draw
sounds
references or
so.
inferences to wisdom known to try to communicate a message, but I was not in any way intentioning to quote
When you were
something
just
or.
describing the bar, I've actually heard that. I've heard that before.
I'm not surprised. You know, when souls reach a certain involved in the discussion or listening will have to a degree, you're going to hear similar things, right?
Right.
You know, of course, because they're trying to give expression to the same emanation of the same frequency of grace, which is meant to manifest and is long overdue. And bloody
Right.
hell, we're going to do it. We're not going to lose this war, people. We're not. I don't know what it's going to look like, but we're not.
Yeah,
But
none
we
of
got to
us do.
stay true.
But I do agree. Yeah, we're gonna win it. I mean, that's
Hey, Sean Stryker, I see you.
inevitable.
Sean
Hi,
Stryker, holy moly, great to know you're around. It's been a long
So,
time.
Stryker.
I think that Chariot Rain here has Philotimo, and that he needs to be part of the assembly. I'm just saying.
Well, I wasn't gonna bring that up, but yeah, what state are you in there?
Myself, okay, so I'm in the United States of America. I'm originally from Virginia. St. Thomas J. That's all I'm going to say. I was then born close to the Liberty Bell, and for a reason, Independence Hall, this sort of thing. I have been French, I have been Armenian, I have been Persian, but we're all here in this moment. That's what it matters, whatever the labels are. What do we bring to the table? What is the fruit? I always say, listen, just judge me by the fruits, and I hope in some way the offering it brings something to somebody out there, knowing that we're all in different places, all climbing up the mountain from different perspectives, but trying to be goodly souls along the way. Currently, I have lived in New England where I had family. There's interesting things that happened there. I'm currently in Hawaii. I came here for the dogmen, the Senocephali, Saint Damien, who worked with the lepers and was not afraid, and those who could read cloud signs. I'm very close with the trees and the honu, which are the turtles in Hawaii. And my path is simply to try to heal from the attacks I've endured so that I can finally do what I was sent to do, which has been obscured and thwarted for devious reasons. I don't pretend to know them all. Does that answer?
I think so. So it sounds to me like you're on a totally different path than what what I was about to present to you.
Go ahead. I'm interested. I have many different perspectives. I can speak on many different dimensions.
Well, one of the things I'd like the reason why I asked you about your state, and then from then on I would have asked you about your county, but there's a group of us that are a large group of us, and I'm starting this out all wrong. We're part of the National Assembly, and it is the true government of we the people.
Correct.
And basically we're taking it back to the original roots of it, common law.
Right.
And
Well,
we're
ahead.
going to get rid of the current government and stand up like we should in the first place.
Is it along the line? Are you going to adopt some of the principles because they've only been laid down beautifully of like Jacera Nacera?
Well, I'd like to actually send you to a website to check it out because that's
All right, go ahead.
kind of
That's fine.
it's the school of the National Assembly, and it's basically where a lot of us have been. We've been working with a lot. I'm like I said, I'm in Missouri, and I'm a part of the Missouri State General Assembly.
I remember the wildflowers and the sunflowers of Missouri. I do. I was a long distance truck driver.
It's a beautiful place. It's worth fighting for.
It is.
And
Lewis
right
and
now,
Clark would agree.
Yeah, that's for sure. But basically, we're putting together a government of we the people, the way it was intended by their forefathers and all that. Yeah. And once we do that, it is written into the rules that they follow now, the corporate government, that they have to stand down.
Well, 1871's got to be reversed, brother.
It has been reversed.
Oh, has it? All right, good. I'm glad to hear it. I believe it.
That's actually one of the things that was presented to President Trump while he was in office for him to do.
Okay.
That's why he went over to and inspected the Queen's troops and walked ahead of
I
her.
remember that. I remember how the Queen was so humble.
Yep, exactly. He actually made her usher him forward.
Oh, did he? I know a little bit about it. I didn't hear that, but I can't. By force of will, for sure.
Yeah, there's a video out there of it, and it's actually very cool to see because he actually stops at one point and looks at her, and she puts out her hand and says, "Go ahead," and he kind of nods and walks forward.
And at the same time, Pope Francis is kissing the Hebrew's ring in the Vatican. So these ideals are warring against each other upon the planet in the presence of our minds as men and women. And also ethically, it's interesting, but it's beautiful.
I have to say this with all honesty. God has walked me straight into this, and it's almost like I'm a puzzle piece where I've just fallen right into place. And all my life, I have been just aimless. I never knew. At one point, I wanted to be a cowboy and then a fireman. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, other than that, I have not had a direction other than playing music. And it was kind of just me being in limbo while I was playing music, because that's wasn't where I was supposed to be.
But music is of the soul, and
It
these
is.
things of such importance and depth and of principle are of the soul. And so this is why, perhaps you were born to awaken to these things, or to have the opportunity to engage now. But yeah, it's pretty hard. I was walking around in high school in 1984 thinking, what the hell am I doing in Pennsylvania? I should be in India. This is crazy. But we had to wait till this time.
Oh, I always knew that I never wanted to go anywhere else. And it never occurred to me to move anywhere else. But that ties into whenever I was playing music, like I said, I was doing it, and I was actually having fun with it, and I was creating and stuff like that. But I never fully immersed myself into it, and I didn't allow myself to be as good as I could be at it.
I hear you. That's a wonderful, revealing statement that has much profundity to it, because we all struggle with that. We should do better, right? Encourage each other. Release your best selves.
That's one of the things that really messed with my head, is because I really loved music. It was awesome to me. Every time I played, my heart lifted, to be kind of corny about it. But it inspired me and all that stuff, but it never filled the hole. And I never had anything that even remotely filled the hole.
Did you ever do anything like psychedelics? I just did them
No.
last night, by the way.
No.
Okay.
I
would not recommend it.
I tried with a few other things, but nothing psychedelic. I was always afraid that I would lose control of myself.
Of course. And here's the thing: what you this you do if you take enough, but that feeling of being the one raindrop that falls from the sky, that is individual and unique and blessed, and yet when it lands, it joins the ocean. It joins the unity of the all, the whole, the community. Don't forget, it doesn't lose its individuality. It just now has sacred communion. And
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
There are dark places that can be visited. I remember being taken to the hospital once, having taken too much LSD. And yet now I have it growing on all my trees on my property, which is to say Hawaiian wood rose. And partly I came to Hawaii for this, but not entirely. For the journey of seeing is different than the journey of being. We can have revelation, and we can have perception, and we can have aspiration. But how do we cross? As Martin Luther King said, I've been to the mountaintop and I've seen the Holy Land, the Promised Land. But at some point, we have to descend the mountain and begin the long trek across the desert till we become the kingdom, till we become the holiness, the woman at the well, and that which is sacred. I love that song Ripple that talks about a well not made by human hands, and Bobby Kennedy's speech about ripples, which is to say, every act, every intention emanates out. Like they talk about the butterfly theory. A butterfly lands on one branch or another.
Because everything is frequency and everything is connected.
That's right, the web of life. And it's very, very real. And don't ever forget, as individual souls out there listening, or whoever you are, if you have the privilege of listening to these wise voices with caring hearts, trying to strive like you are out there as best we can with the light we've been given, hopefully not too much and hopefully not too little, but just right for where we are in our development and evolvement under caring parents in eternity. We hope and we strive. And if not, like orphans, we still have the capacity to be good big brothers and good big sisters, whatever we've been denied, that those behind us might have a little love, that we can affect the lives of others, and not just the one in front of us. But it is said, Abraham Lincoln wrote it himself, that many people will do wrong, and the world will cheer, and the angels will cry. And many will do right, and the world will damn them, and the angels will love them for it. And so we do what we can in each moment. The frequency, the tuning fork, which is in your heart even now, you about to speak, it is what keeps us going. The firelight, the flame, the encouragement, the caring, brother and sister, both with their own paths, male and female, honorable to the last. Thank you.
Well, and a lot of people have recently been speaking about, having to tap into the energy of your heart, right? And I guess they're saying your heart runs at, I think it was like 1748 hertz or something like that. Yeah,
The heart
super high.
chakra is not a wrong way to go. Unfortunately, we have a culture that through media, and I'm sorry to say television, but also radio and everything else. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't really think that 5-year-olds and 7-year-olds should have to walk through a store and look at Cosmopolitan magazine and read how to get your best orgasm. It's just too early. I remember being sexually assaulted at 5 by demons unseen, but they were so anxious for me to rub my groin against the steps of a sunken living room. And I said to myself, "Excuse me, I understand that the pleasure of the body and perhaps of the sexual experience is part of life, but I'm a little young here, and that can wait. And there are other things that are a little more important, like friendship." And this was at the house of a young girlfriend of mine, so to speak. She was simply female. Her name was Amber. I remember she had root beer eyes, and I told her so. But the point is, we must protect the innocence of our children. I remember a mother not long ago, maybe 5 years ago on YouTube, saying, "Why are little girls' dresses being sold in Macy's, making our girls look like sluts? This is wrong." Our women's bodies are not a baseball diamond, and it used to annoy me. I got to second base. Well, excuse me, what about the human heart? And it works both ways. And there are those that are enemies of the heart and mankind and womankind that would destroy this idea so they could simply take our children and do what they want with the glory of the goodness that is the striving of human hearts that were born holy, or at least strive to be, as best they can. Is this too much, Vex? It's your birthday. I'm sorry.
No, actually, I want you to know this real quick. This has basically been my premier show for Monday nights. All right.
And what does that mean? You
What
have
this
Monday
means
night shows.
yes,
I've
on Mondays I am going to be running the shows basically just like this, and we're going to talk about the the philosophy aspect of life, good versus evil, spaceships, aliens, and everything symbology, everything like that that's on the table. And this is exactly what this is going to be geared toward, is what everybody has been listening to. And I wanted to point that out and thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, then thank you graciously, and to all listeners. I apologize if some of my words are a little abrasive. I'm trying to be very careful. I could reveal much more, but we have an obligation to be gentle and careful and kind at all times, which is why we don't usually come out and tell each other our greatest pains, our greatest sufferings, or our greatest truths, or our greatest dreams. And yet, if we can cultivate, as Vex has tried, I believe, from the beginning, for I've known him for some time now, though again I've been absent from YouTube for some time because a dagger was plunged into my heart on Christmas Day, and that kind of hurt. But you understand, and it was not by anybody involved or in the chat or any of you. It was someone else, but it was someone who asked me to help and asked me to help and asked me to help, and well, it doesn't matter. But the point is, not all are what they seem, right? And many are lost, not because they would be wicked; they're just lost. But the point is, Vex, I thank you for being who you are, and people like those who are gathered here tonight. And God's night has always given me an ear, even if sometimes, like Red Badger would say, these words would cause me to be labeled something somewhere else that was not true. I've been labeled so many things. In nursery school, there's an actual case where they libeled me. My mother and father had to fight it. I mean, from the beginning, often all of us are attacked. But the truth of our hearts, the intuition, the truth of what we should be. I'm a big fan, and I don't know how this will strike some people, but I have been since '86, of Cindy Crawford, who wrote a book called Becoming. We're all becoming. And we must understand this, whatever our station, whether we have the universal limelight, the universal dream, or we have, which is never my dream. I remember angels used to ask me, "Do you want to be famous?" Hell no. Are you kidding me? Please. No way. This life is hard enough without that. Remember, Michael Jackson couldn't go out in public, people.
For reals.
Right. He was in a Tower Records and in total disguise. By the way, he's alive and he's here, and so is Elvis. But the point is, who goes whatever, it doesn't matter. But the point is, Michael was standing in a Tower Records store, right? And he's totally disguised, right? And no one knows who he is. And he's buying these records because he just wants to be a regular human being. Remember, he also used to go door to door disguised as a Jehovah's Witness, because that's Michael, right? And the point is, his brother Randy Jackson's in front of him. He's like, Michael, do you have $10? Michael's like, how the fuck did you know who I was? And Randy's like, the shoes, Michael. Nobody else has those ostrich shoes in the world. Michael's like, oh, darn it, I forgot to change my shoes. But the point
It's
is,
always the shoes. It's always the shoes.
is always the shoes. If you ever see Sidney Pollock's 3 Days of a Condor, the mailman shows up at the door. I always tell people, don't look at their height, look down, look at their shoes.
Right.
The mailman is at the door. He's like, I have a package for you. But he's CIA, and he figured out what they were up to. It was about oil. And it sound familiar? Halliburton? Yeah, it's all true. But the thing is, he's like, wait a minute. He's wearing workman shoes. Those are like construction shoes. This guy's not right. Anyway, then he pulls out like a semi-automatic and starts shooting at Robert Redford, who was the one guy they didn't kill at the CIA that day, who had figured out that what it was all about was oil, money, greed, vice, etc. But that's not America. There's nothing wrong with money, but the love of money at the expense of the dignity or fairness of our human beings and fellows is wrong, of course. And so this is just something like color or other divisive existing institutions that evil will use to try to thwart us. Now there is the test. You remember what was it, Yoda in Star Wars Empire Strikes Back? He says to Luke, go into the tree. Now Luke is the ideal or the epitome of the idea of the hero, whether it's hero or heroine. And it is the soul's journey into the darkness, trying to stay true unto the light. And Luke says, I will not be scared. And Yoda says, you will be. You will be. And yeah, trust me, it can get pretty heavy. But if we stay true to that little heart, as small as it is in each of us, that was born as a divine spark when we also took up the cause, and all who were American chose to be American, like in Game of Thrones, if you ever watched it. I only watched some of it. But the idea is, did you take the black? I took the black. Do you know how many Americans who are black consciously took the black? Of course, they could have been born any color, but for the cause, they took the black. Now, it's different than when you're in eternity and when you're in earth. It seems a little easier because you have divine consciousness. But when you're incarnated and you're upon the mortal plane and you're fighting in the war, in the game, it can be a little confusing and many are lost. But we have all taken the black. We have all taken the charge. We have all taken the call. We have all heeded it. And that's why we're here, as others have said tonight. We're all here for a reason now. And the interesting thing is, we can win.
Well, I mean, God always wins, so yeah. That doesn't mean that there's not going to be loss and pain. You know, there's always casualty in war. But yes, in the end, God always wins.
But not if God loves too much. There's one way to, in my humble opinion, there's one way to kill a God. And that is by never loving him, who would give everything for his children. And therefore, I often say unto people, pray for God's heart, because God's heart is hurting, for he needs his children also, as we need him.
Yeah, I agree with that because I learned that too from different people that confirm a lot of things, through my walk as well. And one thing that's always stuck with me is that every time, it doesn't matter when and where, that whenever, now that we know better, now that we're a little more divine, a little more clean, covered by the blood of Jesus and whatnot, he's every day you're sacrificing him, putting him back on that cross because we're not learning, like you said, our station. We're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, what we're meant to be doing. So I believe that, like, we're hurting God's heart.
And yet, what mother does not sacrifice for her child? I was just listening to my friend. Some of you may know him, for I did introduce him to the channel, perhaps on Hippies for Trump. I remember Based and VEX being there, His name was DeWitt Norris. He went at the time by MC. Anyway, he was out of MC something. He was out of Chicago, young black American. He's kind of a younger brother to me. He's about 30 years old. And I kind of reached out to him because I thought maybe he'd be able to hear. Within a month, he was seeing light particles like Lucretius talked about in ancient Rome. They called them lifetrons in his bathroom. Anyway, now God bless him. He lost like 21 of his 24 early friends in life in Chicago. He never had the education he should have been provided and would have in a one-room schoolhouse that we spend how much on education. And yet he was being interviewed at Northwestern University, which is in the Chicago, Illinois area where Cindy is also from, the cornfields. And at 3 years of age for his intelligence, but they cast him away. But he stayed true. Interestingly, his father was a Norris who was best friends with Jacob Blake's father. Some of you may remember the name Jacob Blake from the news. And they were running the streets of Chicago. And my friend DeWitt was to be the crown prince. There was a movie that starred, I think, Christopher Walken called like The King of New York. It was kind of like this. He was destined to take the crown of the streets of Chicago. And yet he believed, as he watched his friends die, starting at age 9, people murdered in front of him, as Elvis sang. In the cold and windy streets of Chicago, a baby is born and a mother cries. This was his story. And what's interesting is he told me all about Jacob Blake and the truth of his family, for they were his uncles and aunties. And he had grown up in their homes and their houses. And he knew Jacob Blake personally in Chicago and was married, but was related by marriage, if not by kinship of spirit. But these men who went before my friend, who's 30 years of age, an American regardless of his color, who strives to embrace these values and spiritual understandings that we do, though they are not taught in school as they should be. He said, I want to go a different path. I don't want to go this way. I don't want to be the kingpin of the streets of Chicago. And he was destined to be. And he stood against it and he suffered much. When he was a bad guy, he says everything went right. But when he tried to do good, that's when everything went wrong. But he stayed true. And I'm very grateful, as I've prayed for many months. He's living in a small red brick house. He lives in Texas on a peaceful with white friends who have the spiritual understanding and are shaman and are guiding him properly. I sent him books like by Richard Bach, Illusions, and Jonathan Livingston Seagull, and other books, and he broke it down so quickly. And he said, Tom, you don't understand what it's like in Chicago. The police are just releasing people left and right. They're not even taking their guns for them as they walk through the precinct. And they're doing it just to cause trouble. And our blacks here, they're ready to go to war, and they want to kill every white and American in the government, and they don't understand what Trump is trying to do. So I'm speaking to them as best I can. But the point is, we lost 3 rappers in Chicago in February in 3 days. One of them was named Trello, and these guys are being murdered by the ignorance being perforated upon American citizens by unscrupulous, only desire love and truth and brotherhood, whether it exists in man and womankind. Whatever they say of American racism, never forget the great hurricane of Louisiana. Remember dear Brad Pitt, not a perfect soul perhaps like many of us, but trying to build houses down there at the time and doing something with what he could. I remember Russell Wilson not long ago, though he doesn't understand. God bless.
Hey, Chariot, you're cutting out now.
Yeah,
Your mic is cutting out.
Oh, it might be wearing down. I'm sorry. I'll try to just end with this then. If I'll talk a little slower, hopefully it'll get through, and then I'll recharge or plug it in. The point is, never forget, all peoples of all colors sent endless tractor trailer loads of food and water and clothing to the people of Louisiana, regardless of the color, most of them black, in the most hard-hit areas. And that's who we are, red or yellow, white or black, red, white, and blue.
Excellent. Well, I've been hearing about different theories, and I kind of want to go back a little bit. The way you guys were talking about how you handle religion and your relationship with God, for me, it wasn't ever that simple. I mean, not that it was simple, but if you take my meaning, that um, I went to church and I was sent there with an envelope with 50 cents in it to, drop off in the plate and stuff like that and go to Sunday school. And I remember walking there and walking home, but walking there, I was thinking of just how none of it made sense to me. I mean, the way they treated God, like he was, an ATM. It was something that it was really strange for me to think of when I was like 8 years old. But I didn't know what hypocrisy was at the time, but now I recognize that as total hypocrisy. So I
Yeah,
never
we all
thought,
needed a higher level of discernment, and boy, have we gotten a lesson.
but yeah, but I remember thinking that none of it made sense. So it, I mean, to me, it was like sitting down at story time and a teacher reading Dr. Seuss. I'm like, yeah, like I said, weird thoughts for an 8-year-old, but I remember that because it was Dr. Seuss that they were reading in the library, and and
What year VEX about?
well, geez, I don't know. They were reading to a bunch of like third graders, so I must have been like in 5th grade.
So like 19.
Jeez, numbers fuck with me.
It's cool. It's cool. I was just wondering, like the era, trying to pin it down.
It was basically early 80s, late 70s.
Yeah, for me it was like 77.
Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, it was probably let's see, I think you're like a year older than me, so
Anybody remember that story, The Tale of a Fourth Grade Nothing?
no, I don't recall that one.
It was a good writer. I think it was the same writer who wrote A Wrinkle in Time. But the point is like, what do you mean fourth grade nothing? Excuse me. Who's nothing? I don't like that idea. I was born into like Chris Christophers's, Rosie Greer's late 60s, early 70s, free to be you and me generation. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you ask Rosie Greer, and they did, like not long, maybe 10 years ago, what happened? He said, what happened? He said, we were there. He said, there's a black interviewer who doesn't quite get it because he's been indoctrinated a little by media. But he's asking Rosie, who was bloody there, like Jim Brown. It's interesting. Jim Brown goes to speak to the Browns of Cleveland, and he tells them, don't kneel, stand. God damn it. I meant just saying. So the point is, these guys, they believed that we were there. And Rosie says to the interviewer, listen, we were there in the 60s. We were there. We had this. Like maybe we did in the 1860s. We had so many black congressmen even then. I mean, after Jefferson died around 1826, our country did great. I mean, in the face of the endless, trials and tribulations of the trials of the soul worldwide, however they manifest in individual culture, we were leading the way. And these guys, Russell Wilson, again, just to get back to him, I just know something about his story. That's all. Is that his ancestors, the year blacks were allowed to vote, they voted. They were there. They were ready. They were waiting. They're like, it's coming. We're fighting for this together. And unfortunately, that idea has been usurped by the idea that it's one against the other, as opposed to it's one American family for each other against the tyranny of the world. The Shah of Iran's armies were built to fight poverty and tyranny and immorality in the world, not another nation. And that's why men like Kennedy and Nixon and even Ford adored him. But, they were all pretty much removed from office pretty quickly.
Well, one of the things I was wanting to go ahead and say was whenever I was walking to and from the church, I realized that I was talking to God. Well, I didn't realize I was talking to God, but I was talking to God and wasn't even thinking about, that type of thing. Communication, the church itself didn't make much sense to me, because if God was anything, he was in the trees, not in the structures that man built. So I had a problem with, like, whenever people quoted the Bible to me, I never understood what they said. It just didn't make sense to me. I mean, yeah, the stories made sense, but I mean, a lot of it, how people conveyed it didn't make any sense. But I knew the difference between right and wrong, and I knew the difference in God's law versus man's law.
And many of us are born with that knowledge, Vex, like you're acknowledging. You had it already.
Logic is even though I was kind of a unruly child, well, just I was undisciplined for a long time, and that made me fall into bad habits. And anyway,
you've always been kind to me, Vex.
I appreciate that. Thanks. I'm glad I am. But I didn't realize how much I was communicating with God the entire time that was happening.
Because it's not taught.
Exactly. I didn't learn that by talking to preachers or priests or anything like that. But I learned more from somebody who passed me by, an older lady who passed me by in the woods and dropped a little note of wisdom. I got more from that than I have from anybody who wore a fancy suit and talked a good game.
Tell me about the note. I want to hear. Was this like glowing script or moon letters in Tolkien? You held it up to the moonlight and it said something sacred? I want to hear this.
Oh no, nothing profound like that.
No, it was the Ovaltine decoder.
Wow. Awesome. That's going back.
Sorry, squirrel moment.
All right.
I have my headphones plugged in. Is it coming through clearer or breaking up? Is it better?
Yeah, you're good.
It's better, yeah.
I'm tethered, but I'm trying not to move my head much. It's a short cord.
Sound good.
Cool. Any sacrifice for you all?
Sacrifice?
I can't move my head much.
Oh. Oh no.
I'm stuck to it's like 2 feet cord, but it's cool. Okay, so here's the thing. All right, I started to tell the story about Kanye's father singing that song, right? So when I was 6 years old during our bicentennial, now I was born fully divine and fully conscious. And I was conscious in the womb, and I took precautions even then, because there had been red flags against all what we're experiencing now, even before I entered the womb. And this was unfortunate, but it was true, and I didn't want to enter life with like hesitancy or like my guard up. That shouldn't be necessary, but it was. I also remember the academics in eternity. I remember choosing to be male. I was going to be female, but the thing is I knew what they would do to my chest, and they did. And I thought that would thwart the kingdom of God's manifestation. So like Joan of Arc, I took the male armor and I went forward because we have a job to do. So the point is, I'm closely akin to her in my heart, my spirit. Humbly, I say this. But the thing is that, I was 6 years old and suddenly I heard a voice, tall and above me, though I could not see the person speaking. What I saw in the backyard of Ballykine, which was the name of my family's home in Pennsylvania outside of Philadelphia, which is the name of the honeymoon suite my parents stayed in at Ashford Castle in Ireland, which is the name of an ancient castle going back to at least 800 AD. And you can find videos of it on YouTube, though they're short. The point is, one's called Wolfland, Ireland, I don't know, is part of me, like other nations and countries, for we've all probably taken different colors, different genders, for the cause, for the war, once more into the breach, my dear friends. And yet, suddenly, I'm confronted by this angel and this giant footprint. I heard all speaking before I could get online with you of Sasquatch and this sort of thing. I've seen Sasquatch footprints. It was really, really big. Well, it was 1 footprint only. It appeared before me in my backyard on a bright sunny day. Again, I was about 6, 7, our nation's bicentennial, and I'd done my first book report on Hank Aaron, who recently passed away, and it hurt me greatly because I did not know he was still alive, and that was devastating. But the point is, the angel said, and I was looking at a glowing footprint. Now, I was not used to seeing these things in life, though I knew I had a relationship with God. It was just my relationship with my parents, or my father, or the divine, as all are born with, though slow we were taught to forget, as the Alaskans have documented over and again. Their children will often speak in certain Inuit tribes of their past lives. They will say to family members that are not their family members, auntie, uncle, father, and all will understand and smile at the dear child who is perhaps 3 or 4 or 5. But when they're 6, they will say to him, now is the time to forget your past life and embark on your current life. These are no longer your fathers, your mothers, your aunties. Respect those who are. And so I had this understanding, but I was not expecting a giant golden Sasquatch-sized footprint, 6 inches tall, glowing and scintillating in golden light to appear before me. And the angel said, are you going to walk in Henry Aaron's footsteps or not? For this was more than a baseball player. This was a man that was given unto America as a gift. So many gifts given to America, and yet we're the problem. The car, the automobile, the light bulb, air conditioning, ragtime, baseball, jazz. Are you kidding me? Lionel Richie, Michael Jackson, go away. At any rate, God loves us, I promise. And so do our brothers of all colors and sisters who would see us win this war, for that's what we were born for, to surpass the limitations of the evil that infects our mortal minds with limitations upon which what we should be, that we might stand as righteous guardians for eternity and the coming of Eden, which is our destiny and our rightful inheritance and as sons and daughters. I said unto the angel, and I was surprised to hear from him. I was a little scared. I got to be honest. I was like, okay, this is different. I said, can I have a little more time? I'm only 6. And the angel said unto me, this is my interpretation. I do not ask any of you to accept or believe as gospel, but this was my interpretation, my experience, and my understanding that I've kept true in my heart since the day it happened. And he said, no, you must decide now. Are you going to walk in Henry Aaron's footprints or not? And I looked at this giant footprint, and I looked at my own small little 6-year-old foot, and I said, but how? There's no way. And the angel said unto me, and I call him an angel, but it was a ministering spirit, whether he had wings or not, whether he was a little coarse or brutal or not in that moment for a 6-year-old, I think the intentions were well and good. And I'd never seen such a thing with my mortal eyes till I looked upon the Declaration of Independence, and it also glowed and scintillated about half an inch off the page, and I understood the frequency of the hand that wrote it. But that would be another year hence. I said, how do I do this thing? And the angel said, you start today. You begin now, and over the years, you will learn how, if you are faithful and true. And so I say to any listening, of any color or creed, Native, Mohawk, Mohican, Irish, Polish, German, Italian, Bedouin, or anything else, whatever the color of your foot, walk in golden footprints. It does matter. And though the world might condemn us, it brings smiles and tears to the eyes of angels. Thank you.
Yeah, the world is going to condemn us. You know, they're already beginning to condemn us. You know, it's like, I don't know, I actually think it might have been Bebo that said this the other night when he was bashing me on Lisa's stream. That, you know, like even if Jesus showed up, people would still crucify him. And
Yeah.
I think that's true.
There was a great article written about how Shakespeare would probably be turned down from elite universities today.
Martin Luther King would have been canceled by cancel culture.
There were pamphlets being turned out in Michigan, I know, like 20 years ago, talking about how the founding fathers would be arrested today and to look out for anyone who preached such, you know, immorality.
Yeah, there's a lot wrong with the world, but
and yet there is hope.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a
mean,
movie we determine, and yet, unfortunately, too many suffer too much. For the experience is real, if not upon our bodies, mortal or eternal, upon our hearts that do care about such things. And I, for one, say the principalities have gone too far and take too much license with their liberties, which were not for utter insurrection against God's will. Do I sound weird?
No, because we're still committing the same, like you said, insurrection, dude. The same defiance against God as we, well, not even us, but as the, I don't know, the Gentiles. But before the Israelites did the same thing, we're still repeating what they're doing.
And we can learn from the past, and that's why the
Exactly.
enemy wants to destroy history in
Right.
each nation. I follow very closely, or I have, the goings on in European and African and other nations because it's all tied in. The same thing is being done to every
Yes.
country that
Yep.
matters. You know, they're tearing down their statues. They're not white supremacists. They were just party to a faction that stood for something that the enemy wants to destroy so they can replace all with their own narrative, as you all know.
Hmm. Yep.
I want to ask you real quick. Have I ever sent you to the National Assembly website?
Is this
Or
me, Vex? I think I did. I think I did look it up. But let me ask you this, Vex. What did you mean when you said? Oh yeah, I've got it here, the National Assembly. I'll check it out. But what did you mean when you said? And I think I understand, but I just want to try to, engender a sense of greater understanding, for it is important matters of which we speak. When you, and I think you're right, and yet there's other aspects to it and dimensions and the whole. When you said, I think you're coming at things from a little different perspective than what we're trying to do with the National Assembly. I will tell you that while I understand and appreciate deeply the ideas such as, and we should have done it long ago, I'm too tired to do it myself. I'm trying, I swear, to recover from what I've endured. Run over by a truck when I come to Hawaii to heal was not helpful. No, it wasn't an accident. Ford F-150 didn't do me good. I'm still here. But the point is,
stronger than death.
well, here's the thing. It's been made clear to me that death doesn't want me. And yet I'm too injured for them to bring me into heaven, so I'm stuck here. And yet the thing is, I have no problem being on the front lines. My father offered an opportunity to be an officer in Korea. I said, no, I want to march with the common GIs. That's our role. That's our duty. And I'm the same. And I know all of you are also. Many will take the easy path and go to Canada. Others say, no, I'll stand my ground, even if I'm never known and I die without a tombstone. It's in this country I belong. And I have to admit, I'm partially quoting a guy I've listened to recently called Appalachia Don. But the thing is that this is good stuff, and this is the soul and heart of America. It's interesting how many blacks are never reported that really stand still for the South and and the Confederate Army and family. They know that the Southern Cross and flag is the cross of St. Andrew. And they know that we as a family approach these issues, though we were born low or high, white or black, and that many were honored, and many whites said unto their slaves, listen, either the Yankees win and you will be freed, or you fight with me and I will free you myself, my friends. And they gave them the weapons, they gave them the muskets, knowing all of them could slew them instantly. But they had been through thick and thin together, and maybe some of it had been unfair, as some of us are born unto great wealth and the problems that come with it, and others unto poverty and the blessings that come with it, along with the hardship. But we fight together. And, I think it's the soul and the striving of people like all of us gathered here that are going to see us through, because we do have an opportunity in this world of illusions and delusions and the multitudinous realms that spring from every moment in the possibilities of the multiverse, as it is explained clearly, whether it's Mandela effect BS, which is also true and has relevance, but not really ultimate supremacy in idea or thought, that we determine where we go. And so, what should we determine we should be? Though those in power have this position by righteousness or wrongness, usurpation, or what do they call it, incumbency, or delusion or dominion of our software and our voting. The point is, there will come a day when Aslan arrives, when the song is sung in too many hearts, and the tips of the scales are tipped once and for all, and then we'll see who is who and what is what, as we are ever more even now. Mostly what is going on is probably for the good of the masses. It is those of us who know who suffer the most, for we cannot sleep, as they say. Where we go one, we go all for one, all for all, the anthem of the musketeers of France. Man or woman, we all have a chance to be heroes, and I thank you for allowing me to participate in your dance on Vex's birthday.
One of what you were asking me was about what I meant by
Yes, please.
your path and my path. Well, my path has taken me to the assembly, of course, and I think you run a parallel path. But that's why I just want to offer you the website to go look at again.
Absolutely,
And see if it might you might want to consider getting involved with it. And
sure. And if I had questions, can I turn to you all?
Absolutely.
Okay.
On the forums, I am Vex Warfield, so
okay,
I'm
that's
easy
good.
to find.
Well, the thing is that we should have had a constitutional convention a while ago. We can outlaw and outrule any decree of Congress if we simply do this. We simply need a majority of states. It's not really that big a deal. But the problem is everybody's so busy living their lives trying to make ends meet. And the enemy knows this, as we have good hearts and give, and they take and take. For the charitable thing is to give and to care and to go the extra mile. And the enemy says thank you with a smile. But the thing is that I am mostly at this point approaching things from as much as I can without trying to, make myself different or separate in any way. From a very spiritually divine attuned perspective that's going to cut through every word and syllable. We talked about words and letters, or you did rather earlier. Yes, it's very important. The enunciation, the pronunciation, the intention spoken. I think Vex and God's Night, if he's out there, will have heard this story. William Penn, Pennsylvania, named after him, for the King of England, gave him the tract of land as a Quaker to try to establish not just a colony of England, but an idea that man could live in a different type of communion with God and nature. Now, much of this has been lost amongst the Society of Friends, I know, for I trafficked with them well, including at their Mecca called Pendle Hill in Wallingford, Pennsylvania, from which the pamphlets sent out to all religious society friends and Quaker institutions go. And I know the people who were most famous amongst them. Whatever. The point is, Penn met with the Native Americans. It's the only treaty never broken, and the broken arrows will be addressed. And trust me, the natives have the original treaties in their safekeeping still, whether they're in New England or Missouri or out west. For they know one day the Great White Father will return. And they've always stayed true to this idea because they understood even then there was a presence in this land, as I think Red Badger talked about, a holiness. And it spoke even unto them as their people were being slaughtered and destroyed. And they said, yes, unto this principle we will stand true, Great White Father. And they have, and their day will come. But the point is, getting back to it before I'm lost, as I go off on multiple tangents to try to explain the pageantry and the, how should I say, collage of God's love and heart and love for us all, is that each of us can be Davy Crockett. Each of us has the possibility to be Harriet Tubman. We all are God's Underground Railroad. It's time to bring it above ground. And that's what we're doing tonight on Vex's birthday.
Well, I'd like to address something real quick. One thing about that is, how do you get the red and blue states to agree on anything? Well, that's the beauty of it. We don't really, that was originally done through the Constitution, everybody coming together for a common good, making the, quote, federal government. The thing about that is the states made the federal government.
Correct.
It wasn't federal government that made the states. Each state you have to think of as a nation state, like
Correct.
Israel over in Europe and all that.
13 nations we had.
Exactly. we've agreed in the Union to work together towards a common good, the betterment of the people. That has been lost and turned upside down. Now you asked about how do you get them to agree. We don't have to get them to agree. That's not the job. What we have to do is make sure our states are solidified. Each state is responsible for themselves, just like each person is responsible for yourself. Never forget that. The intention of this country was based on individuality.
Yes.
And freedom. If you give up both, you have nothing.
But it wasn't freedom to sin, right? Which is how it's misinterpreted today by covert means. Freedom to do anything, to be anything. I have a right to be a pedophile, and you must honor this, or you're racist, or something like this. It was the freedom to pursue the righteousness and the potentiality of our souls for God's kingdom and fairness and dignity amongst our fellow man that was crucial. This is what was denied in the monarchies and tyrannies of older lands.
Absolutely.
In my humble opinion.
I agree. And like I said, it's our personal, I've taken it to be my personal responsibility to make sure this happens. Everything with my state, I am all in. I have taken to heart the words nation state. I am not an American citizen. I'm a Missourian.
Cool.
And each of you should be thinking that way of your state. If you are from New York, you are from New York. You're not a United States citizen, because a United States citizen is considered property of the United States corporation. And
not originally.
are not.
Remember, it was usurped. They did usurp the language.
Yeah, the legalese.
But you are correct as of now. Yeah.
Yes. They have usurped our system and bastardized it and turned it evil.
Right.
What we have as the federal government right now is not what it was meant to be.
Not at all.
And you may get on one side Democrat or another side Republican, but they're not of the people. They do not represent the people.
Right, they don't.
They represent the corporate rule.
Correct. Which is another form of tyranny and a caste system, which is what we stood against originally. But remember, even at the signing of the Declaration of Surrender by the British, I forget the Lord's name. It was an ancient English name. Obviously, much later came like a Lord Mountbatten, but it would have sounded like that, right? And he was like, "We swear unto you, this is not the end. For you have started a holy war." This is all recorded. This is like where the British fleet surrendered, and our only mistake was we didn't dress as British and sail for England and end it forever. But whatever, it was such a great victory. He said, "Within 200 years, we will own you, lock, stock, and barrel." Trust me, friends, they've never stopped. If you read the leaked documents from the House of Lords released 2 years ago, they were very clear. The media and the internet and communications has made it so the commoners have too quick a means of communication, and they're catching on to us too quickly. We simply cannot survive a second term of Donald Trump. This was the House of Lords, not every one of them, but too many of them. The evil that has usurped England and Israel and the banking and military arms of the cabal is very clear. They don't want love, human hearts, and the kingdom of God to exist. So this is the war.
Yeah. I know I say this a lot, but I can't stress it enough how much that if we the people don't stand together, we're going to get mowed down. And that's why I keep stressing the National Assembly. Well, more importantly, the State Assembly, the State General Assembly. That it surpasses all laws that they have put upon the Constitution.
What do you know about the role of sheriffs? Because the sheriffs of America are trying to unite, and they have certain proclivities and powers that usurp the federal governments if they could simply stand strong. But God, they're suffering.
Sheriffs
Yeah, because
right
they don't
now.
stand strong. Because a lot of them
Go ahead.
aren't doing their jobs what they're elected for.
Exactly. The
They're no
sheriffs.
better than a cop, a police officer. Go for
A
it.
sheriff can tell a federal officer to get the fuck out of the state.
Yeah, exactly. Any federal officer, of
Exactly.
any alphabet agency, even the president.
And these were all protections built
Exactly.
in by our forefathers for a reason.
Yes.
And they'll wipe them
Exactly.
off the books if they're given enough time, right?
hmm Now, what I'm saying here is that
All
once
they need is 24 months. And
Probably.
we're about 13 months into that 24 months.
It's going to be close, but
well, the thing about the sheriffs are they are the ultimate law in your county.
right.
Now, when all your sheriffs in your state bind together, that makes them so very powerful.
Yes.
Now, the only ones more powerful than them is the people telling them exactly what to do.
Correct.
Right.
United and empowered and in one voice, heard clearly.
Exactly. We need 75% in each state of counties
Okay.
to stand up.
That's it's just
It's
listen.
that good old saying, united we stand.
Yeah, but
Divided we fall.
it's a tall order without all the delusion out there.
Right.
You're exactly right. But we all know at least two people.
Which is why it's ever so much more important for people who fucking get it to be a part of it.
And unfortunately, we're like you were describing, we're in an uphill battle as far as this goes because we can't exactly just advertise on TV or radio because that would bring in all the crazies. So every person that we bring into this, we have to vet them.
Can you tell me a little bit more? Do you mean like into the National Assembly movement, or and what do you mean by crazies? If you just could give me a little clarification.
Okay, people that have been destroying the assembly, preventing the assembly to take place because of disruptions, things of that nature.
Sabotage.
Infiltrators.
They're saboteurs.
Yes.
Okay,
They're
so the
infiltrators.
So the assembly already has its enemies.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah.
The entire federal government is against the assemblies. They just can't do anything about it because it is written into the rules that they had to start with that they must obey us.
George Soros is against the assemblies. The Vatican's against the assemblies.
Okay.
Openly. Well, not exactly openly, but yeah.
It feels like the French Revolution, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. I've chalked it up to. A lot of people here have chalked it up to any kind of revolution that's happened.
I call it the rise of the Fourth Reich.
People like, you know what, fuck this crap. You know, we're tired of it. Let's change things.
Well, you know.
Hi, Okie Dean.
Okie, good to see you.
Hi, Okie.
Vex. I
Yes.
cannot get Kid Rock's cowboy song out of my head ever since you said she wanted to be a cowboy.
I want to be a cowboy, baby.
I know, right? I changed that. I changed that because I had this picture of this girl singing it. You know, like, and she was like, "I want to be a cowgirl, baby." But I mean, there's certain like linguistic things that are just catchy, right?
Yep, that's the way
Yeah,
they
it's
were
called
made.
the hook.
That's
It's
right.
called the hook.
Yep. Like here's a good one-word one by Lionel Richie. Lady.
Yeah.
That's a hook. I'm sorry. Women out there, please understand, dear sisters, there's a reason we need your faces uncovered by masks. We need the face of grace.
Exactly. My exact sentiments, man.
There's a reason we paint you on our bomber planes. There's a reason you're on the prows of ships. And I know sometimes it's hard and it's difficult, and men are from Mars and women are from Venus, but We wouldn't be here without our mothers, and many have known grandmothers of great love. So, no sisters, whether you be sister, maiden, woman, crone, we're here with you.
Yeah. My mother taught me a lot. Unfortunately, I didn't learn till later.
My father was telling me when I was a child, because he's trying to plant a seed, and he used to talk to the United Nations the same. Maybe someday I'll tell you. But the thing is, I was gifted and blessed to have this man that, other nations would run from, literally out of the room screaming, "Who is this man?" in New York. But the thing is that he would say unto me simple things, but with such profundity. It's where the words come from. As I was talking about William Penn in Pennsylvania, he met with the Native Americans to discuss with them how things should be handled. And at the end of the discussion, and some of you may have heard me tell this, as I said before, the natives said, "What the hell did he say?" as he left the tent graciously. He and his men grateful to be able to live, and leave alive, right? And the chief said, "I don't know, but I liked where the words came from." This is the beginning of brotherhood and union and communion between states or nations or countries. Ronald Reagan once said to Gorbachev, "Listen, let's start over." And he offered out his hand and he said, "My name is Ron. Let's start there." And it worked out. The Berlin Wall fell, and my neighbor, Eric Bazillion, was there, of the Hooters, who wrote Time After Time and songs like God Is One of Us, because I prayed a rock star would move next to me, and a week later one did. But the point is, Cyndi Lauper sang it best. You can hear his voice in the background. We all can lift each other. And my only point is, I don't need to be known. I just want us to get the ball over the line before Jim Brown and Rosie Greer die. They deserve that. Black America, All America, Red America. We don't forget you. Sean Stryker, great to see you, brother. Long time.
Yeah. Hey, Sean. Welcome.
Good evening.
All right, I'm going to jump off and let Kay jump up here real quick, too.
Hey, Striker.
Hello.
Yeah, you don't have to
Sorry
go,
for a
Vex.
little-
I gotta dip out. My phone's getting hot, and I gotta charge anyways.
Take care.
Right, are you sure?
Yeah, I got to do, or my phone's gonna melt down, and I'm gonna lose. I'm like at 13% battery.
Okay, man.
Never
Thank you
stop
for coming
believing in
on.
your call. Never stop
God's
believing in your
night.
call.
I
Good
love
hanging
you
out with all
guys
of you.
night.
Love you, God's
I
night.
love you guys. Have a good night.
Good
Good
night,
to see
man.
you, but
Hang
I was
out.
gonna
Shiva.
melt this call down with a bunch of fire and caffeine here in a second.
Fire and caffeine. That
Yeah,
can't
I
be a good mix.
haven't got started yet.
Everybody
Thank you,
put on your
Steve.
seatbelt. Striker's gonna be in, like Speedy
Right.
Gonzalez mode.
For those of you who don't know, Sean talks fast, so you might want to actually just watch this tomorrow and slow it down a little bit.
In
So,
slow mo.
Andale,
It
arriba,
can't be as
arriba.
fast as that
Hi,
guy that came.
Kay.
Hey. Yeah, it can't be as fast as the guy that came into my room today. Oh my gosh. That was intense. He was on some go-go I had never seen before.
Japanese style, or that moto from Japan, or whatever they were calling it over there.
I don't know, but he was so fast, and we just I don't know. Vex, were you in there for that point? Oh my gosh.
no, I don't think it was.
Oh man. He came in hot, and on top of that, he was Scottish, so it was really hard to understand him. And yeah. And I hadn't consumed enough caffeine. What's that?
He had one strike against them. Then you said he was Scottish, and I was like, okay, that's two.
Nah.
Hey, there can be only one.
It's better to
Yeah,
burn
but
out
he was,
than to fade away.
He was a handful.
1 second, guys. Checking something.
Man, I gotta say, I've really enjoyed listening. I've been folding laundry and I even went and took a nice relaxing bath and just tuned in, and I really enjoyed the conversation tonight.
That's awesome. This is exactly what I wanted. Happy birthday to Vex.
Happy birthday, Vex.
Happy birthday
Hey,
to
Vex.
you.
Many
Happy
more
birthday
in a
to
free
you.
country. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Vex. Happy birthday, dear Vex.
Are you sick of it yet?
Nah.
Good night, John boy.
Yeah, see, I don't usually get a lot of attention, so I'm kind of out of my comfort zone here. So it's kind
Yeah,
of
but
good.
let us give it back to you. I mean, I haven't been on
Right
YouTube for
on
5
it.
months, and I'm just like, oh, Vex, your birthday? This is great. I got to do this.
Yeah, I'm just not used to the attention being on me, so it was kind of strange that I went ahead and did a live stream for my birthday because that would just totally points fingers at me, you know, with lights and signs and flashing
Every-
lights.
Lights, camera, action.
Everybody
People
deserves
like
a thumbs
watching
up.
you out of your comfort zone. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, everybody needs to get out of their comfort zone, out of their fucking bubble, up off their goddamn couches, and do something. Because everybody has a fucking role to play in this. Go find out what yours is.
And that's where I'll take the cue and say that I have to thank everybody who came in tonight and participated, and that's the reason why I was able to get out of my comfort zone and do this because of you guys, all of you,
Hell yeah.
no doubt.
yeah, crack a pop.
It's because I love you, Bexy.
Everybody gets
Love
the
you too,
love.
Vex. No homo.
And you guys make it difficult for me not to say it, but I just can't bring myself to say it, so I apologize in that regard.
That's okay.
That's all right. Don't need to say it.
Nah, much
It's like,
unsaid
it's like
is said.
it's like Batman. You don't have to say thank you.
Isn't
Well,
it nice? We're all here for Vex. I mean, I don't know exactly everybody how you tuned in, but again, I was off almost 6 months, and but we remember each other, don't we? We remember graciousness. We remember integrity. We remember those who speak with something that touches us in a way, and we say, okay, this guy's just nice to everybody, and he's just trying. He's intelligent. He's caring. He's doing the best he can, and we're all here tonight, and it's special, right? Like we'd be here for each other, even if we don't know each other, in your own ways, in your own worlds, with your own friends. I'm sure many of you have done things to just let another know, hey, you don't have to wait till you die to hear a eulogy. Let us tell you now, you're a great person, and we thank you.
Wait, is this Vex we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
I've got them all food.
Oh man.
I do like the fact that you used the Ripple song analogy earlier.
Thank you.
I'm one of those people, and this is why I am a big. More than anything, I really don't care about whether it's a health thing or not with the masks, but I am one of those people that I believe no matter how shitty of a mood you're in, you should walk through the store and smile at everybody, especially elder and children.
Very, very important.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And really just anybody. And I think, for me, I think that is one of those things. It has a ripple effect. And, somebody could have had the shittiest fucking day. I'm sorry, Vex, I'm assuming you cuss on here.
Yeah, you're all right.
I'm allowed on the stream, so yeah, totally cussing allowed.
I don't want it in any way,
Wait till
because
they get a load of me.
this is totally not who I am. But I honestly, and so please, we're all adults here, I hope. And I say with simple, humble, utterly non-vulgar sexual thoughts, I really thought Kay said, Vex, I assume you're cut. And I was just like, oh my God.
Oh my
what?
God. Oh Lord.
That's a visual I didn't need. Thank you.
Listen, welcome to your birthday suit. At least like in the early films, you look down in your diaper. I think I'm a boy. Oh my God, I'm a girl. I didn't know. Remember that cute little cartoon with the little Michael Jackson was in it at 13, and they were all singing to us like, just discover what you are and be a good person. But anyway, I forgive me. Again, I'm not like that, but I really thought I was just like, oh my God. So of course I had to share it, right? But anyway,
I just want to say
Going to
3,
icon.
2, 1. Okay, now it's repressed. Okay.
Oh yes.
Shove
I will say that
it
song,
deep
Ripple.
down inside, Vex. Deep. Shove it away.
Sean Stryker, why are you making
Out
us
through
look
the
at that
toes.
image?
Out through the toes.
Because that image is the premier Biden voter. That is the Biden demographic right there.
I think that's the Ewan
old
brothers
liberal
that disappeared
male.
mysteriously.
It's an
All
old
right,
liberal male who voted for Biden and
Let
didn't
me ask
kill
you a
real
himself.
quick.
question. Why are
Real
we
quick.
supposed to listen to the CDC about racism? They're declaring racism as like a problem in America, a health issue, when they can't even keep track of their black
You're on my
American
topic.
Harvard doctors.
They can go and fuck themselves quadruply
they
with
can't even
a
really
fucking
go fuck
barbed
themselves
wire dildo.
All right, I'm
Seriously.
glad I'm getting such a
I
response.
say with an ice pick in the neck. Okay.
Sharon Stone style. Yeah, but the thing is that they can't even keep track of their Harvard graduated, outstanding looking, honorable black doctors who mysteriously disappear in the woods around the CDC. Remember that? This is like, excuse me.
There's been many, many more that have disappeared, but the CDC has lost all credibility. They've just lost all credibility.
It's
I
disgusting.
mean, look at who they hire now. Just go look at their list of hirees. End of subject.
And yet they have a say. Who are these people?
Not to me.
I know, but
Exactly.
there's so many.
I used
For
to
those who
respect them at one time. I did.
Mrs. Red Badgers will appreciate this. If anyone is worried about the CDC's so-called authority, Dr. Boyle put out a exemption card. It's basically his updated riff on it, and it actually cites Nuremberg Code and UN World Health Treaty. Print that little thing out, and hey, if someone wants to mess with you on the health issue, then they're violating Nuremberg Code, and we did kill the Nazis for the violations of people's medical freedoms. So I'm not saying that we're going to kill anybody, but that person's going to be held responsible if they do force you into a vaccine situation or
try them in The Hague.
I have to say this to Kay. You said that you liked the comment about Ripple. I suggest to you listening to the song. It is a Grateful Dead song. Listen to the words, because I tell you, that is a prayer.
That very song, Ripple?
Yes, it's a prayer.
Ms. Red Badger's been actually talking about that song for about 4 days now.
Oh,
yeah,
neat.
It's definitely
I listen to it as a prayer.
And the lyrics, I mean, it's written as a song, but it's definitely a prayer.
I sing it as a prayer. It's a holy thing. I really believe that. And certainly it can manifest.
The song takes you from
Ripple in still water.
It takes you from the beginning to the end of your life, and it's telling you that your path is okay.
It's a beautiful ideal, and I suggest listening to both the Grateful Dead's version and also Jane's Addiction's version, where they emphasize the drums.
Just listen to its purest form, which is probably off the original album because it's not been altered. It's when it was at its purest form, and that's just my opinion. But it is a beautiful lyrical song, and it is a prayer. There's another song that actually accompanies that song, and it's called A Box of Rain.
Oh, beautiful.
And that song is another one. And personally, then, if you go from those two songs and skip every other, I love the Dead, but there's one song that is just definitely the end of life song, and it's called Muddy River.
Well,
it's probably the 3 best songs they ever did, in my opinion.
Red Badger, do you know all about like Mountain Girl and stuff?
Sounds like Mountain Girl, yes.
Cool. The Dead were special.
And I do believe Mountain Girl was a part of, she was in when they made that album, and I think it's, look for the cut off of, I believe it's American Beauty.
Right.
Hey, Jackaro. I mean, that was a amazing story, amazing song. I love the Deads. My parents actually were major Deadheads and followed them, so I was kind of
Awesome.
rainbow
Child of-
child, I suppose.
Right.
It was
Those songs were probably helped me through life. Besides, and I love how lyrics do this. But Blackbird singing in the dead of night. I was never a huge
Blackbird
Beatles
singing in the
fan,
dead of night.
but Blackbird by the Beatles, just an incredible song.
True.
I agree. And I'm not a big Beatles fan either, but yeah, the lyric genius behind it is, ooh, another fucking deer. Guys, I'm gonna die.
Careful, Kay.
Oh dear. Female deer.
Oh, deer is right.
The Deer
okay?
Clan is appearing to you. It's a tragedy.
No.
It's bad.
No,
okay?
it's on.
I already wrecked once this week, okay? And I just got this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Be careful, Kay.
Be
But
safe.
I just want to point something kind of strange out. Total squirrel moment, off subjects here. So Ricky had mentioned earlier that one of his black cats disappeared 5 months ago and then miraculously showed up at home today. And we also have Thomas here, Chariot Rain, who seemingly disappeared 5 months ago and then showed up again today.
True.
Does anybody find this strange? That
I have black cats in my life. I must.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
All brought to you by VEX
It's a
Warfield.
little weird.
That's right.
Maybe they're getting chipped by the pound.
Callie, I remembered what
Not
you
by
said.
the alien. Not by the aliens, but the pound.
If I may, I remember what Callie Dandelion said some time ago that caught my attention. And it reminded me of something precious to my heart. And what she said, and this was a topic of discussion 20 minutes ago, what Callie said. But the idea was that she said that sometimes the living can be easier than the dying. And there's a beautiful movie that gets to the heart of what is much that is American, as it was native. This idea of caring for the other, the Good Samaritan. And it was a movie called The Shoes of the Fisherman, and it had people in it like Leo McKern, and the Pope was played by, oh my gosh, can anybody help me? Anthony Quinn. And there were other famous people in it. My father was once mistaken from the reporter. A mob of women surrounded my father at the Philadelphia International Airport, saying, "You're this actor, you're this Hollywood actor." And my father's like, "What's going on here?" Then they're like, "No, you're not. You're a liar." He's like, "I didn't do anything. I'm just standing here." But anyway, they made this movie. And in this movie, the Pope is elected. He's a Russian who's come out of the Gulag. I highly recommend this movie. There are many important principles, and it's a beautiful story. It is The Shoes of the Fisherman. And then here is a man who was a bishop of Russia, who once was told to deny the faith, or 7 priests would be executed, and he let the priests be executed. Now you can imagine how this broke a goodly heart, but he would not deny the faith. He was placed in the Gulag under the tyranny of Russia, which was run strategically by Hebrews at the time, financed by the gold train out of New York, which was a great sin, for they killed millions of Christians. For many were Jewish and part of the, how shall I say, antagonists in Russia, for they would deny and stop the progress of God. Not all Jews, please understand. I'm not anti-Semite, and yet I am anti those who would hide behind a shield that says, "We win in the end. 2-year-old girls are fit to be had sex with, and you will all be our slaves one day." And this is what they teach. There's a reason Bush President George W. shut down all FBI investigations along the East Coast that had already utterly proven that we had endless Islamic run temples up and down the East Coast preaching severe, how shall we say, what is it, anti-Americanism. They had inside investigators. They had all the records. They had all the tapes. This is in New Jersey. This is in Florida. These are utter radicals. I watched the FBI agents who were goodly guys and just went in for the idea of serving their country and didn't understand the FBI was founded in fraud and has continued thus at the very tippy top, obviously, to us gathered here. They said, we can't understand. We had them all. Why was it shut down? Well, we all know why, right? The enemies controlled the crown, which is not an American thing. For the crown that matters to us is the crown of the virtue of the eternal soul which lives in each of us and is the path that we trot in the beauty of the elk and the caribou and the Purple Mountain's majesty. But at any rate, I'm dandling on. Please forgive me. But so the beauty of what Danny Linus said. Oh my God, this is so beautiful. So the Pope is like captive now in Rome. He's a Russian, Anthony Quinn. He has borne stripes for the flesh. Being elected, he says, no, please, not me, anyone but me. They say, no, I too proclaim him. He must be our leader. Blacks and whites and Italians and people of all cultures and faiths. So he's elected in a movie. It's a beautiful book, a beautiful story, a beautiful film. And it did matter, for there have been many in cinema and the project of light and shadow and sound that have cared and tried to get the message through for each of us and touch as many as possible. Again, I'm humbly say I'm from a family of broadcasting angels. I know about this thing. But the point is, he sneaks out of the Vatican. He says to his tailor, can you get me a simple priest cassock? Just a simple cloak. Do you know a way out of the Vatican? Certainly, there must be a way. He says, I will try, Your Eminence. He brings him a simple priest's robes and black and cloth and hat, and he goes out into the streets of Rome, and he's with the people, and he feels alive again, for this is what he wants. For he asked the previous pope, please don't make me a cardinal. Just give me a simple parish of simple men and women, that I might be a simple priest and shepherd of the flock. But the pope, played by Sir John Gielgud, says, no, let us decide what is best for you, Kirill, which is the name of one of the two original men to bring the Christian Gospels into Russia, and this is recorded and known, and an honor to this day. God bless the Russian Orthodox Church and Putin for saying, no, we need a department of culture and religion to preserve what is important, like we need it in America. We need a department not just of education, but of the family. At any rate, he goes out, and all of a sudden, he finds himself with a physician, a medical doctor, a woman in Rome in perhaps the 60s. And she says, can you do me a favor? Can you get this medicine? I'm required upstairs. And he goes upstairs after getting the medicine, and he's there with Jews. And he starts to begin to say the Lord's Prayer, for a man is dying there, and it is his end. And the female doctor, European, can do no more. And he says, and they say, I'm sorry, sir, we are mostly Jews here. So then he covers his hand, his face, and his eyes with his hand, for he had learned in the Gulag from other Jews these prayers. He had been a rabbinical scholar, like Reggie White, the Minister of Defense for the Philadelphia Eagles and the Green Bay Packers. He always strove and sought more information and knowledge for the coming of the Lord. This was his heart. There's nothing wrong with this. The black Jews out of Africa are the true Jews. You must understand this. Their DNA was tested. They are of the priesthood. They are of the true tribe of Aaron. And yet they are denied, even to this day in Israel. And there is apartheid, not discussed much. But there's a reason the IDF sells and wears T-shirts with a Muslim, or rather Palestinian woman, pictured on their chests within a circle, which is a rifle scope. And the saying in Judaica reads clearly, 1 shot, 2 kills, for she is pregnant. And the Israelis, even now, gather upon the fence in lawn chairs with umbrellas, and they sip daiquiris and watch the Palestinians be shot in the head. And who's paying for it? America. 10 Palestinians are killed, 2 Israelis. It is well known. The opposite is reported in America, so that our opinion may be swayed. But here's the thing. The Jews who are Israelis, who are not, for the Israelis made it clear long ago as they spoke on Charlie Rose, those who had served in government themselves, when they said, what happened to Israel? And my grandfather was a founder of Israel. I'm sorry, it's true. It was not known what was done. But the point is, no, much money was sent to them. They promised us before World War II began, if you do not help us, 6 million Jews, half of all Jews in Europe, will die. Much money was sent by Jews and by Christians and all Americans and all faiths worldwide. And they tell us now 6 million Jews died. They didn't save one Jew with all the money we sent. Lie. The Rothschilds family themselves, who were running the Red Cross at the time, made it clear at the end of World War II, 325,000 Hebrews had passed away. Now, does this mean the average Jew is guilty and should be condemned outright? Of course not. But there is a cabal of Jesuits and Jews and holdover English who never wanted to play ball with America, and the idea that we would form a brotherhood and bring the kingdom of God as best we could, like Thomas More's utopia, upon the earth, who have always held out and said, no, we just want the graft, we want the grift, we want the spoils of war. That's why they plotted against the English and the French at Waterloo, and we know what happened there. At any rate, the point is, we can win this war. And so Danny said, what do life sometimes more difficult than death? And so the Pope is up there with the Jew who's dying now, and he has his hands over his eyes. And though he is the Pope of Rome and sits in the chair of St. Peter, representative of Christ upon the earth until his return, he's praying in Hebrew. For this is a soul, and it matters, and he's passing. And they prayed these sacred prayers in Hebrew at that moment. And then he says shalom to each of them. And there is a Jew there who stands, as Callie said. It's such a beautiful moment in film history. And he says, the dying is easy. He says, the dying is easy. It is the living that defeats us. Which is why, brothers and sisters, we stand together. Circle the wagons. Keep your lanterns lit. Keep oil in the lamps and trust. For whatever they label as Christian or Jew, there are hearts that are true. Strive for this thing. We can succeed. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, that pretty much illustrates the feeling I got whenever I'm dealing with the assembly, to bring it into a circle.
Cool. The saber
Let's circle back, y'all. Circle back, y'all.
That's right. Single cover. To quote Gladiator and Russell Crowe.
Do
we have a better chance if we stick together.
Absolutely.
Speaking of comfort zones.
Oh, yeah?
Well, in our comments a little bit ago, Brandy was referencing a girl being attacked in the school and stuff like that. I'm wondering if the media in her area is going to be covering that, or if they're going to stay in their comfort zone and just, ignore whatever happened.
I will place a bet that it's ignore.
Mm-hmm. Unless it's, a white girl that attacked a black girl.
Well, this is the funny thing is, you guys know me and my epic trolling and all this stuff, right?
I trust you.
Vex is gonna roll. Kelly and I get blamed for that shit.
That's right. Only Miss Red Badger and I'll rephrase this. Only myself and my minions get blamed for this.
Well, let's just say that I decided to stir the pot a little, and I happen to find a group of let's just say they're socialists, right? And they're playing a little game on a Facebook app, and I just happened to set up a game tournament where the prize was 846 game coins, for 8 minutes 46 seconds. You guys figure where I'm going with this tournament?
No, but I'm listening. I'm intrigued.
Well,
it's a murder of George Floyd.
Yes, the tournament title was something like "Let's buy George Floyd a My Pillow so he can rest easier." It was something trollish like that. But at the end of it,
was George Floyd the one that had a twin with his tattoo on his chest, but the other one didn't?
Could be the tattoo that reads Ordo Ab Chao from the Masonic orders. Could very well be. But
is George Floyd the one that had a police officer kneeling on his neck?
Yes.
The officer was not kneeling on his neck. That's the amazing thing about body cam footage and other camera angles. He was kneeling on his shoulder blade.
On it, in between his shoulder blades is what the
either way-
alternate view showed.
Okay,
And
that's
the
cool.
coroner
But either
report
way,
showed-
technically, it was a legitimate move sanctioned by the police department. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is they didn't stress in the media that these two guys who worked as bouncers at a bar together knew each other.
They were absolutely not going to say that because that bar had La Raza radio station being run out of the back of it. So there's something else going on there.
The bar ran weapons, drugs, and women. So
Yeah,
Damn, I didn't know all that.
The
I
bar
didn't know all
owner
that, I
has
gotta
quite the history with Elion Omar. By the way.
Yes, thank you. And yeah, Miss Red Badgers can break it down a little better. But the point of me making this game tournament was at the end of it, I put, essentially how I felt about the situation, that, you win coins in honor of, George Floyd needing a MyPillow, because that the people who are, going to protest this, of course, are going to form a nonprofit and only donate 2%, to the victims' families, as opposed to, all the proceeds. So naturally, that particular group of people are not happy with me, and I'm now a racist because I'm calling them out for their little charity tournaments that do nothing to fix the problem. But on the other hand, they're gonna raise all these funds in their little game world, on behalf of whatever cause and never affect anything. So I don't know. It's just I've come to learn today that if you make socialists look bad, you're a racist. I guess that's the moral of the story.
Striker, that's just like obvious common sense. Like that's been happening for like how long now have we been living in that twilight zone?
But obviously, it hit him at a different level today. We all get hit, and it sucks. It's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? But the thing is that we can dispel. That beautiful song, and it's sung by Marvin Gaye and Devon and of course Ray Charles, Whitney Houston, Abraham Martin, and John. And they say, I looked up one day and he was gone, of like John Kennedy. And, does anybody know whatever happened? So the thing is that what we need to do here is we need to do the same with evil. We need to create a reality where we one day say, and then one day they were gone. Just like that. One day they were gone because the light was so great, we dispelled the darkness. And all of these things that encumber our minds, our bodies, our souls, our spirits, that would keep us as a nation or as individuals from being what we can be. And that doesn't mean world champions, gold medal winners, multi-billionaires, but just happy and hearty and in the divine flow, knowing our
the
place.
dark will always be there. You
Not
can't
necessarily.
you cannot have one without the other because you need the dark to remind people of what the light is.
And
Not
you
if
need
they're-
you
not
need
if
not
they're
to
light right
equate.
through.
You need to not equate wealth or success in a field such as a gold medal with evil. That is a person who is focused on a target.
Correct.
There are many
It may or
Christian
may not
athletes
be.
who are gold medalists.
But I understand what you're trying to say about the titles and tiaras bullshit.
Yes.
Right. Listen, if it's honorably sought and humbly gained, like a crown of laurels in ancient Greece when the athletes would participate in the Olympiad, and I hated when they started calling the Olympics the Olympiad. It was too cheesy. But back then it was the name. They would participate naked, right? And it was a humble ideal of true sportsmanship, which has been usurped by this ideal of glory of the self. Everyone acknowledges who played with him. Kobe Bryant was never a team player. We need to be team players.
Kobe would not sign my roommate's autographs because my roommate was a white kid. Shaquille would sign his autographs. So
Shaq
that's
is
all
awesome.
you need to know about. Yeah, Shaq gets it. Kobe never did. Kobe was an entitled brat, and
He was, and he mistreated me personally horribly.
Just like LeBron.
The problem with Kobe, though, is just when he thought he was getting out, his daughter was getting him straight. The Boulets couldn't put up with that, and so his business partner just made a bunch of profit. And that business partner was one of Epstein's business partners.
Right. And Epstein tied in by his father to Wayfair Corporation in New England.
You know about Wayfair. Excellent. Anyway,
Absolutely.
my little point, though, with my little segue about the whole game tournament, etc., is that if I am going to be called out for mocking these people for their pet causes, especially, when their pet causes happen to be over a year dead, and yet every day they're doing suicide awareness. It's like, maybe I don't want to hear about your pet causes every day. No offense, suicide awareness doesn't stop you from going up, giving a person a hug and saying, hey, stick with us a little longer. The world still needs you.
Yeah, correct.
I'm getting really, really irritated that the internet is coddling and making it acceptable that, we can be aware of problems, but we can't solve or cure them. They have the cancer cures. We know this. They have other cures. We know this.
Correct.
But everybody wants the virtue signal for awareness as opposed to getting the cures out.
Tesla had free energy like 80 years ago at least, right?
Well, free energy is one issue. I'm talking just on healthcare alone. We knew the hydroxychloroquine. VEX, hope I don't get your channel hit for that, but we knew the stuff. We knew that we had the fix. Okay, I can go down to the drugstore and literally for under $10 make a month-long supply of hydroxychloroquine using my little, common sense hat, my little Rite Aid experience, and a little bit of shopping power. And gee, here it is over a year later. I'm perfectly fine, perfectly healthy, no sniffles, no sickness. Maybe drinking orange juice every morning should be an American lifestyle like it used to be at the breakfast table with eggs and toast and bacon.
You go, Sean.
Except for the orange juice isn't even really orange juice anymore. So
read the ingredients. Depends on which brand you get. So
they all have flavor pack in them, even the organic ones. They all have that flavor pack bullshit in them, which is disgusting. Nobody should be putting that in their body.
Well, in that case, Kroger's mislabeling their stuff because mine is straight orange juice, vitamin D, and I think there's a potassium sorbate or something in it. That's it.
Why did Walmart tell us we were to stop buying seeds?
That's a shame. I bought my seeds a long time ago. That's the one thing. Like Vex, Ricky, myself, Miss Red Badgers, a lot of us have been in this loop. We already got our bug out stuff. The thing is, you can't sit on your butt now that you got your supplies. It's like you still got to deal with the world one way or the other, and that includes trying to wake up all these other sleepers to what they got to do, whether it's get themselves right or get themselves
You notice how
moving.
Stryker leaves me out of everything?
Not at all, but maybe.
I'm just doing a quick, short list rather than going down the 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 plus names from the assemblies to everything else of people we know that are in these channels and chats at these late hours. So I do apologize. It's never anything personal. If I obfuscate somebody, it's just my brain. Remember, I told you guys a little bit ago what would happen. I was drinking that Bang energy drink.
Just giving you shit, Stryker. Whoa.
Golf cart.
How do we have a monster drink that is
not
obviously
Monster Bang?
No, just the monster drink with the Hebrew symbol for 6 upside down.
Actually, you want to know the origin? Because that's I'm here in Riverside. That's from my old hometown next door in Corona.
Cool.
That was Hanson's all natural fruit drinks. If you remember Hanson's, Coca-Cola. Actually, Coca-Cola came along after they formed Monster, but they wanted to form basically an energy drink, apple juice type deal, and that was Monster. And they're a good, legit family. So I don't know if they intentionally realize that their Monster logo resembles, all that stuff or not. But I do know that after Coca-Cola came and bought into Monster, that Monster as a company just went and became a complete douchebag company. So that let me put it this way: if you're an energy drink and you're putting out certificates to defame another energy drink brand, like Bang, especially when the Bang founder is a patriot and supporter of Donald Trump,
cool.
You're on the wrong side of history. And that's what they.
I mean, just putting out such a disgusting product filled with so many chemicals is being on the wrong side of history.
And sugar, 32 grams of sugar carbs. Bang is organic, kosher, no sugar carbs. I mean,
hi, Ricky.
There's some that have it, but
hi, Ricky.
Hey, Ricky. The trick with Bang was that Bang had creatine in it, like the old Sobe No Fears that PepsiCo bought out. And so I looked at that as like, cool. And it's the Patriot ran company out of Florida. Cool. Monster came along and said, "Oh, Bang's lying to you. They don't have creatine in their drink." And then they released a drink with the exact same blend as Bang. And that's the Rain energy drink you see with the little Knight's Head logo on it. And also, this energy drink of Bang was such a fake that Rockstar came out with the Endurance formula, which was again the same thing as Bang. So
Damn.
They're trying to put out business cards. I have one on my desk where it says "Don't get Bang." They're lying about their creatine blend. Da 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 da. It's like, then why did you guys copy their creatine blend?
This is like the Cola Wars. Only like
Yeah,
Tupac Shakur is getting shot. I mean, it's like, remember Tupac? He was like, I just wanted to make albums. I didn't know there was gonna be bullets involved.
Well, Tupac and Biggie and all the rest, they all got, and Suge Knight and all that, they all got wrapped up. I mean, you got to realize Suge Knight's the dude who held Vanilla Ice outside a balcony, hustling down for the monies from Vanilla Ice's hits. So you get Suge Knight in your circle. I'm not going to speak too much on this, but one of my high school wrestling coaches, friends, whatever, he was always at death row as their security for their concerts they would do at different events. So let's just say that era of hip hop history, and it was that time frame, by the way, is very, very interesting.
It is.
That's fun of
it's very
California.
important. And I all I could say about Suge Knight is honestly, right or wrong decisions. I just watched him once, and this hurts my soul. I watched a judge mistreat him.
Judges mistreat everybody. They work for the Vatican. What do you expect?
I know, but it's wrong. I remember they mistreated Michael Jackson's doctor, and I remember they mistreated. I remember watching a judge on YouTube, white judge mistreating a white guy in orange clothing, right? You know what I mean? And he was there, and he was like, "Your Honor, you shouldn't talk to me like that." And the judge was like, "All right, another 10 years." But I got to tell you, the defendant was right. I'm furious, and I know many of you are also. And what the hell happened to our faithfulness? Okay, it's a lack of information, but to our God-blessed ranchers, remember the lawyer? He was in the Midwest, and he was running for Congress against a farmer. And he's like, what would he know? He's not a lawyer. Dude, that's the Midwest. They're providing our food. He's a farmer. He knows more than you. And who would ever speak like that against a fellow American who's out there in the fields, picking up squash in the rain? But these guys, they just don't understand. But whatever.
The judges you're highlighting come from the ranks of the lawyers.
Right,
so,
right. In England, etc. Right.
Yeah, as VEX has alluded to, with the Organic Act 1871, with the bar, they are a problem, and it's waiting to be solved by we the people. So I can't, stress that issue enough. I just don't like being told that, if I'm going to make something to say, you guys are always, doing charity work that's not real charity, but just craft. Yet at the very same time, they're promoting their junk. It's frustrating.
Alligator!
I can only red pill so many idiots at a time.
Ricky, we love the alligator crocodile. That's great, man.
I remember when rock was young.
That's right. That's a beautiful song.
Me and Susie had
so much fun. Hey.
Anyway, I've been talking too much. Ricky,
no,
you got the floor, bro. I need to chillax for a minute.
She grew up tall and she grew up right. She grew up on those Indiana nights. That's all I'm saying. You go, crocodile man.
Oh my God. That was too deep. Ew, it tastes terrible too.
Good tear, Sean Stryker. Good
I'd imagine it's probably made in China too. Who knows what you just gave yourself, Ricky?
No, you're kidding.
Who knows where this has been? Oh my God. Hey, Bex.
Rabies shots.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Vodka takes the taste of anything away.
Okay, cool. I'll go with that. Hold on.
I'm drinking $15 vodka right now. Car called vodka with Mr.
That's
T. Mr. and Mrs. T's Bloody Mary.
Kettle One.
That's a good thing. I'm tasting
and pineapple
vodka don't work on me.
Wow.
I'm drinking water.
I had enough of that. I did. Look. Okay, look. I've had enough freaking water. Okay, I'm tired of water. We're not done yet. Okay, we're not done yet. I'm serious, and this one still has some in it.
Fucking K. Water
For
restroom
laters.
time.
You go, brother.
I got your water bottle pile beat.
I gotta go get rid of these. Well, I got them in my hand. I'll be right back.
What did Bruce Lee say? He said, "Be like water." What did Kanye recently say on his album? Like a newborn daughter, born of water.
See that?
I don't know. I'm very pop cult illiterate.
Me too, actually. I've just caught up like the last 6 months. I was absent for like 30 years. I didn't even know Pink had a career after like I'm coming up. I missed Cindy Crawford from 87 on. I honestly, I just returned from like 50 hells. Not 50, but maybe like 15. But I'm saying thanks for being kind.
Yeah, my chair has cat disease.
I just rubbed my eyes and now everything's
fever.
blurry.
Perfect.
So Vex, happy birthday, brother.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
So I got something for you on your birthday.
Uh-oh.
I do.
I'm afraid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little afraid too.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
It's
Okay,
probably
so
going to be
Vex.
something pussy related.
No.
Is it
Vex.
a copy of the original Constitution
I
from
could do
Missouri?
that.
Birthday, take a chance.
It's happy birthday to you. Happy
Singing.
birthday to you. Happy birthday, Vex Warfield. Happy birthday to you and many more.
Ricky always
you
makes
very
it
much.
weird.
Very touching. Very touching.
Happy birthday, Mr. President.
That's right. Natalie Portman sang it well in Lyon, or The Professional.
Like Marilyn Monroe's version.
Right.
I'd
John
like to know
Kennedy.
I'd like to know who overdosed Marilyn on barbiturates.
Oh, they
Yep.
murdered her, dude. She
Can't
didn't die
figure that
in
one
the
out.
nude without help.
That's a mystery. It's
Yeah,
called
this
the
is
All right. I may be wrong here, but I'm just putting out there that there was a guy named Toots Shor in New York. He owned the saloon of America and the world. Everybody was there, from Frank Costello to Frank Sinatra. Trust me, Joe DiMaggio, Bing Crosby. Anyway, he was a guy from South Philadelphia who moved to New York. He was a doorman back in the day, and all the mobs and families trusted him. So they backed him and gave him his own place. They made $600,000 their first year. It was like 1940. That's a lot of money in 1940, I promise. Harvard was $5,000 a year in 1970, a Porsche too. So imagine 1940. Anyway, he had a daughter named Barry. You can look this up. The film was made about it. He was also often on television just because people loved him so. From the mobsters to the baseball players to the bankers to the guys in New York who were just doing the job and doing the work, and it was hard because they had little wives that mattered. You know, penny pinching misers. They were just going to be good homemakers and care about the men. But still, it was hard and it hurt them. So they had to get a drink at lunchtime. It was called bomber hour. Everybody flood down from their New York, posts and Times offices and the stock exchange and flood into Toots Shor's. They get a double, a triple, and they go back to work for It's a War. These were mugs, You could be a priest, you'd be sitting across from a gangster, but everybody was cool. It was Toots Shor's. His daughter was firstborn was Barry. She was a pillar of light. I know this. She held me as a child. She dandled me. She cared for me. She gave me the sacred transmissions from 2 to 6. She told me everything about all of the guys, the killers, the murderers, the lovers, the priests, the betrayers of their wives, the bankers, the banksters, and those who were trying to do right. All I can tell you is she would press her finger to my lips in 72, 74, 76 and say, not now. One day. Keep it secret. Keep it safe. I think she didn't know how long she had to live. But the point is, we're all one family. Toots had one famous quality. He was a large guy, bigger than almost everybody there. They were all friends with Wilt Chamberlain, of course, because Yogi Berra was always there. Yogi Berra is Satan, by the way. He just plays balls and strikes. He's a good guy. He's not what you think. No one is, Mr. Coffee. But the point is, 12 world championships, that doesn't happen easily, people. It doesn't. Like me, he doesn't like white people in black clothing unless they're Elvis or Johnny Cash. We all got these kids running around today. White people, black clothing. They're like umpires that weren't at the right height to call the play over the plate. White and pure and clean for every player. But the point is, I was in Toots Shores early on, met Toots myself. He ran New York. You don't understand. They all came to him. He would insult everybody he ever met. Why? Because we all need to remember at the end of the day, we're just regular guys. He would humble everyone so they could be rebuilt with honor and love and kindness. And if they didn't get it, they weren't welcome in the bar, and a call would be made, and they wouldn't appear again anywhere. You understand. This is how the families work. I'm Irish. My name's Tom. I'm consigliere to the families. I'm Roman eventually.
Hi, Tom.
Nice to meet you. God bless.
I remember that from Goodfellas. The family.
Awesome.
Yes. Yep.
The
That's right.
family's robe. Our standard is the eagle.
The other one that you said was another line from, because I remember specifically because you said Marcus Aurelius, and that always caught me when he said that, when he was describing the mob in New York in the bar, and he was going through all the people that had been in the bar. And then he was describing how one of the gangsters had always looked like, he started to go through his mannerisms, and then he said, like Marcus Aurelius, and I always thought, that's weird, but whatever.
Right.
Well, look at these eyes. Look at these eyes real quick.
Okay.
This is Becky.
Hi, Becky.
And yeah, and she has the sexiest eyes. I swear to God. She's like bedroom eyes. Anyway, I gotta leave her alone.
Her.
So I could show you her eyes.
She was like, stop it, Dad.
Yeah, she was like gonna claw me. Yeah, that thing.
But we believe you. We do. Did anybody ever see the beautiful movie called Cat People? Set in England. It's interesting. It is. Cool. People haven't seen enough movies like, I don't know, what was that movie? Deliverance? You know what I'm saying?
People haven't seen real life. People haven't haven't experienced real life. I got a story for you guys that's going to blow you away, and I'll yield, and when I have the floor, I'll tell you this story, and it's freaking. You've seen it in the freaking news. It's crazy.
Everybody, give Ricky his fetish.
It's your fetish, brother.
What's my fetish?
I'm snapping, so.
The whole
I'm
yielding
thing. Go ahead.
Go.
Go, she says. Okay, so I gotta mute this. I gotta get rid of the camera so I can sit back in my chair. So I live up here in the mountains in Pagosa Springs, and it's a very small community. Even though it's the largest county in Colorado, because it's mountainous. Whatever. Okay, so I've been here for about 25 years, and there was a year, I think it was 1992, where holy shit, there was a kidnapping here in Pagosa Springs, Colorado, and some girl got kidnapped, and then all of a sudden this guy that kidnapped the girl, he's traveling across the United States, and they're stealing cars and stealing fuel and doing all this crazy ass shit. I mean, unbelievable. And I'm thinking, holy crap, this is all happening from my little small town up here in the mountains. And they were avoiding the cops. There was a bolo. Be on the lookout for this vehicle, and on and on and on. And it was national news that this girl got kidnapped here in Pagosa Springs, Colorado, little bitty town, little. And these then come to find out they were dating, and it turned out to be a boyfriend and a girlfriend that ran away together, and they were probably, I think they were 14 years old, and they were robbing, stealing cars and doing all this shit and getting away from the cops, getting away from the state troopers. They were traveling west across the United States, and all of a sudden they got arrested, and the big story comes out that they were arrested and they were caught and they were put in jail and this and that and the other. And after skirting all the cops and all the state troopers, this girl walked across a road at Hoover Dam and was arrested by the park ranger. This girl got arrested by a park ranger after she got through all the freaking cops and state troopers on Hoover Dam. And then there's a little more to it. You know, they finally, she finally came home, and there was a bunch of this and that and the other. Do you guys want to know who this is?
This is fascinating.
Spoiler.
No, it was fucking national news.
I know.
CNN and all this shit. It was crazy, and it was that big deal that was going on here in this little bitty town of Pagosa Springs.
Little teeny tiny town.
Yeah. It was Kay.
It was Kay.
Kay Red Lotus. Out there in your chat room. She's my neighbor.
With the candlestick in the parlor.
I was wondering if that was like, you know, a samurai sword or a cane, like for a dominatrix. I wasn't sure. I'm still not sure what's being said here about it was Kay, but it's interesting that big things have little beginnings. Mysterious are the ways of the Lord.
I met Kay for the first time probably about 3 weeks ago, and it's like, holy crap, man, I've known you since I have been here. I know your dad. I know everything about you, even your adventure to Hoover Dam. It's like, holy crap. Small world.
I just want to say, Kay, I'm shocked. I can't associate you with you anymore, knowing this.
Okay, so where's the video? I know there's video.
Oh, yeah, there is. There's news reports, and, you know, we should put that together, Kay. We should actually make a video, pull all those news feeds, and put that together. That would be awesome.
I really like all the icons on the screen right now, except mine and Jeffrey Epstein's. But the We the People are pissed. The bear that looks more like Predator, but I'm trying to imagine he's like a good Predator versus, you know, like actually siding with Arnold Schwarzenegger. The Owl of Wisdom, the cat, the panther, whatever it is. But me and Jeffrey, I don't know. We need to do better.
Well, I don't like my icon either. It's a statement. Sometimes you gotta put ugly shit out there.
You're right. You're right, brother. You're right.
I love you, Sean, but really, for real.
Okay, drop the link. Drop the link in chat to the conversation here the other day with your dad and Mo and you when he was talking about you. And Kay, why don't you just get up here? I'll drop out. You get up here and you throw that video because it's freaking awesome. Because I've known her dad since I've been here. Her dad is freaking awesome. He's been through hell, by the way.
Can anyone tell me quickly how to put up an icon? It's showing me that, like,
all right.
I feel like I'm shortchanging everybody.
All right, what you do is over there on your picture that shows that I put up on the screen, there's 3 dots. Hopefully, I think that's how it is on phones. You're on the phone, right?
PC.
PC? Okay, should show the 3 dots. You click on that, and you can go up to edit name, and well, it should give you an icon for changing your. Oh, that's right. I'm doing it on yours, not mine. Edit audio avatar. That's what you're looking for.
I don't see 3 dots anywhere, brother.
Okay.
But
it should be on your.
I'm looking at the StreamYard page? Should I go back to YouTube?
No,
Probably,
it's
right.
it's
Oh.
it's
No.
on
No.
Try
StreamYard.
clicking on your avatar, you know, the little box where it says you're in the show, and then on the left of that it says, you know, your
You're in the
name.
show. Oh, okay, all right. I'm gonna click on that. Thomas F. Joyce. Nothing yet.
Edit avatar.
I'm
3
clicking this.
dots.
Edit name. Edit name. Does that sound good? Or
Edit
remove?
You want to
name is
change
to change
your
the
Edit.
name. The
Okay.
you
one
want to change
just
your
below
picture,
that.
right?
Right. Yes. Correct.
You want to click change avatar, edit avatar.
Edit audio avatar.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This avatar will be used when your camera's off. So okay, there gives me a okay. I'll work on it. Thank you.
And you see the little plus sign? Let's see, make
Yeah,
sure I'm not.
right. Yeah, I went for the plus sign.
Okay,
Pictures.
upload avatar.
Right,
Share screen real quick, and yeah, you've got it. You've got it. I think you got it. Okay, so look. Whoa, what the hell is that all about? That's kind of weird. Okay, so on your, this ain't gonna work.
I tried.
Edit.
Let's see what happens. I'm not.
Edit audio avatar. Click the plus. Upload avatar.
I see what you're doing in front of me now.
Right.
Yeah, I think I did it, but now
Yeah.
I'm just.
See, I can change my avatar. You know, whatever. But if you don't have any avatars, just click this button and upload avatar.
Choose from pictures or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
But now this is different. Before I always sold I saw on the screen I'm looking at right now, which is StreamYard. I saw those of us in chat. Now I'm seeing live video of what you're doing. I'm not sure how that happened.
I'm sharing his screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he offered his
VEX
screen.
is okay. But how do I have an avatar? Oh, good. It shows an avatar. That's
you have
Arthur
one there.
Ashe holding the Aquaman symbol, though he didn't know it at the time.
Yeah, you can see it now.
I love Arthur Ashe. You know, he died mysteriously of AIDS in a New York hospital. Kind of like Jim Henson. You know, Kermit the Frog died mysteriously at the hands of South Carolina or Virginia doctor. He just didn't do his job properly. What the hell? We lose a Jim Henson? But thanks for helping me, guys. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay, so happy birthday, Vex.
Happy birthday, Vex.
I love you, brother. I'm gonna drop out so somebody else can get in here.
Right on.
Nice to know you, Ricky.
Don't go,
You
Ricky.
bet, brother. What do you mean don't go? Your credit card didn't go through, and I told you I'm not going to stay on live streams with you until your credit card goes through, buddy. Come on now.
No, I need to know where. I need to know where to send the DVD. I sent you I'm going to send you a DVD in VEX 2. Actually, he was on my list.
Okay.
You don't have to tell me where the address is right now, but you and VEX got something that'll be coming in the mail. I first have to have it show up in my inbox or my mailbox, and then I got to label and ship you guys the stuff. So
I'll put the address
down the line.
Just
I'll put the address in private chat for you.
Is
Yeah,
it
or just,
DVD
text
like
me. You
a
have my
movie
number.
or something you made yourself, Sean? I'm just
All right,
curious.
I'll do that.
Oh, the DVD I got a good deal on. People who are in the know there's a certain DVD right now that's going out, and if you buy more of them, you get them for about $3.95 instead of the $15. So I bought 10 copies of that earlier tonight, along with a T-shirt and some supplements. So if you guys know who I'm referencing and what I'm talking about, then yeah, I figured me keeping all the DVDs for myself won't do any good. So share them out with assembly members. We can use them to red pill people about this scamdemic and wake people up a little bit further.
I don't know what it is, but it sounds like good stuff. And thanks for your efforts on behalf of all those who are trying. Sounds it's cool. That's cool, man.
If you can find it online, I recommend you guys and Miss Red Badgers and Vex and Ricky will know this too. About 2010 or so, a fellow made a movie, more or less a documentary, and it's called Endgame. And
oh yeah, I remember that. I watched it.
Nice green logo and all that. Yeah. So I got copies of that coming down the pipeline. And tonight was the last night to make that order. So before I headed to work about 8 p.m., I placed the order before the offer expired. Now people are going to be like, "Oh, you're just being a mark for these DVDs." It's like I'm paying $4 a DVD, which, having known what it takes to produce lucha DVDs and that sort of thing and wrestling DVDs, yeah, $4 a pop is not a bad bargain. That's actually a really great bargain. It's probably going to cost me more to ship it to Ricky and Bex than it will cost, and price.
Hey, Sean Stryker.
So, by the way,
send it media mail.
Yep. By the way, Vex, happy birthday. You're getting a DVD of In-Game, so use it as a coaster or whatever.
Yay.
See how that worked out?
Yeah. I just sent you a message in Discord.
Nice. Yeah,
You know
I just
what
need the
bothers me?
inbox.
Did you guys ever watch Dr. Dave Janda out of Michigan?
Only Dr. J I know was a basketball player.
Yeah, I know, right? Philadelphia. I was in elementary school, and we were all so excited because we really felt America was making progress. We were informed in Gladwin, Pennsylvania, just outside Philadelphia. Philadelphia railroad country, if you understand. Use the Chinese to build a railroad, and others also, right? John Henry, God bless him. What did they used to say? You saw in Dragon with Jason Scott Lee, who did a good representation, according to Linda Lee, the wife of Bruce Lee, of her husband. When he was in that wonderful scene, and that guy who's a great actor from MASH back in the day with Alan Alda on TV, he said, "You don't know American history, do you? You don't know about the railroad. They used to lower men down to blow the tunnels with dynamite, and then they would just blow it while they're down there. Not a Chinaman's chance." Bruce Lee's so excited about America, but he was an American citizen because his parents gave birth to him while they were here as thespians. Interesting how he combined the ideals that were beautiful to China with the ideas of cinema and America, learning education literally, truly at UCLA with men like John Wooden and Lou Alcindor, who would become Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. They actually were friends in college. The short little Chinaman and the tall black American. But I have Arthur Ashe as my icon now because, like you said, start where you are. Take what you have, do what you can. And that's American principle. But Sean Stryker, I just want to thank you because you've been at this for a long time, and you always speak with a true heart, even if you say nothing. I feel the presence, and I appreciate you.
Even if I say nothing, that's like a Don Rickles line. I'm going to use that for someone. You speak with a true heart, even if you say nothing.
It's true,
Thank
and
you.
I love to. I got to admit, I in my heart, I'm very close with Don Rickles. He admitted a long time on Carson. Look, we're Jews. We've lost. We just won't admit it. But I'm just saying, Don Rickles was a great guy. He could never get a sitcom started, but they kept trying for him at NBC. They did.
Lord knows they did.
Yeah, they did. They really did. They really did. If you know the truth in this history, they did.
Careful, Carson. My people will throw you under the bus.
Do you ever see Don Rickles? Did anybody here ever see Don Rickles with who was it? It wasn't Marlon Brando, I think, or was it? My God, he was sitting over there with Johnny, and it might have been. Oh no, it was Frank Sinatra. Oh my God, that's so great. He's like on his knees. He's like, Frank, forgive me. I apologize. It's awesome.
Yeah, he's the only guy who could troll Frank Sinatra and not wind up with cement shoes for it.
You're totally right. You're totally right. And I remember being 13. This really hurt my heart. Just speaking before friends here. I can't see it right now because I'm looking at this StreamYard. But how many of us are gathered now? Is it like 13, 14? When I started, it was.
Approximately 6 at the moment, but yeah, earlier it was more.
Okay, hey, Six Brats. How are you? So, I remember, what was I going to say? There's so many stories. But Byron Allen was young. His other for MC Studios is a bus driver. Many of you probably about to remember Byron Allen. Even Eddie Murphy gives Byron a lot of credit. He's like, listen, he was older than me. He was breaking boundaries. It inspired me. Like maybe I could have a way. And Eddie had a wonderful brother that almost no one knows about, Charles Murphy. He's a good guy. But here's the
Charlie
situation.
Murphy.
Yeah, Charlie Murphy. So
trust me, I know about Charlie Murphy.
Awesome. So here's the thing, though. Byron was a little kid, but he'd be at the NBC lots when Carson would pull up, and Johnny Carson would always get out. Midwestern boy, right? Here's the thing about Carson. He was like the kid in the black neighborhood that the other blacks wouldn't let deal drugs. You had the Rat Pack, Dino, and of course Frank, Sammy, what have you, and they're there, but they're like drinking on television, they're smoking on television. All of course would become verboten, but they're giving America a good heart and a good time, which is what was meant to be by the sonar of dolphins of divine mind, which is television. Like in Mel Gibson's movies, what was it, like Mad Max 2 or something? Beyond Thunderdome, right? Remember at the end, the beautiful girl is saying to all the little kids, the shorties, they call them in Chicago, this is why we do the tell. To remember, the captain, the guy that led us well, the principle of it all. And getting back to it, because I'm going to lose my train of thought or thread as I go off on tangent after tangent, all relevant to
Carson.
the purpose. Yeah. Johnny Carson would get out and say, "Hi, Byron." And Byron was just a little kid. He was like 6 or 7. And he was just on the lot because NBC was different then. You remember originally, and I know this well, it meant the National Broadcasting Corporation. Like ABC stood for the American Broadcasting Corporation. These things have been lost, and it is sad, and they have been usurped, and the little black box, of which so many were sold, trust me, I know, that was meant to bring God's gold to our planet, to our earth, starting with America. For we were the ones who had proven, in this era, at this age, we would stand upon the shoulders of those who have gone before and be true Massachusetts Minutemen, men or women, ready in a minute, always committed. In an instant, one if by land, two if by sea, three if by internet, we would be ready. And we still are. And I just wanted to say that. Thank you. I'm sorry, Byron Allen. So Johnny Carson would be like, "Hey, Byron." Byron would be like, "Hey, Johnny, how are you?" Right? But Johnny Carson wasn't going to give Byron his first spot on the Carson Show way back when, probably like 1980 or something, if he didn't have the chops. But Byron was dedicated. His mother was respected. She was appreciated. Again, a tourist bus driver at NBC Studios. Blacks and whites pulling together for the common cause. Christians and Jews like Norman Lear saying, "Whatever it takes, we're going to make this work. We're going to find a way." Archie Bunker was not a mistake, right? We're all so hated because they say this or that amongst us in England. I remember a very fat black woman in England, and if you're black, know that I appreciate that you took the black for the cause. Like St. Augustine, sacred and preeminent amongst the church elders of the Catholic diocese of the world. He was a holy black man. If you ever saw the Little Drummer Boy broadcast in the early 70s, it was...
Good night, Mrs. I love you.
Good night, Mrs. It was a black king that was kind to the little drummer boy and explained the situation to him. So many of us, as children, we didn't see in color, right? We just saw in heart. Because when you're little, you just want to know if the big ones are going to be kind or not. Because we're all little. But the thing is, when they're kind, like at Julius Irving, Dr. J, I was in Gladwin Elementary School. We heard a black doctor was moving into the neighborhood. We were all so excited. America was making progress. A little disappointed when we found out it was Julius Irving. But he was such a great guy. We knew we were blessed. I remember looking into his eyes. You see, 3 girls at the Sixers Stadium, called the Spectrum at the time in Philadelphia. He was semi-retired. He was in a suit, not dressed in his basketball uniform at the time, talking to the other fellows on the front line before the game began. I was there with my father, one of the few games he ever took me to. He had too much more important work to do, unless a Marine invited him to a baseball game, and then I got to go. The Marine, having lost both legs for our country, because he was offered a position in intelligence and turned it down, preferring to stay with his men in the field before he stepped on a landmine. Recently, I was at the Safeway. There's a kindly white guy, and I just said, "Listen, I just want to say thank you for always being gracious." I said, "I have a lot of pain in my body, but I can't do much, but I say thank you." He said, "I understand. I have a lot of shrapnel. But these guys are getting paid $10 or $12 an hour and made to wear a mask and unable to breathe properly while they breathe in and out their own bacteria. It gets a little annoying." But at any rate, getting back to important things like Arthur Ashe and his soul and his father's soul. Jimmy Connors was a warrior, a white warrior, a soul warrior. Forget the color. He was like Yvonne Lendl. He's never going to give up. But he'd be defeated by Arthur Ashe, and he'd humbly shake his hand. He'd met his better, and humbly, Arthur Ashe, never taking ego like a John McEnroe, would just say, we're brothers. Remember always in Nazi Germany, when our blessed Jesse Owens ran and participated, what was it, the 1936 Berlin Olympics? Is that correct? The year? I believe it is. They're there. And they say this and they say that about the Third and the Second and the First Reich. My middle name is Friedrichs or Fredericks. It is German. Forgive me. I stand for what is right, humbly. They say this and that about the Aryan race, but there are records of Hitler saying to his generals, no, do not burn down the synagogue. These are written records signed by himself, but all are lied to about so many things. And what did the white Olympians say? He said, listen, Jesse, you're going to lose this high jump because you keep overstepping the plate. He'd overstepped 2 times. One more, he's done. America loses. And you know what it took for Jesse even to run. I mean, the pressures in America, the questions, should he not? Black people telling him, how dare you betray a race and represent America? Other blacks saying, you must go on, like Harriet Tubman, you must fight for what is right. And all those blacks who served as spies against the British Empire, because they knew in the end, we're one family, and we're this position or that, but our blood all runs red, like Eugene Bullard, born of America, who stated, the greatest, third greatest recognized war hero of France, African American, elevator doorman to his death in New York City. All blood runs red. So here we are, and what happens next? This
happens
is the
next is we the people assemble and get things done.
Exactly. This is the legacy. This is the moment. This is the hour. And I got to admit, guys, I'm full of metal. I've been run over by trucks. I've been raped by dogs at the hands of Hebrews, who I've always loved. They stole all my parents' money that we helped to found Israel, but my parents never spoke against them. They're Israelis that claim the only reason it didn't work is because Jews defeated the Israelis. And there are all kinds of Christians and Buddhists and Muslims that won't get with the program. But there are those of us who are beyond labels and beyond color, for we know that we are an emanation of God's heart. And if we unite now in the spirit of unity, which is the highest virtue of all the gods of ancient Greece, virtue, you have heard of Narcissus, the lowly god. You've heard of Pan. You've heard of Nike, which they call Nike, because they're trying to usurp victory for something it's not supposed to stand for. But she was a woman. She was a sister. She was the goddess of victory. But above all, even Zeus and his father Kronos, the god of time, is virtue. Stand for virtue now. We won't lose. Whatever they strip of us, the truth will be known. The light is within us. And in the end, the darkness will be dispelled. But the difficulty is the pain and the suffering and the anguish for our brothers and sisters worldwide, and especially American as we are, who don't have all the information and do fear. There's nothing to fear but fear itself, sure, but fear can be scary to a child who believes in the monster under the bed and does not understand. There are good monsters also. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
And a
Quite
good
eloquent.
monster can just as easily turn around and be a bad monster and vice versa. You know, everything has duality.
And much of it is in our hands, which we are taught to forget, being taught to believe in, what do they call it, idolatry of science and teachings and lessons. Nietzsche himself walking with the lantern in the daylight, the madman he was called, but he said, no, you have no sight. Listen, pay attention. We can learn. We can share. The frequency is what's important. The Nazis. Okay, so going back to the Berlin Olympics, what did the white blessed German do? He said, Jesse, my brother, what you need to do or you're going to lose is you need to set your takeoff place 1 foot from the plate because you keep overstepping it. And so Jesse did. He jumped 1 foot from the plate and he broke the world record and he beat the second best man in the world, a white German, who jumped 28 fucking goddamn feet. But Jesse did better. And then what did they do despite what is told to us today of the truth of our hearts. They walked arm in arm around the entire stadium, brothers, sportsmen, Olympians, to the end. This is the truth of the heart of Germany. This is the truth of the heart of those of us who see beyond and know beyond color and all those lies that would seek to divide, whether it is religion or politics or anything else. What I want to know is, would a man pull over in the rain and stop like Jimmy Hoffa and help me change a flat tire? That's the guy I'm going to vote for. Anise Cosby did it. Bill Cosby's son. They say all this about Bill Cosby, and yet at least 6 of the women who condemned him have admitted they were lying and took money to do it. And I'm not saying he's innocent, but I'm saying devils tempt us all, and they go for the best, and we should have some compassion though they fall, and not forget the good they did as Fat Albert or anything else. Bill Cosby raised his son, Anise, who pulled over in his luxury car. Anise, when he was young, said, "I'm rich." And Bill Cosby said, "No, you're not rich. I'm rich. You're my son. You'll be a good boy." And he said, "Okay, sir." He pulled over on an LA freeway in the dark of night and in the rain to help a stranger change a flat, and the man shot him dead. Whatever they say of this or that, be careful what you believe, like Bill Cartwright, the great center of the Chicago Bulls, who was never as big as Shaquille or Patrick Ewing, the Georgetown Hoya, raised by God blessed John Thompson, one of the best coaches we ever had in American basketball, which is the training of men, ideally, that we be warriors and soldiers to protect our women and make sure they also can take wing. I'm sorry, I go on, but of this true heart I sing. All right, forgive me. Thank you for your patience.
You're fine, brother. I was listening.
I get upset.
Oh, I get upset every day, all the time, every day. Tired of the tyranny.
Right.
Vex, I got a great video for you. I think it would. I think it's 7 minutes long, but this guy lays it out. Why would we study the 18th century? You know.
Oh my God! Really? Tell me more.
Yeah, it's awesome
Oh,
video. It's up to you,
let's check
brother.
it out.
Yeah, I thought it was great. I listened to it earlier, and I'll drop the link in private
That's not
chat to
it?
this guy. No, this is it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And let's see.
In the Age of Enlightenment, it was accepted amongst the intelligentsia of Europe that there were people living on other planets. I mean, it was just utterly accepted. What happened?
Well, it goes deeper than that. Where have we gone? What has happened to us as a society? So let me roll this. I yield. I mean, I'm going to mute myself.
Yeah, everybody please mute.
Mm-hmm. The 18th century and the 21st century are constantly colliding. They're clashing. They're grinding against each other. I am a 21st century man. I live with all the conveniences of the 21st century. Indoor plumbing. That is amazing. I have a house that is automatically kept at a particular temperature, whether it's hot or cold. That's unthinkable. I have electricity. It does amazing things. I plug into the wall and do all sorts of things with it. Computers. I don't even know how to describe them. Digital cameras, cell phones, internal combustion engines. I have a car. I can go out, I can turn the key and go anywhere I want. Modern banking. Again, conveniences that we take for granted every day. We live in a world with advances that are just impossible to believe even 50 years ago, 100 years ago. It is truly amazing. And yet, I've chosen to constantly study the 18th century, even sort of imbibe it more than just study it in a book, but we try to live little bits of the 18th century. And these two things, they clash. They are so dissimilar. Why would we study the 18th century? Isn't it interesting that we live with these great modern conveniences that kings and mighty rulers of the past would have wished they would have had the things that we have today, just modern, everyday people, anybody on the street. And yet we yearn for something different. We know nobody says today, 2021, status quo, yeah, I think it's really, really good. Let's just keep it exactly the way it is, right? Nobody thinks that right now is good. So what's broken? If we have all these amazing, wonderful physical things that we enjoy, what is broken? Well, we know that family, community, these things are broken right now. What's going on? I mean, obviously there were broken families and communities in the 18th century, but it was nothing like what's going on right now. What happens in the 18th century in a house that's as primitive as you could possibly be, a house that is not very warm, okay, it's just plain cold, and water comes through the roof. What advantages does that have that our modern house doesn't have? What is lacking in the modern world? What can we go back to that cabin and figure out what went right there and what we lost on the way? I think one of the things that's happening that's so different in the 18th century, and this cabin is a perfect example, and William Nolan's Bark Covered House really kind of, if you read it and you study it and you understand what's going on there, you kind of get an idea about what's happening. The William Nolan, his family, they go out to Michigan and they go to a piece of ground that's just a bunch of trees, and they build a cabin and they live. And that household, that primitive cabin, it was more than just a house where they went to sleep. Right? It was an economic unit. It was a little factory, and they all worked together to survive. They cooked food. They preserved food. They made their own sugar. You know, they went out hunting. They did agriculture. Then there was probably textile manufacturing going on. They made their own clothes. They made their own furniture. They had to create all the things that they needed. And every part of the family was working together to make that happen, to make that so that they could survive. It was a community effort, a family effort. Our houses aren't like that today. We don't have to make our own clothing. We don't even have to make our own food, for that matter. So even prepare it. None of these things are happening in a typical household today. Our households are places where we might go to sleep and we entertain ourselves, but it breaks the actual fabric of the family itself when the household isn't a little factory. And we read about this over and over again as we look at different diaries and journals from the 18th century. Martha Ballard's diary is wonderful, and it talks about all the different things she does and they do in the household. And Matthew Patton's diary from that same time period, late 18th century, early 19th century. And he's doing all those things in the home, and whether it's different jobs that are all based around the home or things that are going on, mere survival things. But truly, those families from the 18th century had something that we don't have, something that locks everyone together. That's what we do here on the channel. We study the 18th century looking for those things. Sometimes we're just dealing with very, very material things, simple things, understanding how they could live without all the modern conveniences. And sometimes we can dig a little bit deeper and so we can find truths by just looking at the simple details of life. I hope you can come along, subscribe, come along and watch what's happening in the 18th century with me, because there are many things that we can learn from that. There are some things we don't want to bring into the 21st century. We don't want that from the 18th century, right? But if we don't know about it, then we can't understand it. We can't discern it, find the good.
Okay, so there it is. It's Townsend. Awesome channel, great videos. You guys got to check him out. Here is the inside of his cabin. This is the inside of his freaking cabin. I'm going to mute this and go forward just so you can see. This guy's freaking awesome, man.
This guy cooks, right? Yeah. He cooks, right?
Yeah. Found this guy through here it is. He's making a food. Fucking awesome, man. And he's bringing us back to the reality that, come on, load. He's bringing us back to the reality that we've lost. You know, here he's he's cooking. This is inside his cabin. You know, and all these things we've lost. We've lost it because I'm going to stop share screen. We've lost it because we forget who we really are. Oh my God. We have all these simple conveniences and all these things, and it's separating us from each other. You know, and all the drama. Notice I said that, drama. All the drama that's happening around us is separating us. All the propaganda and the drama through the Patriots and all the different channels, all the drama that's hitting the National Assembly and different groups like that. It's all an attack from the enemy. They want to divide us. The enemy wants to divide us. We got to get back to it, man. We got to stop. Just stop. Wait, stop. What the fuck is going on? Please leave me alone and let me just be me. Just for one freaking day, you know?
Everybody, don't contact Ricky for 24 hours. He doesn't want to hear anything.
But you see my point.
Ricky, seriously though, like, if you're being bombarded like that, then maybe you do just need to put everything on Do Not Disturb for 24 hours, because you know what? All the bullshit will still fucking be there when you get back.
You know what? What I did, you know, your brain gets into a funk where you're processing so much information. And about the same time I'm processing all this information, all this drama's hitting all the different communities. So, and Stryker knows this because I told him. He says, "What's going on, man?" And I said, "I'm just listening. I'm going to sit back and listen and see if I can decipher where this is coming from and why so many different groups of people are bickering and backbiting and talking shit about each other, you know."
I got
And
a
I
question.
listened. I've been listening for a long time now, and I'm about ready to kick some ass. Yes,
I got a
ma'am. I
question.
yield.
How much does that bullshit drama bickering even really matter in the bigger picture?
Absolutely none. Okay,
so why
so
pay attention? Why pay so much attention to it?
well, see, that's what people are doing. I'm not paying attention to it. I'm watching how people are reacting and acting to the drama. And what's happening is certain people are passing the drama around. Well, you're spreading the bullshit like a freaking knife on a piece of toast. You want bullshit on your toast? You know, it's all bullshit. And we got to get away from that. We got to ignore the drama. Don't spread the drama. If oh my God, if somebody walks up to me and starts telling me some kind of crap about somebody else in the community, first thing I do is tell them, look, I don't want to hear your bullshit. That's none of my business. We have to do that on the internet also, because I'll tell you what, it's killing us. It's dividing us, and we can't be divided. Just like this guy said, Townsend's. We can't be divided. We got to be a community, even in the chat community, or the YouTube community, or Discord, or whatever. If somebody's spreading drama, it's up to you guys to tell them, shut up. Shut up. Quit being a dumbass. I don't want to hear your bullshit.
Well, I mean,
And if
they have a right
somebody's,
to be a dumbass, so,
oh, yeah, I
you know.
think that's absolutely a right.
It's like you can go and you can tell somebody, shut the fuck up, quit fucking talking your bullshit, but are they going to? And
Well,
is
you
that
can
going to
expose
create
them.
more drama? You
No,
know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, dude,
no, that,
I had people messaging me for 3 fucking days that people were talking shit about me
did you listen?
consistently online. What
Oh,
did
I've
I
had
do?
so much
I
crap.
fucking did nothing.
Absolutely, absolutely not. You got it, girl. Don't
Because
feed,
that's how
don't
much
feed the
their
trolls.
opinions matter.
Yeah, don't feed the
Focusing.
trolls.
So,
I think the
Focusing.
question is, if they're going to gossip, which is a known through the centuries and millennia sinful thing, versus the spreading of poison amongst the well that is supposed to be holy and pure, how do we, who are those who would do no such thing, for we understand the ramifications of turning a kindling flame that is of warmth into a burning bushfire that destroys and kills, and that's what
Sure,
gossip can do. And the media
absolutely.
are all practicing it right endlessly. How do we who would stand true, who would not fight unfair, defeat those who fight endlessly unfair?
We ignore them because they're dumbasses. And Vex hit it right on the head. Vex, go ahead.
I was going to say focus and determining what's important, categorizing and leveling what is important. I wanted to say a word that I can't think of right now that
you need
basically
a higher
explains.
level of discernment. Everybody needs a higher level of discernment.
I love how he used the word leveling. That's big. That's important to me.
Well,
Well,
Vex, what Vex is talking about, go ahead, Vex.
well, basically, the way I've always looked at stuff or tried to look at things is level of importance. What is important now? Do I need to pay my electric bill right now, or do I need to pay it in a week? Do I need to change the oil in my truck now or later on?
Prioritizing.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. You must be able to prioritize importance of what you need to do and understand the difference between them, because people get caught up in the bullshit, the little things, and don't
Right.
remember that, hey, feeding your kids more important than you getting a text from your boo.
Right.
Boo.
Picking your battles.
Like
Picking your
boo.
battles.
Oh yeah,
But here's the thing:
I
all of us are
totally pick.
stuck at this
I
level.
choose my
Go ahead.
battles so wisely. You have no idea.
Yes, that is wise. We only have so much, even if we have great grace and great godly abilities. Even the angels are exhorted, you put on your armor, right? We hear about angels in armor. Well, the armor is
welcome.
important. It can get hot out there.
But discomfort is just part of it.
Oh my God, you're so right.
Yeah, it is.
And holy crap, everybody's got everybody has their mission, and I think most of us have our, if like you said, Callie, if we're tuned in and if we're listening, then we have a mission that is brought down from above, man. I
Right.
mean, my mission is different from your mission. I mean, your mission may not be going out there calling people dumbasses. Well, that's
Oh,
my
well,
mission. Get
believe me,
used to it.
I still do that. I just do it in a much different way than you do, Ricky.
Oh my
Well,
God,
I
I'm
think the
sure.
thing about the missions, and I think this is a state of grace, and I don't pretend to be able to explain the brilliance and intelligence and love and care that's involved, but they tailor our missions to where we are in our hearts and souls and to what is important to us. And if we have a respect for each other's journeys though they be feminine or male or this or that, collectively, the orchestra has been played. There is a maestro, and we have this beautiful note that is ourselves.
I'm the
And
drummer.
I think that's a special thing.
That's exactly right. It's like I've always been saying, everybody has a role to play, you know,
Right.
and this is an all hands on deck situation.
Absolutely.
So
I'm the,
everybody needs to stand up.
yeah,
This
I'm
is a
I'm the
do
drummer
or
in the
die.
orchestra. I'm the drummer.
I've
Yeah,
been
I
told
love
I'm the
drummer.
voice of reason. I can't for the life of me understand why, but
Yeah,
okay.
sorry, I just want to do dibs.
Did you say dabs or dibs?
Someone's got to do
Dibs.
Both.
I don't do dabs. Screw that shit.
I don't either. I don't like dabs. They don't work for me.
I haven't
I
tried it.
don't do dabs because I just sit here like a zombie and stare in space.
I'm
don't
rolling
do
joint
dabs.
after joint right now, but I don't do dabs.
I don't do
But
dabs because God
Yeah,
didn't
I
make
don't.
dabs.
Well, it depends on,
He didn't make bikinis either, but that was pretty good.
depends on how you make it is the problem. You know, if you're going to make it with if you're going to make the concentrates with a bunch of chemicals and shit, then of course not. But there are very, very pure ways
If
to
if
extract.
you're extracting the oil from the plant and it has absolutely nothing to do with getting high, there's different types of dab. Okay, so it's all science, but it's all natural unless you start adding chemicals and shit. Oh, and
Yeah.
by the way, I think the best creation God ever made was spandex. Holy crap.
You know, my
Spandex
husband
is a
would
privilege, not a right.
my husband, yeah, exactly. My husband would say that you're sort of wrong there. It's yoga pants and sundresses.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
really?
baby. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm with him on that.
Here's the thing, and to any sisters that are with us, trying to keep it, pure of heart, which is my heart, chivalrous to the end. What would we do with what would we do without you?
What is your mission?
Cherry
Just
Rain,
curious.
Thomas F. Joyce.
Yeah, what's your mission, brother? What is your focus on? What do
I'm not
you
sure. I'm not sure how much I should share. I'm just
Well, I
first.
mean, I'll tell you what, right now, my focus 100% is restoring the republic and getting rid of the corporation that is running the United States of America and everybody else. The
However,
Bar Association, that's my focus. That's my mission.
wait, this is Ricky. Okay, Ricky, I had to look up just for a second to see whose voice was blinking.
It's me.
Okay, cool.
That guy.
I mean, this rings so true with my heart, what you have said. And I'm with Cochise and Geronimo, and I'm with the Lenni Lenape and the Pawnee and the Mohawk, and I am with those who came from Europe who also were of children of the Longhouse. And I think the thing is that we need to remember that there's one canoe, and we're all paddlers, and that Pocahontas showed us the way.
Okay, so what is printed on your paddle? You got a paddle and you're paddling up the river with all the rest of us. What is your focus? What is written on your paddle? What is your destination? What are you supposed to be doing? When you wake up in the morning, what is your passion?
It is not my passion, it is my obligation and my duty. Is that fair?
What is it?
I row upon the river Styx. I do
Okay,
it right.
I
do it
yield.
fair.
I yield.
I did not ask you to, but I hear you.
No, it's a real simple question, brother. I got to focus.
The eloquence of
I
oratory
focus.
skill does not belie a determined focus.
Thank you. I humbly appreciate that. It is.
I got cats to feed and critters to feed and a nation
Mm,
to
yes.
bring back to
And
the
and to
republic and
right, and to
eliminate a
protect.
corporation, you know?
Yes, and in this
God
we are
forbid,
brothers
don't
in
forget the
arms.
litter boxes. Don't forget the
Oh,
litter
I
boxes.
God.
I
God
change them every day,
forbid.
and they're not even my cats, and I do it. I promise. And all I do is face shit every day. But they are cute, you know.
How many litter boxes?
Well, okay, 2 litter boxes, like 20 cats though, and I've spent so many nights
Two
saving my
litter
little
box, 20
kittens.
cats? No, not
No,
gonna
no,
happen. Not gonna
no, no,
happen,
no, no,
man.
Taking
I've been
crap
dealing with
everywhere.
cats.
no,
I'm
no, no,
calling. I'm calling
no,
out. I'm calling you
no.
out on that one.
Well,
All
I've
right.
got
you're
13
jumping to
cats, and it
conclusions
takes
too
5 litter
fast.
boxes twice a
No,
day.
no, some of them
All
go
I
right.
yield.
outside, and there
One
are other
at a
litter
time,
boxes I
please.
don't tend to, but I tend to 2 litter boxes every day in the household. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying 20 use 2. I'm saying there are cats bloody everywhere, like roosters and boars with big tusks on the ravine here in Hawaii. And what I'm saying is that my landlord is out of control and the neighbors are really upset. But he's been here 50 years and he's got one hand. He lost it in Vietnam, and he's Japanese American. So like most of them, they're like, okay, uncle, we love you, but God damn it, your cats are shitting on our garages every day, and I run interference as best I can. And sometimes our kittens get in trouble and bite a neighbor. And I'm like, God damn it, that was a good kitten, But what the thing is that, and I pray they run away because otherwise we have to cut off their heads and test for rabies. And so many kittens have been born a little deformed. And even though I'm really crippled
Great.
and really hurt, I'll stay up all
Feral
night
cat
as best I
colony.
can. I'll spend my own $100 when I don't have much money to buy the medicine and to try to take care of the little critter, who often struggles for me as best they can, and often I've had to bury them or let them go.
Isn't Hawaii a rabies-free state?
I haven't heard. I don't know about that. I know that there are, feral cats everywhere. Like, it's really bad. Like
It would be
bicycle thieves.
if you can't hunt the wild for say animals, then how do you go into the brush, to find feral cat colonies or dog colonies? Invasive species pop up like that when you have states that don't let people manage the forests. It's
Right.
no different than having a bunch of coyotes out here Riverside. We got coyotes that come into everybody's real estate, and we're basically an hour from LA. We're a glorified suburb, but we got so many wilderness patches within our own city limits that these coyotes go from patch to patch and rove the city, killing everyone's pets. So if you're not allowed to go up in the hills and take a BB gun to them or stronger, then of course they're going to go feral. And
Right.
same for the cats in Hawaii or dogs or other species that have been brought in that are invasive over there. If they don't let people hunt and they don't let people clear out the woods and manage that stuff, then the invasive species problem gets worse. What's her face down in I think it's Florida or whatever? Does it do stuff with Nikki or one of the K's or Kellys we know? The one that's always killing the iguanas.
Do
Who is
stuff
it?
with Nikki.
That's Nikki.
Nikki. Yeah. How many of those iguanas has she killed? And they still popping up because people
Yeah.
dumped them in the brush out there, and they don't let people go out and hunt them down like they should.
Right.
The same
Well,
thing
it's
with
the same
cats.
thing with cat colonies. Okay, so right now, coming up pretty quick, I'm dealing with a rancher that has a colony of probably about 30 cats with kittens.
Oh my
And
God.
I work with the Humane Society, and I trap cats on a regular basis. I trapped one. Oh shit! I still got a trap out there. I better check that. I trapped a feral. Day before yesterday. No, wait, it was Thursday last week. Took it to the vet. The vet, neuter, spayed, or whatever. And then I set it loose back here at my house, and he can go wherever he wants. Okay. Uh, Also, we have the farmer, the rancher with the colony. We're going to go over there with a whole bunch of traps, with a whole bunch of people and nets and all kinds of stuff through the Humane Society and volunteers and trap every fucking single one of them, have them spayed and neutered, and turn them back loose on his farm. We've got one lady that has a ranch. She has 90 cats. Last time we saw it. It was 90. It was a year ago. And she won't let us do anything. She's just letting them breed. And what happens is they inbreed and they get diseased. A lot of them are blind. because of the diseases that they get in their eyes and all this crap. So if you're out there in Hawaii and you got a cat problem, you know what? Maybe that be your focus. Start trapping these cats and getting them spayed and neuters. Do something. I still don't know what your focus is, brother. You're talking about the problem, not the solution. I'd like to know what your solution is, and I yield.
Okay. Well, I do not, as I said, claim in any way preeminence over the moment, for I believe that our nation was founded on the idea, as George Washington said, "Do not call me king," for they said, "We will name you king." He said, "No, that's not what we did this for." They came up with the idea of president. Some say it was Jefferson. The point is something ecumenical, something non-titled. And it hurts my heart when George W. Bush is introduced with endless titles such as His Excellency, the
If
ruler
I
of
may.
America. Go ahead, please.
If I may.
Okay,
Ask me a question.
I have to go to bed.
Just ask me a question.
Good night.
Who's speaking?
This is
It's
Ricky.
Ricky.
I'm in Colorado.
Okay.
Ask me a question.
Ask you a question?
Any question.
Okay. Have you ever stood before the throne of God and looked God in the face? And can you describe to me the color of the throne and how it scintillates?
Sure, sure.
Absolutely yes. God said, "Come boldly unto my throne to obtain mercy in time of need." Also, He said, "I sit at the right hand of the Father." I was in prayer. I was in prayer during a praise and worship group. I was in prayer, and then somebody got a phone call about some kids that got kidnapped in El Paso, Texas. And immediately all of us started interceding.
Beautiful.
And I passed the threshold to the point that all I saw was glory, the light in my spiritual being while I was praying, while I was interceding through the Holy Spirit. I saw the glory of God, and I swear those kids. The end of the story is two kids got kidnapped. The guys released them and
Okay.
said that some great big giant thing was something something and scared the hell out of them. Whatever. So now I'm going to ask you a question.
Wait. That's too much of a story to tell before you jump on. Hold on a second. I read a lot into that. Give me a second. Hold on. Wait. I got to ask you this. While you were perceiving the glory of the Lord, etc., as you described it, and I'm receiving this telepathically from you, so I'm seeing images that may be akin to what you perceived through awareness, though not mortal
It
sight.
was the glory
Were
of the
you
Lord,
also
guys.
aware?
I'm telling
But
you, it
but
was.
how aware were you of the material reality at the same time? Like, did you totally get transported, or was like a two-in-one duality?
I stepped out of my
You stepped
body
out. Okay.
completely. I was in the spiritual realm, 100%.
Okay. I've died about 8 times in this life. I can't
I've
keep
never
doing
died.
it.
I don't
Yeah,
know
I've
what
died.
that's.
Oh, well,
Okay, so I'm going to ask
it's
you a
basically
question.
stepping out, but big
My
time,
turn.
right? Okay, go ahead, please. And
My
thank
turn.
you for asking and caring to ask.
Well, yeah, I got a simple question. What is your favorite color?
Green.
Okay, see, that's how you answer fucking questions. You don't have to go into all this philosophy. Okay, so what is
That's a
your
little too
mission?
simplistic, my friend.
Well, you've
Sometimes
got to be
yes,
so.
sometimes no.
No, come
Because the
on.
words are the colorization of the full intent of the impression of the idea
If I may.
expressed. You can't
I
be too
yield.
simplistic sometimes. I say, Ricky, humbly.
Guys, I would love this to continue, but I would much rather it be non-confrontational. I would like it to be more of a discussion.
For
Well,
me,
I'm
it
trying.
is. I feel Ricky is asking respectfully,
I,
and I'm humbly always going to answer before those gathered here. Truthfully, sometimes there's a need for not deception and not obfuscation, but a lack of words. For we do not cast pearls before swine. But if
I yield.
Ricky is asking me, I'm happy to answer honestly with a humble heart. And I do not feel he's being confrontational. I think he's
not
caring
at
for
all.
the group
Not
and
at all.
wishing to know. And
Yeah.
I wish only to answer as best I can. I promise. But thank you, Vex, for it is your party, and we want you to be happy in this moment.
Well, I just want to be. I want everybody to be heard, and it started to escalate a little bit to the point of talking over each other. I just would like to refrain from that, please.
Sure, sure. Of course, Ricky, are you cool with that? I am.
Yes, absolutely. That's probably me because I'm that guy.
You could be that guy, brother. Listen, I've stood before a lot of people. You know, my position is I'm with Anwar Sadat. I'm with Muammar al-Gaddafi. I'm with, you know, people who are never going to be known, but were good, hardworking Americans, white or blue collar, men or women, who paid the price. And we're not going to forget, you know, because like every nation has a right to honor its culture, its heroes, and those who stood against the tide of times. No one's more famous for this than America. I think, you know, I hear that someone's, and maybe it's you, Ricky, maybe it's the group and you're speaking for them, or some unknown entity that wishes to know. I laid my heart bare. I do. I have no fear of this thing because I've always lived true no matter how much it's hurt. I'm not saying I've never made a mistake. I count about 7 mistakes in my life, but I've known people who've made 7 mistakes in a minute with their callous disregard for the dignity of another. And these mistakes hurt me deeply, but we learn from them. We resolve never to make that mistake again. I can be
Correct.
fooled or pushed from behind and forced into a situation. Fool me once, shame on you. But you're not going to fool me twice. There'll be no
Yeah.
shame on me because my commitment is to the cause, to humanity, to the people, to the idea of common decency, regarded to our fellow man, regardless of their level of awareness or education. We are to be big brothers and big sisters to those we can be, with humble attitudes, never to take unto ourselves a declaration of power that declares ourselves righteous unto the tyranny of other souls. My covenant is to the warm towel of Philadelphia. I was perhaps 5 at the Union League of Philadelphia, and a black man in a suit who worked there in the men's laboratory. Now, keep in mind, this is an establishment. The Union League exists in all states in our country, but they were assumed a long time ago. The idea was that this be a league of men committed to our union, the principles of Abraham Lincoln, etc. And unfortunately, like with all institutions, a lot of people want the glory. So they enter in and they usurp the story. But I remember being there as a child, and this black gentleman offered me a towel in the men's laboratory. He was standing with such dignity. He was standing with such honor. Now, not all black men who offered me a towel were the same, but this guy, he was a soul. And I saw at about 5 or 6, this maybe 4, no, probably 5, the spiritual eye, his soul in the etheric realm, where energy and darkness rule. But darkness is light revealed when it is seen truly. For in the darkness of deepest mind, like the goddess Kali, there is an understanding and reasoning. It is true, if you ever saw the movie Aquaman with Jason Momoa, etc., regardless of what the Herm Girl has done or not done with Johnny Depp. In the darkness, for I have looked into the eyes of Poseidon, I say this as a truth, but I do not ask you to agree or concur or force this upon anyone. But I remember it well. One of my main missions, I have many, there is not just one, for I am a child of obligation, and there are many obligations, that to women, that to principle, that to children, that to the infirm, that to the wronged, etc. And yet these also encoded in the creeds of chivalry, like as to Sir Gawain, the Green Knight of England, the premier knight of the Garter. I am obliged to these things. I am squired in eternity to Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar of Spain, who even the Muslims, who were his dreaded enemies, said at the time, for they were the Moors of Africa, and he drove them back again and again, he and his 100 knights against 10,000 Muslims and their drums of wars. This famous Muslim historian, that no one would assault even then, despite these blasphemous words. Surely, this man, this Christian, was one of the miracles of God. I stand with these men and men such as these. Bishop Sheen, if you've ever seen his videos on YouTube, personally blessed the womb of my mother before I was born. My parents born at Christ the King Church, or in their marriage in Haddonfield, New Jersey, where the first mass was broadcast from with television at the hands of my grandfather. My mission is to be unto truth and the kingdom of God and the throne of God, the Cu, like Cuchulainn, if you know of Wolfland in Ireland. He was the legendary son of Glu. I am Tuatha De Danann. I am a spiritual being like all of you, having a human experience. Perhaps in some ways, though I've been injured and assaulted and targeted endlessly, though the mayor's office of Philadelphia sent a car for me at 6, and the Jews who ran this Jewish school board of my township where Kobe Bryant had his glory, where he personally treated me like shit like Charles Barkley, though Maurice Cheeks and Julius Erving would not do this thing, nor Andrew Toney, the Boston Strangler. For these were souls who cared about the spirit of Philadelphia and the ideas of the Liberty Bell and this idea of team and oneness. The chips were down, you might remember, in Boston back then, around 1982. They didn't have as deep as bench. No fans were writing them, but it wasn't true. The mail office was holding the letters back. All these common Philadelphians, knowing there was no chance, just wanted to say, guys, whatever your color, we love you and thank you for fighting for us. And they went against mighty Boston with Larry Bird and Robert Parrish and Doc Rivers and all the rest. And the deepest bench there was in the league. And they found a way to win. And what was it? It was God's moment of saying, listen, it's not Boston and the Tea Party and the first American patriot to die for America, a black American named Crispus Attucks. It's just about this idea that though we're down and out, though we're the underdog, we can pull together and with love and humble faith, Julius Erving and the likes. Personally, though he fought against the Celtics, a UMass Minuteman from the start, but that's the school that offered him a scholarship, where I once tried to say hello to Kerry Kittles years later, a Villanova basketball player turned pro, growing up the floor, Julius Erving's own gymnasium, but I couldn't breathe. I couldn't say hello. They condemn us, these personalities, for our failures, but they will not allow us human rights or free liberty of will. And they call it free will, but it is not. It is their scheming, their scamming. It is their grift and their graft as they suffocate our souls and say, look, Lord, they have failed to stay true. But it is not true. I tried to reach out to him. He was looking at the audience all white, he a black young American, just a little afraid, just 19, just coming into the big leagues, but still a child, still a teenager, like too many who are 18, playing Nintendo one day and dead as a soldier for America the next, whatever their color. But I wanted to reach out to him. He was looking at us, our audience, almost all white, in Julius Erving's gymnasium, and being a friend of Julius, in a sense, for we once looked into each other's eyes, as he heard 3 white girls speak disrespectfully, and thought it was me, and turned and looked at me as I sat with my father, almost the only ones in the stadium at the time, he in a suit, with flaring eyes of goddamn fucking incredible power. But he held his sword like a samurai who is loyal and says, no, not of anger, only of righteousness. I will not draw my sword against this boy, and it was me. Because he could tell, though he thought it was me, I was the only one there, he could see these words had not come from my soul. And then he looked to his right and saw the girls who were guilty of this affection, but slightly inappropriate, and he chucked it off. But the point is, I had an obligation to men like this, whatever their color, to represent them wherever I was. So I'm in UMass at his school, and Kerry Kittles of Villanova, which is Philadelphia area, is afraid, a young man, a young American, whatever his color. He's just not sure. Is everyone against me? I'm with the opposite team, and I want to say hello. I want to say, go Wildcats. Some might know Villanova. They won a couple championships recently, a few years ago, since I've been in Hawaii, and back then in '85 with Massimino, who I knew personally. And the thing is, I couldn't breathe. They wouldn't let me talk. They wouldn't let me say hello. This is the evil we're against. This is what we strive against. It strives against our souls, our breath, our oxygen, our hearts, our wisdom, our inclination.
If I may.
Go ahead, please. We fight on.
VEX. Can you share your avatar full screen? Because I
Yeah,
haven't.
give me a sec.
Yeah, I want to see that because it's kind of cool. Kind of looks like the cat I got on my avatar. I'd like to see that. Absolutely.
All right. I'll share it real quick.
Is this going to be like a bigger bear picture?
Yeah, it's going to be the bigger version of what you see for the avatar.
Cool.
It's the regular picture.
Ricky, I'm trying to come to an answer for you. I am. I'm not trying to obfuscate in any way, but you ask a big
Oh
question.
wow, nice.
Simple
That
form.
is fucking awesome.
Oh, I don't see it yet.
That's a bear. All right, I get it. That's cool.
Oh, nice, man. That's
Yeah,
totally
I like
different. That's so different. I like that so much more. I saw a dead bear once. He died under the wheels of a tractor trailer. The fight in him as he was torn between the wheels of the torsion of the power, the G's, was incredible, but he fought on. His head was torn off in Pennsylvania along the highway heading down from Harrisburg. But goddamn, in that moment, his teeth, his eyes, stolen and frozen in a moment like the citizens of Pompeii, shadows upon the wall. That guy was American. He fought to the end. It was amazing. A bear taking on a tractor
Okay,
trailer.
so if I may. Okay, so I live up here in Wolf Creek Pass, and I don't know if you guys have ever heard about Wolf Creek Pass. It's 10,500 feet elevation, goes down to 8,000 feet, and it's all down this mountain. Just got a page. I'm not going on the page because I've been sitting here drinking.
Me too.
Just got a page that a tractor trailer just went off the side of the mountain. And we're talking 500-700 feet off the side of a mountain.
Do
Crazy.
you know what they were carrying?
Not yet. Not
It's
yet.
not going to
We'll
matter
find
at
out
that
shortly.
number of feet, but goddamn. People, I remember seeing tractor trailers as I was a CDL driver for
I
1
pray
year.
they're all okay, you know.
Oh my
Well,
God, I know. I remember watching them
kinda
turn over in front of me on the highway, just thinking, oh my God. Sometimes the wind will blow you right over, you know. Okay, Ricky, you
I didn't mean
ready
to
for this?
interrupt, guys. Really. Not much.
Ricky, I think I have a final answer for you.
Okay, so can you make it a paragraph?
No, it's one sentence, brother.
Okay, I'll go with that.
It did not start out like this. This was not the intention of the Most High. But we all must be responsible for the moment. And when evil rises, we all have an obligation. My purpose, as Martin Luther King Jr. said, we will never bow.
Okay, so
no, I'm not finished. Let me speak to one
Look,
sentence.
I'm going to yield. Look, you said one sentence. You've done 5 sentences. I got to go pee. Be back.
All right, I'll wait. I'll wait for you, Ricky. But that was one sentence. I was using commas.
Yeah, Ricky kind of likes the short answers.
I was gonna give him one. All right, well, whatever. You know,
Ricky likes the short answers so he can give the long ones.
I've been sitting here trying to go. Oh,
okay,
man.
okay. Wait, if Ricky's going pee, let me give you guys the answer. So we won't share it with him, but I'm going to tell you. Okay, ready? We might have a chance. I'm here to kill the gods of evil.
No, that's a good short answer. You should have just said that. He'd have loved it.
Yeah.
Well, he missed it, okay? Because I'm trying to encase it in velvet and cream and gentleness.
But you
Forgive
don't
me
always
for
have
being
to do
gracious.
that.
No,
But you
but it's
don't
my
always have
style.
to do that.
No, but I got to be gracious unto the end. You know, I'm not ever going to err on the side of shortchanging someone. I'm always going to err on the side of going a little further, taking the extra mile. I'm sorry, it has sucked, I promise, but I just me.
Well, I go on myself. I over-explain.
Yeah, and at times
Sometimes
it's
you just got a lot
warranted.
of stuff to say. I get it.
Yeah, at times it's warranted, but sometimes the short and sweet answer is the best option.
I can do both, but I'm a teacher at heart, like Sting. Do you remember Sting as a child growing up in England? He was
I
beaten
mean,
mercilessly by streets.
when Scrimshaw's in the chat saying "get to the point," then yeah, it's a little far off the beaten path. You know.
How do you mean? And we have to be careful because Scrimshaw and I have a past, and we're trying to be friends. But you must understand this. We had difficulties.
The bard does not need to sing an operetta to just sing a ditty.
I'm off to Louisiana, my true love there to find.
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
Alma Joyce.
Let me go ahead and cut everybody off at the pass and say, yeah, all of us actually have a lot to say, and yeah, other people just wanted to talk too. I mean, not that what you were saying was bad or whatever, but it was good. I liked it. I listened. I was enthralled with you, with how you were saying stuff, because I don't run into that very often. But yeah, I just want to give other people a chance to talk also.
Are you directing this to all of us or one of us?
Well, one, but
I mean, all of us, really. All of us are guilty of doing that, running on and on and on. I mean, especially Ricky. Stryker does it too, but he does it at such a rapid rate that it's a condensed time frame. See?
I'm trying to
like
be
the
quiet
Flash
and
and Justice
humble.
League.
A Flash and Gust of Leaves, that's right.
And I'm kind of like an in-between.
You're faster than you ever ran before.
I'm kind of in between though. I go on sometimes and I'm real quiet sometimes.
I've been relatively quiet tonight.
Yeah.
All right, but before Ricky gets back, let's just say it one more time, because this is fun, because he's not here right now. But the thing is
he can probably still hear us.
Oh yeah.
Let him then. I want him going to the bathroom listening, thinking I can't respond. This sucks. But the situation is. The situation is, dear Ricky, brother.
His restroom is actually within earshot of his speakers. Yes.
I'm planning on this thing. You have to understand, broadcasting brother. My family brought the goddamn sound. No, you don't understand. Vinyl, that was us. Listen, there's only one Grammy that's ever been given. Do you know the Grammys? Ever hear that shit? It's broadcast on television. It's all a lie. I'm sorry. It wasn't supposed to be that way. But the Grammys is a little phonograph. There's only one Grammy that's ever been given, Ricky. I hope he hears this in the bathroom right now and can't respond. Dear brother Cat. And Ricky, I like you already, and I'm glad you're part of this, and you're friends with VEX. And I respect your journey. I really do. But we're having a little fun here, right? Okay, so it goes like this. You want to play cards? I got an angel my whole life that always asks me every goddamn hand of cards I ever played. Do you want to win? Usually I said no, because we want to build our brothers up and give them a little, sense of I'm somebody, right? Okay, so it goes like this. Ricky, there's only one Grammy that's ever been given that was actually a full-size gramophone made of solid gold, and it worked. That was given to Thomas F. Joyce. So I'm just saying, what's my mission? Is to convince you of what you don't know, what you do know inside deep. Because I'm here now, and my family's here now, and there are many of us, and all of us are part of this family. And it's a question of realizing what we already do know. The emanation of eternity is pure and true and everlasting. I'm a tuning fork, and I'm just stepping in hurt and wounded because I've given everything I had my whole life for this mission, knowing full well in the womb what the treasury would be 52 years ago, and I'm still here. But I'm just saying, Ricky, why do you need to know so purely what my mission is? Can't we just be friends? Thanks.
I see.
Yeah, I'll run with that. I'm good with that.
Sweet.
All right.
Okay, so update on the truck over the side. No, I'll yield. I'll agree with that. So the truck over the side of the mountain, 500 and something feet, et cetera, et cetera. The truck didn't make it all the way over the side of the mountain. The truck driver is on the highway walking around with head injuries. So that's your update.
Oh well,
Damn.
that's good.
Hell yeah.
That
I've
is
seen
good.
I've seen so many trucks go off the side of this mountain,
That's
and
horrible.
it is
That's because
horrible.
people don't respect the road.
People don't respect gravity.
Well, the other thing,
You know,
having
I'm
been a former
saying.
truck driver, which is meant to throw a little weight around, but I did do it, and it was horrible because I was already in a crippled body. But it was called Ameritruck, and I believe in America, and I wanted to do my part. And without truck drivers, we don't get meat or food or produce from any city to any other city. So I wanted to play my part in the war. And so I went through hell to get to my license, but I got it, and I went out to Wisconsin from Pennsylvania on a hell of a bus ride where we went through Ohio with 2 feet of water in the goddamn bus station. And I'm sitting next to an extra fat person all the way to Wisconsin who's sweaty and not nice. But whatever, I got there for America, right? And I learned in the big yards how to do a blindside 90-degree parking job and how to do a pre-trip check, which is checking an airplane before you take off, because it is that important. And a lot of truck drivers, yeah, they get lazy, they don't do it. I always did. But the thing is that no matter how much it hurt, I remember laying down in 30-degree temperatures, maybe in Idaho, outside a casino, and I had to do my pre-trip. It was 4 a.m., but I had a delivery at 5, and I lay. It was really, I got to be honest, guys, it was scary. Just one person to another, one brother or sister to one brother or sister. In the icy wet, it was 2 inches of water, and it was icy cold, and there was ice all around, and the truck could slip at any second and crush me. But it was important to do with the pre-trip under the truck to make sure everything was working properly before I went on the road again. Because we're all fellow Americans, we should care about each other that much. But I was in a crippled body, and there's no way I could defend myself if anything happened. But whatever, I did it, and I get back in the truck and make the delivery. But the thing is that I always remember the truck drivers that were when they wouldn't give me a shower, because the way it works in the truck driving industry is that if you get fuel at a truck stop, they'll give you a ticket for a shower. And when you're in a truck 5, 6, 7 days without a shower, I used to pour 2 gallon 1 gallon jars of water, or plastic jugs of water over my body sometimes, just to get a little clean in a parking lot, and feeling ashamed because I had nothing else. But if we're patriots with nothing else, we have to remember all the original patriots. They didn't have anesthesia, they didn't have doctors that could help much, but they did what they did so that we might have the choice to do what we can do today. And it continues on, and many have had lives without these kinds of horrors so up in their face. And we're grateful for those generations that got to participate, like in the 1950s when it was greasers, and the biggest deal was what cylinder engine do you have. And Evil Knievel came around in the 60s. He wished me happy birthday personally on my 6th birthday. He called because my Uncle Rich was friends with him. And I'm just saying, these spirits are all here. The guys that made American great, the gals,
Yeah,
they might be
because
known or unknown,
energy
but they're
never
here.
dies. It
Exactly.
only
And they
changes
care.
form.
Yeah, and souls like us inspire the hell out of them. We're doing so much to honor those who went before, whether they were red skin or white skin or Polish or German or Jew or Christian or whatever else, who did try as best they could. They're out there. They remember. They struggled. And we're the ones on the stage of life right now. And we're making them proud. And I believe this. I want you to know that. And I thank you for doing your part. Dr. Pepper? Thank you. A heart. Okay, so one of my favorite stories is from India, and there were all these singers gathered to sing these holy hymns, and they all had beautiful voices. But the last guy, he was in his 80s, and maybe he'd had a voice, but now it was just croaky and creaky. You understand? But when he sang from his place in his heart, like Vex says, it was eloquence because the people cried.
And then the hush falls over the crowd.
I always wanted to be the orator, with no ego, I promise, involved. For I studied these things from earliest of youth, born of Persia long ago. When I was not yet one, I would look out of my crib, and I hated it, because it wasn't the crib in the closet in which my parents kept me, not that they were unkind, but it was a penthouse, but only really one bedroom, right? A modest thing. And Yet the closet was big enough for a crib and a bureau. And this wooden crib I could crawl out of, but the one they kept in the living room, I could not because it was made of string, and it really frustrated me as I would look at the bookshelves across the way. Born into divine awareness, still it is important we learn the ways and the pathways and understandings of man and womankind of the day, that we might speak to them in their own tongue and language, and, shall we say, courtesans of thought that traffic their minds. Courteously, I hope. I wanted to get to these books so badly. They were my father's books. They were his. I watched carefully before I was one which ones he chose from the shelf. These would be the most precious. I would need the picture books, you understand, for letters in this lifetime, this time around the hoop and sacred wheel were new to me, but the pictures, all the pictures, I desired them so deeply and dearly. Finally, I got out of the cage, I mean the bassinet, I mean the crib made of string. There's pictures. I recently torn one up. I tore it up. I still had it from like 1972, but I tore it up because it hurt me so, because of the loss of the dream that is ours shared. But I was there at the bookshelves, pulling the ones my father had pulled from the shelves and looking at the pictures of ancient Persia and ancient Greece and the beautiful statues carved that described in eloquent form, as you say, Vex, in material, marble, the eloquence of the soul of what yet can be for each of us, though we be this or that in body. What is the truth of our inner raiment and how we stand before the Lord? This is the glory. And I held these books in my hands, and I looked and I said, when? For I am born for this purpose. Joan of Arc, sitting on her horse before my apartment building, where I humbly took my infancy. I am Tom J.
That's it. I am convinced. You need to change your name to the narrator. It's like you're the narrator for life.
What would Jesus say? Who do you say I am? I say this humbly before those gathered here, however many are viewing, with eyes to see or ears to hear. I have suffered so for the cause, because I've believed in it so, whether it was the dream of Henry Aaron, Martin Luther, Malcolm X, Jefferson. Does any remember Eleanor Roosevelt? I spoke of Russell Wilson's family and his ancient lineage. Does anyone know his mother was once honored as one of the mothers of America by Eleanor Roosevelt? This is the truth of our nation and our country. My father was a skinwalker. I grew up on a plantation in Virginia long ago. I am the true son of Oshin. Oshin of Armenia, Oshin of Ireland. Research it. I am Tuatha De Danann. I am one humble soul. I only ask that you guys succeed if I fail. Like, I believe all true white supremacists, white right through inside, which is every true soul. Look at the white of the eye. Look at the white of the bone. What did Eugene Ballard say? God bless him, he's my uncle. He worked at Rockefeller Center as an elevator doorman, humbly in America in the 50s and 60s. But he was the war hero of France of the age. And when de Gaulle would come from France, Washington would say, where is he? He's late. We don't know. You see, he took a detour in New York. He had to see Eugene, who had been the first black aviator and a foot soldier for France before that. For though he grew up in America, he was also a French-speaking peoples. And though he was black and saw the limitations, he believed in America. But he also believed in the cause of liberty. So he went to enroll in the wars in France. And though he was black, they had more lenient tendencies. Remember our dear Thomas Alexander Dumas, the author of The Count of Monte Cristo and The Three Musketeers, who championed the culture of France. So, other than this black man, who was born of a white father, who could not totally accept him, though he was a child of aristocracy. This man was a hero, like Eugene, and Eugene served well. He was famous. The Germans feared him. Everyone did when he took to flight. He was known, though almost no American child, black or white, is taught it. This glorious mother, son, who cared about both nations, France and England, so he was known as the black swallow, the swallow of death. God bless him. And everyone that faced him fled in fear, and he served the French well. Though he would not be fully accepted in certain circles, he received every highest honor France had. And when de Gaulle would come to America before he would visit our president, say Truman, he would visit a small apartment in New York City, the home of an humble American Rockefeller Center elevator doorman, a black man named Eugene Ballard, and he would hug him, and he would kiss him. He would say thank you. So you understand, whether you be farmers or plumbers or teachers or lawyers or doctors or surgeons or electricians or engineers or technocrats, my father was one on purpose to find out what they
Good
were up
night,
to.
Nate. I love you. God
Good
bless
night,
you.
Nate. We all have a role to play. It's how pure we play the frequency. This is what matters, and it will be regarded around the world. The evil will be dispelled when the world and the nations of the world understand America is for them.
Good night, Nate.
Good night, Nate.
Sweet dreams and all that great stuff.
Love that flag and that vehicle and those Patriots.
And let's hope that burger don't come back to haunt you.
The two were caught on
I
camera
am
again
off
as
to
they
my
made
lawn
bad
chair.
news to head off to their
I
next
actually have stuff to do tomorrow, and I scheduled everything for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I ain't stupid.
I'm the lucky one here. It's only 12:30 a.m.
I'll get up at about, I guess 11, hang out, and go to work at 2. I love my job. I love you guys. Thank you, Vex. Happy birthday, brother.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Ricky.
Love
Nice
you,
to meet
Ricky.
Love you guys. Have a great evening, and have a great day tomorrow. Actually, we'll see you sometime in the future.
Sweet dreams. Yeah, I was going to ask something, but I forgot what I was going to ask.
Give it a moment. Maybe it'll come to you. I love the bear. You know, Cindy Crawford's power animal is the bear. As a shaman, though I do not say a shaman with any ego, because you understand, it is proclaimed by all holy men. The Buddhist that proclaims himself a Buddhist will wash his mouth out with soap, right? Because there's not supposed to be any ego involved. But just to use labels or to give you an idea of the path I've trod from time to time. I've done things like soul retrieval and finding people power animals, etc. But I find it interesting, I was just reading today on a Native American page, listening to The Wind of the Seminole, this beautiful song. Perhaps some of you know it from John Anderson. This was an artist, a Native American called Shake. God, this is a beautiful song. Like Vanessa Williams, The Colors of the Wind, but like more true and pure directly from a Native. Not that the blacks weren't. But the situation is, there were these people responding, I'm of the clan of the deer. I'm of the clan of the wolf. And there was this black American thespian who I really respected, though I only saw him in one film ever.
Bye, Scrimshaw. I love you.
Good night, Scrimshaw.
God bless
Good
you.
night, Scrimshaw. Thank you for coming in and hanging with me. I appreciate it.
Take care in New England,
Sweet
Scrimshaw.
dreams.
Scrimshaw, your father had a beautiful hotel. Take care. He had a nice little place on the coast in New England. Really nice, classy, elegant New England turn of the century home where he would, be a hospitaller to travelers and visitors. There was a restaurant. And that's where Scrimshaw grew up, and it was precious time.
Interesting.
But the clan of the bear, the clan of the deer, Lou Gossett Jr. said, we need to get back to this idea of the tribe. Our young, they have no rites of passage. This has seen cultures through the centuries, through ages. We've been caught up, as many discussed tonight, in the corporate culture, and we know they're just after dividends. But this robs us all of the light we share, that we bring, and this is not right, nor God loved. It will change, but we're all part of the war right now. I don't pretend to have all the answers.
when you're in the midst of the dream and the bear stands up, what does it tell you?
Stand like me before whatever you face.
Exactly.
I mean, just off the cuff, not trying to shortchange you at all by not taking more time to
No,
answer.
that's exactly it. That's it.
Okay. But okay, so I summoned the Lion of Zion. I summoned Aslan to Amherst, Massachusetts. Did you hear this, Vex? I think you were there that night I told the story on Hippies for Trump. Okay. And the cat began to cry, began to like howl like a siren. I was like, oh my God, that's where we get our police sirens from. It's organic. It's actually a natural thing. And we're just mimicking it probably from our collective unconsciousness, Aboriginal Dreamtime type thing, but we're getting it a little wrong because it's being fed through technology and wires, but through the organic vocal cords. Oh my God, that was a police siren. And it went out through the natural world. And then I heard a hound, like maybe a mile or two away, pick it up. And I was so humbled. I'm like, oh my God, like, the birds, the cats, the dogs, they care. And yet I needed this deep healing, which I still have not received, but I am beginning to. So anyone listening, I'm not asking you to feel, unduly bad. One day perhaps I'll have a chance to receive what I need, so I can be what I can be for our cause. Because when you're crippled as FUCK, it really sucks because you want to do so much and you're so limited, and we all maybe feel that way. But the thing is that the lion came. I was calling the lion in my dreams. The lion described the lion on two-faced, facing each aspect on the flag of Iran, where they first came up with this idea 7,000 years ago of the rights of humanity, though this is forgotten and taught in our schools. And the lion came, and there are actual photographs. I've never seen them, but I've heard tell of them. They exist at the hands at the Northampton, where Smith College, the women's college, is located. Their newspaper. They will have it if anybody wants to try to check out the story I'm telling. I don't tell false stories. There's too many good ones to tell, too many precious, though they have nothing of the miraculous in them but kindness and love and caring, which is God loved. So he came, and he was outside the building, and yes, the bear stands up, like you said, Vex, so beautifully spoken, because I really felt the image of you standing up and the bear standing up before me. And I say, yes, sir, I do. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. I'm in a broken body for so long since I was 12, targeted behind the scenes. They would assault my legs while I sat in English class. So heinously, I was transported out of this reality, and I could see the souls doing it. But my obligation is to learn to be in the world, to walk that path, though they would rob me of my heart's intention, though they told me it was my duty. This perfidy exists in our eternal society, and I'm calling it out. In 1982, an angel noticed this with me, as he saw a Jewish administrator telling the other Hebrews in my high school, my middle school, which is Lower Merion Township, which is the most evil township in America, I swear. If you follow Q, you will have heard of Radnor Township, but they don't mention Lower Merion, which exists next door. This is where Kobe Bryant came through. This was on purpose. Charles Barkley himself did everything he could to slander me in my own hometown when he was with the Sixers. Julius Erving's son was executed on purpose. His name was Corey. He was a good guy. But we fight on. The witches in elementary school in Lower Merion Township often told me, we're witches? Yeah, I know, I can tell. But this evil is real. It is a temporal and eternal war. It is not a lie, they say, though disguised by interpretation in Bible or Quran. We do fight against principalities. But I will tell you, in that hour, the lion came, Vex, and those listening. And I could feel the breath permeating through the walls. And Vex, in that hour, I hope you will forgive me, brother, and any sisters gathered. I could not open the door and go out to him to face his maw. They may have licked my forehead and healed all wounds, and may have cut it off. I just have been through too much. It is not that I, in my heart, do not wish this eternal union, even at the price of death. But I also believe in the little ones, and if we live to fight another day, though sometimes we are seen to betray or retreat, there is such a thing as strategic retreat if it is not done with a dishonorable heart. For in the day in the 1700s or the 18th century, it was proclaimed that cowardice was treason. Jefferson himself was tried for treason for cowardice, for fleeing his plantation at the behest of his black slaves, that we all might win this day. So I ask the bare nation, Vex, looking into your green eyes and your beautiful snout, will you accept me if I am a great warrior, but also in aspect so wounded a cub? My interest only is that of the unyielding cause of the true covenant of the warm tower of Philadelphia, which is soul to soul, color to color, it was black unto white. You see, I wasn't facing a black man in a private, exclusive club, one of the most exclusive in our nation. As a young child, privileged at 5 to walk through the New York United Nations. For a reason, I promise. My father tearing them apart, left and right, Yogi Berra would bear witness, and members of the Bee Gees who he embarrassed, and he always felt sorry about it, and endless others. The point is, I could not stand in that hour, Vex, like a bear. I just was too hurt. But still, the love was there, and the lion did not demand. And the next morning, photographs were taken of him, those listening, upon the highway, upon the path from my home to my work, just staring there, and people in my work commented on it, and they said it was like he was just sitting there on his haunches, like he owned the highway, not knowing anything of the story I've shared. These were members of the Yankee Candle Company in Greenfield or Deerfield, Massachusetts. I knew the truth. He'd come for me, like he would come for all of us, for every sparrow's wing is precious. But still, we have an obligation to stay true to the bitter end, even as the Titanic goes down if it must. But I say, I don't think that's going to be the end of us. And thank you for your time.
Instantly, what came into my head was bruised, mauled, and bloody. Our path is still up the mountain.
Correct. Unbelievable. I've never heard anything like that, and I thank you greatly for it. It's like something directly out of a southern mountain called Blackfoot Mountain. Thank you.
Actually, it's out of my dream.
Well, I take it. I accept it. So succinct. But, I mean, in many ways, it's the story of us all, right? It's all relative, but we know the pain. If we stand the pain, if we stand within the pain, it's not missed. But we could all use a little sucker, I think, at this point. We're not actors on a movie set, and every scene we get a chance at the buffet. We do this for life, right?
All in.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go ahead and offer you to go ahead and do some parting thoughts, because I'm going to wind this down and go slip myself up to a pillow.
Awesome. Do you know that quote? Like, ESPN made it famous, but the cool underside of the opposite side of the pillow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good halfway through the night, right? Hey, Sean Stryker.
Sean, back again.
Any words of grace for us, Dandy Linus? You're kind of like our Wendy for the Lost Boys right now.
As always, never fucking surrender.
There you go.
Thank you, Wendy. To arms! Grab your wooden swords. We charge for Wendy. I'll give me a second, and I'll think of some closing words.
Oh,
but
Sean,
you guys go ahead. What happened, Sean? Vex, happy birthday, and thanks for being part of this, Dandy Linus and all.
He put a message in his chat says bouncing. So I don't know.
Right on.
God bless you all. Good night, YouTube.
Good night,
Happy
Sean.
birthday, Vex. I love you.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out with me tonight. It's been a lot of fun.
I think it was more than synchronicity, because it had been a long time. I mean, honestly, guys, I almost died several times in the last 5 months. It was really bad. I mean, I had like my eyes rolling in the back of my head. I had like angels and spirits and demons all around me in my perspective, from my perception. I have a landlord that was saying, I don't care. he won't provide a washer or a dryer. If I do the laundry by my hands start to freeze up, and the paralysis starts to crawl up my left arm toward my heart. And this has been my story since like 1985. They're always trying to do this shit, but I'm doing what I can, and we strive on. But I couldn't get to YouTube. I couldn't even get to the people I cared so much about, who I've been trying to help, like that young black guy out of Chicago, DeWitt Norris. He's now living in a little red brick house in Texas. And he said to me in November, I just would love to live in the country one day, and he was talking about 3 rappers in February that died in 3 days in Chicago. One named Trello, and he said, it's just too much. But somehow angels got him to Texas, and there's a guy taking care of him named American white Texan Philip, and he just gave him DMT the other night. Now, I'm not saying anything about drugs. I'm just saying he showed him the ropes. He showed him where the good places were, the bad places were. He helped him settle in. He's brought him lawnmowers, and now my friend DeWitt,
Yeah,
who
I don't
was
think
almost
that people
killed.
should be fucking with DMT. I'm just saying.
No problem. Absolutely. I understand. There needs to be, more teachings amongst these things. But the point is, it made a lot of difference to him. And the point is, he's petting horses now. And his daughters are going to be riding horses and not worry. Last Thanksgiving, there was a shootout at his Thanksgiving, and he and his girl had to escape out the back of the house and get back to their children to keep them safe. But progress is being made, and there are souls being given different opportunities in life and seeing different possibilities. And we're the vanguard, and we're the leaders, and we can discuss things like DMT and other things, cosmic consciousness and the avatars and the doorways to it. And there's a lot of dangers that aren't addressed, and that's a major issue. But
A
we are making progress.
major issue.
Maybe the most important, because otherwise it's fire in the hands of a child. They will get burned.
And they'll burn the rest of us with them.
Possibly given the powers.
That's right, VEX.
But VEX, you know what? I don't think you're going to fail, man. I mean, honestly, even if I do, I sense something in you. And I know you said, I haven't always been true. But, all right, listen, brother, I always have been. I don't claim that in any freaking, egotistical way. I can't do it. I know too much. I've seen the Holy of Holies. I've stood out there with my father. The guard on the left is evil, and there's a void in the tent. It's a scary situation in the twilight realm.
You've been immersed for the longest time.
I have been, but oftentimes there had to be periods of radio silence, if you understand that, which means I had no communication. I had no way of knowing. I've looked into the eyes of Poseidon, literally the eyes of Poseidon under the sea. Can I tell you he's lonely? Okay, Ricky's not here. My heart of hearts, when it all goes away, I mean, there's so much of beauty. Think of Guinevere. Think of Luthien and Beren, if you know Tolkien and the Silmarillion. Think of these stories of love and loss and tragedy and hope, but the godly in us, this like the bear. And I'm looking at your green eyes now and your snout, and I'm just and we the people are pissed also, right? But oh my God, the glory before God that has made angels cry. There are legions of souls waiting to be born that say, "Just let us in." We do understand. They say the youngest generation right now is the most Republican ever. They do get it. They've just come from the kingdom. They're not so confused yet. But what emanation goes out, what lyrics, what frequency, what vibration, as a child of the family behind Radio Corporation of America, television, NBC, etc. I tell you, it matters. But not that we have the cable or the license, the contract, but the purity of each of your hearts. And I'm looking at you, Dandy Lioness, and I'm looking at you, Vex, and I'm looking at everybody who would be here or listen, have ears to hear right now. Don't ever not believe that each of you is an X-Man in the sense that you have a divine spark in you. If you're hearing this now, if you're comprehending it, you do. This is the power of the atom. This is the power of the universe. This is the power of love. We will decree this, but they've beaten us so badly. They used to fucking assault me, endlessly in middle school. They would hurt me so badly behind the scenes. They would take me out of my reality. I'd been in English class in 7th grade, and then suddenly I'd be in a different reality, and I'd see them assaulting my eternal form, like in the Matrix, right? There's an eternal form, and then there's the incarnate form, and we're here to help those who are incarnate, that we may have other knowledge. But if they kill us in eternity, they kill us. By my commitment was unto the end. Why? Because every father will sacrifice his son, mine no less than yours, or his daughter. But it shouldn't be this way. And our children deserve the innocence. They're overdue it. I don't care what anybody personally says. Just humbly before you all about our country has earned this collectively. Yes, I hear that. I understand that. But no, we were led astray, and too many were. And those of us who could have fought or could have spoke, who were born for this purpose, were unbelievably, criminally, eternally choked and suffocated. And therefore, all is usurpation, but it has to be proven, which is why I left markers like Hansel and Gretel all throughout my life. So when the investigation came, they would see, no, it had all been chicanery. Vex, getting back to, do you feel I failed when I couldn't go out to see the lion? I'm just asking person to person. Anybody listening, feel free to listen. I don't pretend to be more than I am. I used to command the waves in New Jersey. I'd say go bigger so I could bodyboard. They'd go bigger each set. They'd say, what do you want? I'd say go smaller. They'd go smaller. And why I did the same thing. Though I had a broken bodyboard, they said, Tom, please go, my spirits, go back in the ocean so your friend can surf because the waves will rise for you. Is this not, those who read the cloud signs of, I'm sorry, I'm thinking you're all Hawaiians right now with me here, but I know the story's better. But the thing is that it's all true. We were talking about nature and plants earlier. Consciousness is God limited by which way he approaches us? Through prophecy, through scripture, through plants, through a dream, through a whisper, through a bear's eyes, a kitten's cuddle? Of course not. But what do you think, Vex? I've never asked anybody this, and anybody listening, please listen. I just say, Vex, in that moment, I couldn't go out the door. I couldn't open it, Vex. The lion was there, 20 feet away from me. Photographs exist. I'm just saying he came. He didn't hate me. He understood. But I don't know, man. Did I fail? Should I have tried harder? I had nothing left, man. I've been through endless hell at that point for decades.
Is the door still there?
Is the door still there? Can you elaborate a little bit?
You were asking me if you should have gone through the door.
Right.
Is the door still there or is it gone?
Is the door still there, or am I more willing to walk through it right now?
Essentially.
Well, no, he's asking pretty much, does the door still exist for you to walk through it?
Okay,
Yes.
okay, thank you. All right, give me a second, because this was a preeminent moment in my life.
No, it's a yes or no question.
Not.
Yeah. This is a yes or no question.
It may be yes or no, but you're gonna have to give me a second because right now there's a major block. Please.
Well,
allow
you can think about it, but I'm
No,
gonna
it's not a
say
question
right
about
now.
thinking about it.
But I'm gonna say right now
It's a question of
that
surrender and choice.
whatever was supposed to happen in that moment happened.
I don't agree, but that might be my obstinacy, and I humbly submit that because I care so much only for doing it right. Okay. Is the door still there? Let's go to that. That's the easy path because, Dandy, you're pushing me too hard. God bless you. No, the door's not there anymore. If only because I'm so broken now. I mean, I came to Hawaii to heal and they ran over me with a Ford F-150. It really sucked, man. It did.
I would imagine.
Mm-hmm. It really sucks. But you're still alive, so.
I have my legs. I have my legs. You know. Yeah,
okay, then my next thing would be, okay, if that door is gone.
Yes.
There's got to be another way. I mean, for me, I see a path that's
I would
up
just
the
remanifest the door.
bruised and busted, but I have a singular path. I know what it is. So maybe you need to turn away from where that door was and look a different direction. Change your perspective.
I feel like I'm Luke Skywalker with a helmet and you're Obi-Wan talking to me.
I promise I won't talk like Yoda.
All right.
But
Well, here's the thing is if you manifested the door once, then you can remanifest it. You just need to get to a point within yourself in order to do so, and that's something that only you can do for you.
yeah, I can only offer you a different perspective. Can you offer yourself one?
Absolutely. I'm not tied to one view of the events. You know, my heart was my heart and that was true, but I'm always opening to looking at things from a more perhaps wholesome perspective. In fairness to myself as I offer to all.
I always ask myself simple questions. I always keep it simple.
I can't do that.
Is this
but
good
I
for
bless
me? Yeah. But simple questions can be very informative.
I'm a
They
fan
can
of the
make you
Zen
think
koan.
hard.
What is the sound of one hand clapping?
The wind.
The now. But I love the wind. The wind is my friend.
For me, my path is kind of laid out. I see it, it's there. I may be broken, not quite in the way that you may be, but
in your own way.
Yeah. But I already know what has to be done. It's just a matter of doing it.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
It's a matter of
has to
getting
be done.
others to see what needs to be done.
I keep it simple. What has to be done?
Can you say that again, Dandy?
It's a matter of getting others to see what has to be done.
But what if we can't? Is there a possibility that through the emanation of ourselves, I hope, as a tuning fork, which is an idea and motif that keeps coming to me powerfully recently, we can, regardless, change the way and dispel the delusion in their minds, even if we can't convince them, because the light shall in the end take the shadow. But
Well, here's the thing.
Go ahead,
is
please.
Everybody feels like we're up against a time clock, and in fact, we are. And in my opinion, the reality of the situation is everything is going to have to fall in order for us to be able to rebuild it.
Yes. Okay, I do feel this also. But I don't know how to what degree fall, right?
I don't know to what degree either, but there's going to be a major shift. There is going to be a, and
Semi-cataclysmic shift.
this is the end of the world as we know it, right? Like we're going through that right now.
And if we would have the power to spare humanity such horrors, should we? Or should we allow the cosmic plan to unfold?
No. There's
Don't
no
interfere.
there's no stopping the cosmic flow of things. There's no stopping. You can't stop what is coming.
Have you ever stopped time? I have. In your conscious awareness, like so everything froze in front of you.
Well, I mean only in times of like great horror.
Your terror, sure.
Right.
Right. I did it consciously and not such a time. It is possible. We do have these abilities, but they are kept from us for a reason.
Time doesn't technically stop. It just slows.
I stopped it. Literally, it was stopped. I mean, just utterly, it wasn't moving at all until I gave permission.
Well, I mean, if
I'm
that were
just
the
saying
case,
it's possible.
because there's other people who say they have abilities, like you're saying you have, right?
Which I'm not saying I have. I'm just saying I experienced it, if that's fair.
Right.
Okay.
Sure. But
It's
they
a degree of fineness. We don't have to discuss it much. We're in agreement enough. But go ahead if you wish. I don't seek to
they
press a point.
they say that the ones who stop time
Yes,
never get it restarted.
that was easy.
So if you stopped time,
Hmm.
how did you restart it?
I allowed it to
Because
continue.
you don't. Well, see, it doesn't quite work that way on a quantum level.
Kronos is my personal friend.
Well, then you should be able to walk through the door. You should be able to go back to that time and walk through the door if that is, in fact true and correct.
I need
Because
about
if you
1
can
year.
stop time, and you can allow it to flow again, then you can go back to whichever point you need to in order to be able to walk through that door.
Theoretically, yes. But these skills and refinements of the path and procedures,
Well, but
which
if you have the grace of the gods and they are walking with you,
that
right?
is true.
As you
Yes,
just stated, right?
correct.
Kronos is your personal friend.
That is true.
Then you should be able to do that. But you're sitting here saying that you can't.
No,
So
I'm saying I couldn't.
whether or not you can or cannot do something is completely up to you.
I'm saying I couldn't then. And how does Vex feel about that? Do you think I failed in that human experience, though divine, in that moment? I'm not saying I can't, I'm saying I couldn't. But I do hear what you're saying, and thank you for your wisdom. It is very spot on. I do not deny this. I do appreciate it.
Well, my thoughts instantly go to quantum theory and things of that nature, just because, before I got into all this political stuff, that was one of my focuses.
Of course, I wanted to be a physicist and a Taoist.
Well, and
See,
also, I'm sorry, I have to interject. If Kronos is your personal friend, then you would technically know that time does not technically exist.
I do not disagree with this supposition.
well, that actually makes it easier. If you acknowledge time doesn't exist, then
No,
it
it's not that it
doesn't.
doesn't exist. It's that it exists or doesn't exist. A film exists scene by scene, played in linear fashion. It is motion pictures that seems like real life, but broken down, it's just still images, all of which can be orchestrated. That does not mean we always have the power to orchestrate the individual images. If we are truly committed to the cause, we often give up our authority over such things to enter into the common wield and war of our fellow man. I've given up and sacrificed much. It does not mean I do not know what I know.
So would reality be more like a picture book that you flip through to watch it linearly? Linearly.
When you're what?
Sorry, my tongue has ceased to work.
No problem.
Linearly.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. My interpretation of these things, and I say it that way, having grown up with Frere Jacques and merrily, 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 life is but a dream in the early 70s, is that time is something we enter into and enter out of, as opposed to a line of progression, though that is presented to our minds, so that in a realm limited, we might express ourselves as best we can to be tested and refined. But outside of this, there exists a more expansive reality, which is the truth of our souls, our hearts, and our highest intentions. And that is our freedom in eternity. And while we exist within the confines of the time-space continuum, so to speak, if you may, or the matrix, or this limited reality in which we perhaps decide to confine ourselves, are encouraged to, or forced to, perhaps depending upon the qualities of the soul and the lives they've lived before and what they've earned. Karma, maybe, maybe not. I'm just saying we're here now. What do we do with the moment?
Exactly what we are doing.
And I thank you for it. It's been a beautiful Vex's birthday for me personally.
I've enjoyed it.
I've not had a hat, a party hat on my head, or streamers, or a little bazooka to blow for a long time. And Dandy, if you've asked questions, I hope you feel I've tried to answer honestly.
Yeah, sure. I'm not sure that I've asked very many questions, but rather made statements,
No problem. Declaratives are positions.
I know that the combination of just say religious and science may seem contradictory, but I found it fits together way better than most people realize.
I missed
And
the
that-
first word. I missed the most important part. Something in science.
Religion and science.
I still missed it.
Religion.
Religion and science. Okay.
Yeah, the combination of religion and science isn't as far fetched as what people generally believe.
How do you mean? Like alchemy?
I believe all of it is relatable and related.
True.
So
I believe
in
in
that
holy
regard,
magic.
Everything is connected, literally everything.
yeah, and if I want to throw this to it. Think about this is kind of off the track, but it's something that kind of rolls in my head. We cannot think or do anything the creator hasn't done him or herself, whatever.
There's
So,
nothing new under the sun.
right.
Can
we
I
are
take the
merely
contrarian
players.
position? This feels horrible. I shouldn't be
Wait,
doing
let
this.
Vex
I
finish his
respect and
statement,
love you
though.
so much. Okay, go. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, please.
It was a throwback to what you said earlier. We are merely players. That's it.
All right, I got to take the contrarian position humbly before both of you. I'll play the part of the little brother here. I will. But the point is, all I'm saying is, little black white warrior bearing the Aquaman sign here on my tennis racket. Is the situation is this? I think God is just waiting for us to stand on our own, like a parent who's there to help the child walk and catch them if they fall. But it's up to them to do it. And that means maybe we might do something that's never been done before. I don't subscribe to the Beatles. Nothing can be sung that hasn't been sung. Nothing can be done that hasn't been. I'm sorry. I'm doing stuff that. Please, I don't have any examples as innocent, but I maybe could think of them. I'm doing stuff all the time and saying stuff all the time that's never been said. And my angels are always my spirits who I speak to or speak to me or who I listen to. And I didn't start out
Well,
this way.
maybe, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, a lot of what you've said, I've heard many other places before
And I
throughout
don't
my
claim to be
studies.
original.
You know?
Of course. And therefore, you and I have been on a similar path where we've encountered similar, theologies or realities or expressions of it. I don't claim to be original in any way, but I do wish that we all would play this harp string. And I know you do in your own way, and I thank you for it. The sound of silence.
Yeah, I was just formulating my thought.
I always love that story about the guy who's like being chased by tigers, right? You know this one because you probably know about Fintorn and all of that. And he goes, they like to tell this story. I know this
I
people.
thought we were ending this stream.
We are. And he goes over the cliff and he's hanging onto one root and there's like an endless fall behind him, below him, right? And the tigers above him growling. Oh, but there's a strawberry. This moment, Vex's birthday. Oh, he takes a bite. Oh, the taste of that one strawberry. Thanks, Vex. Thanks, Dandy. Thanks, all listeners.
Strawberries.
I have to pick them daily now.
All right, with that, I'm going to
Okay.
go ahead and call an into this little party and take my Warfield butt to bed. I want to thank everybody for coming on here and joining me on this, my birthday, and celebrating it into the wee hours with me. And thank you, Thomas, for coming up and sharing with us. I really do appreciate it. Mondays will be for this type of thing.
I'll try to remember.
And you're invited.
And don't forget Fridays.
What are Fridays? Another special day?
Well, Fridays, I basically center it around Missouri Assembly meetings, basically covering 18 U.S. codes, helping people understand as much as possible about what we're doing so we can get more people on board.
Gotcha. Well,
so
listen,
it's like a classroom, loose classroom.
You know,
it totally was not that last week.
That's true.
Listen, I'm just one wounded, humbled soldier, grateful to be in the war with you both and all those listening. So happy birthday and God bless all. And I don't think it was not synchronicity that I saw Vex's birthday. I was like, what? Wait, like Vex Warfield? Oh, I gotta go in there. So thanks for welcoming me, and I hope I added a little something, even if it sounded a little different. But there were others who also said, I speak at things, and they call me a Satanist. So I'm just saying, good hearts. That's what matters. God bless. One love. Vex, great job. You're a
Good
great
night,
person.
sweet dreams.
Good night,
I
sweet dreams.
appreciate you.
All right, cool. I'm going to close out.
All right. See you next time. Thank you very much. And Callie, thank you so much for hanging in there and being a real trooper.
Anytime, Vex.
I'll hold you to it next Monday.
Next Monday.
All right. And you're also invited to come to the Friday show and hang out with us and ask questions. That's what it's for. And with that, I will say good night and sweet dreams to everybody. And once again, thank everybody for coming in and hanging out with me tonight. It's been a blast. I had a good time. I think.
Oh, can I do a tribute? Can I do a tribute to Chase the Patriot?
Please.
God loves you.
God loves you. So good night. Thank you all once again. God bless and sweet dreams.